Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, Dangerous Building. Why are you doing this? Dumbledore stepped forward quickly, stopped the wizard who was expelling the old craftsman, and glared at him. Who are you? The wizard picked his nose and winked at the man blocking his way. He looked at it for a while, then suddenly raised his eyebrows. Professor Dumbledore? You know me. Who doesn't know you? The wizard put on a standard demeanor of a rogue or a hooligan, pouted his mouth, showing a mouthful of foul-smelling yellow teeth. I was the second you returned to school to teach. Graduated in. It's normal that you don't have an impression of me. I have a student like you. Dumbledore squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the man in front of him. He really couldn't connect his figure with those green youths in his memory. He pursed his lips and asked softly, "May I have your name?" "Me." The wizard pointed at himself with an exaggerated expression. "Are you talking about me?" Dumbledore nodded silently. "My name is Edward. Edward Farley." The wizard seemed a little flattered, and he didn't have much confidence that Dumbledore would recognize him. "You don't have to remember who I am, Professor. A busy man like you, there is no need to keep the memory on someone like me." "Edward?" Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, and a burly young boy appeared in front of his eyes. He often carried his precious broomstick around the Quidditch field. Dumbledore remembered that the boy was still Slytherin's goalkeeper, once dyed his black hair green to celebrate Slytherin's championship. He shook his head, feeling a little dazed in front of his eyes. The out-of-shape figure of the wizard overlapped with the boy in his memory. He widened to the left and right sides by more than 130, and his height didn't change much. Humble and low, the messy half-length hair is moss-like green even without dyeing, as if the scalp has become moldy, because it has not been washed for a long time, and it is wilder than a forester. The beard grew wildly, covering his oil-stained neckline, and he was wearing ordinary old clothes, and he couldn't tell when it was washed last time. Dumbledore frowned and said softly, "Edward? The Edward who dyed his hair green? You still remember me?" Edward shouted, staring at Dumbledore with wide eyes. Just being recognized was enough to make him feel ecstatic. "I remember that you should be a relative of Farley, and you got a job in the sports department on his recommendation." Why Dumbledore didn't go any further, but the second half of the sentence was already obvious. "Professor, don't you know that my uncle fell a long time ago?" The joy on Edward's face disappeared instantly. His eyebrows drooped, and he didn't seem to continue this topic. "I remember that your NEWS test scores are good, and you won't be able to, Professor." It was Edward who took the initiative to interrupt Dumbledore this time. He raised his eyebrows, scratched his forehead, caught a flea from his hair, and crushed it on his fingertips, and said in a somewhat mean tone, "Eat clothes and clothing, and drinking every day. I know what you want to say. With that report card with only an O at the top, I can indeed find a job, but in which shop I will be drank by others? How can I do this kind of work? Isn't it better than you are now? I don't understand." Dumbledore shook his head. "A dude helping someone with those toadskins and praying mantis eyeballs? That's ridiculous, Professor. There are too many people waiting to see my ignorant Uncle Welfare's jokes. Do I have to stay in Diagon Alley here, maintain that ridiculous decency, and be pitied and ridiculed by old acquaintances passing by?" Edward gritted his teeth and squeezed out his complaints. "I don't want that. To be able to be a pawn in Lord Malfoy's house. A purebred dog is also very good, and I can bully those poor wretches I might become every day, and the salary is not cheap, just obedient and baring my teeth at rude guests." Dumbledore knew that this once noble, high-spirited, and promising young man had become a vile thug. He couldn't help but feel sorry for his education failure, even though Edward, who was about to graduate at the time, was not influenced by him. How instructive. "Did you see that old man? That bereaved dog? His graduation report card had 4 O's, but he is still being called around. Mudbloods are like this. They are precarious. They only deserve to live in bridge holes. If I had done what you said when my uncle fell, then my situation would not be much better than that of Mudblood." Edward showed a mocking expression, mocking Dumbledore's ignorance of not knowing the rules. "Oh, by the way, Congratulations, I heard from Lord Malfoy that you will become the head of the Wizengamot today. Dumbledore said nothing, just sighed. Our life will be easier in the future, Professor. Edward raised his eyebrows triumphantly. When the equipment imported from the Great Nermengard is fully installed, the people working in this block only need to be able to wield it like a baboon. The magic wand is enough. There are as many wizards as there are. No one dares to be disobedient. Some people want to squeeze out the guys inside and join in. I no longer have to please those guys who think they have some skills like serving the uncle like before. At that time, I have the final say here, and when you come again, I can treat you to a drink in my spacious office. Dumbledore shook his head again. What Edward said was no different from what Shafik had speculated. He closed his eyes in pain. He wanted to see if there was any way to save him, but these powerful pureblood wizards, the astonishing efficiency they faced with Galen and Edward's distorted speech in front of him made Dumbledore feel that if everything here went according to Nelson's arrangement, it would be considered a good result. This is what those people often say. Muggles have played a trick hundreds of years ago, but wizards still don't know anything about it. It's just a bit too ruthless, isn't it? I don't know if it can be done here. Can you bear that kind of pain? Dumbledore rubbed his temples, feeling a burst of headaches. They won't sit still, and then these thugs may be able to play their role. What? Edward didn't understand Dumbledore's words. Just talking to myself. I hope you have a bright future. Dumbledore smiled and patted him on the shoulder, then turned and left the ruins. Wizards can easily use their wands to get everything, so they forget an important truth. In a Muggle restaurant in London, the Penguin happily told Aberforth, who was sitting opposite him, wearing a scarf. The cook brought up the hot pie. Penguin stopped talking, knocked on the table politely, and nodded. Thank you, miss. The cook had never seen such a well-dressed personage in her restaurant. She blushed and ran away quickly. What's the point? Aberforth looked at the back of the cook and whistled, making her already nervous. Excuse me, can I have half of this pie? I'm hungry. Died. As you wish, Mr. Gatsby. Penguin blinked, pushed the pie in front of Aberforth, and continued. The principle is that no matter what you get, you have to pay a price. Price exchange is the eternal truth in this world. Plants need to contribute fruits after obtaining nutrients from soil, water, and air. Animals need to donate their meat after eating these fruits. Buying things requires money, and making money work needs to be done, and the Muggles figured it out way before us. Is it really? I didn't expect you to understand this kind of truth. Penguin clapped his hands in surprise, startling Aberforth, who was eating pie, and when he was almost choked to death by pie, a glass of water was handed to him at hand. I didn't say anything. Did I just say something unconsciously? He gulped water, rubbed his chest and said. Aberforth felt that he was a charismatic and free-spirited figure when he was not facing any of Dumbledore or Grindelwald, but this was not enough to make the opponent. This vicious penguin is talking nonsense with his eyes open. Doubt is the truth, Mr. Gatsby. Penguin blinked and smiled. I have asked my lord this question before. In my opinion, there are very few true equivalent exchanges in the Muggle world. Do you know what he told me, your lord? What did he say? He said that just like wizards are used to getting something for nothing, Muggles are often not paid for their hard work, and when they spend their wages, they will also buy overpriced goods. Take the pie you are eating. Every morsel of yours is a hefty rent, taxes, premiums a store puts up to buy something that is full of premiums, and it costs only the labor of the chef, the cultivation of the farmer, and, well, the apples by it, and the care of the apples by the grower. It's an apple. Aberforth realized sadly that this was the only question he could answer. He shook his head and said, in this way, Muggles are even more unfair than wizards. Really, Mr. Gatsby? You can still call me Mr. Dumbledore. Aberforth blinked his eyes, as if he had eaten a buttermelon, and said, since you have investigated it so clearly, well, Mr. Gatsby. Penguin shrugged and continued, wizards really don't have to bear too much cost for their lives, because they can get something for nothing. Enlargement spells, fast growing spells, and various potions. It has created an illusion of harmony for us that lasted for thousands of years. If you tear off those coats that can be easily mass produced by magic, what is left under our world? Aberforth fell silent. He was not stupid. On the contrary, He was smart enough to quickly realize that compared to muggles, wizards were still stuck in the Middle Ages. My lord once tried to solve these ills, but he quickly realized that these rotten things are bound to an even more rotten social structure, and only by overthrowing the power passed down from generation to generation by the so-called nobles can a better building be rebuilt on the ruins. Penguin said proudly, we just need to tell the wizards in England that there are free galleons here, and they will swarm here like wild dogs smelling shit, and they will throw away everything they need to survive. To obtain immediate benefits, their efficiency will be much higher than you imagined. If you go to Diagon Alley now, the last magic workshop may be collapsing. Yes, Penguin nodded firmly. Destroying is much easier than rebuilding. When they are used to everything in the magic factory, they will become a dispensable nail on our conveyor belt. At that time, master technology and pricing power, and people with power at the same time, will personally reshape this rotten world, and we will usher in the light. Aberforth could hardly listen to Penguin's words. He just wanted to find Dumbledore quickly and tell him the horrific news, but he suddenly realized a serious question. Why was Penguin so frank? Are you ready to imprison yourself? Is it really okay for you to tell me so much? Aberforth asked carefully, holding the wand in the sleeve. No problem. Penguin smiled and spread his hands. My lord said that you are his friend. I think his friend must have the wisdom to distinguish right from wrong. Not to mention, all this has already happened, hasn't it? Like history, it has been unable to stop its powerful wheels. I know you're going to find Professor Dumbledore to share what you've seen and heard today, but you'd better think about it yourself. At least I think Professor Dumbledore will recognize it. Aberforth pursed his lips and did not speak. He was silent for a long time, then raised his head and asked, why did Grindelwald do this? I don't believe he would be so kind. You made a mistake. Penguin shook his head with a smile. My lord is Lord Wurtling. I have a movie ticket here, Mr. Dumbledore. Penguin pulled out a piece of colored printing paper from his arms and put it in front of Aberforth, stood up, turned and left. Of course, this is just a trivial leisure, then. We are going to show something new that will change the world for the better, and I think you'll love it. Aberforth nodded blankly until the figure of the penguin appeared in front of him again, and Aberforth raised his wand nervously, pointing at the penguin. The penguin unhurriedly took out an envelope and put it on the table. Your Excellency said that he wanted to find you. Maybe you would like to bring a letter there for me? Aberforth nodded, and the penguin disappeared. Chapter 452. As I said, the macaroni here is delicious. So delicious that it doesn't look like it's made by the British. Isn't it obvious that the delicious food is not made by the British? Nelson shrugged, looking out the window at the children playing on the streets of Hogsmeade, his cheeks twitching slowly. I thought the students had finished their exams will try to come to Hogsmeade to play. For those guys who are grinding their guns, a simple final exam is enough to drain all their energy. Tom deftly rolled the macaroni pasta into his mouth with a fork, smacking his lips and mocking. Most people should be sleeping in the dormitory now, even if the auditorium is full of steaming meals. I think Dumbledore must feel very desperate when he sees the empty dining table. Really? Nelson noticed that the streets suddenly became lively, and the wizards staying in the surrounding shops and houses were approaching the center of the village. He didn't care. He just thought that Hogsmeade was holding some fair or something. Activity. You may be disappointed. Have you forgotten what was written in that book just now? Oh yes. Dumbledore is at the Wizengamot. We will have to call him Your Honor from now on. Tom leaned back in his chair, with only a little soup and green peppers left on the plate in front of him. Sure enough, people go up to the top, and if I can be the head of the Wizengamot, I will not care about the school's final exam. Did you add too much tomato to your macaroni? Why is it sour? Nelson raised his eyebrows. You know, this seat is not easy to sit in, especially now. It's also quite funny. The two of us are talking about this kind of thing here. If we can't do it, we will run away. I think many people do this. Tom licked his lips, looking unsatisfied. Seeing his expression, Nelson, who had no appetite, pushed over his lunch, which he had only scooped out, and waved his hand. The missing piece of the plate was filled by a few small tomatoes now. Tom pulled the plate in front of him, picked up the small tomatoes and ate them, followed Nelson's gaze to look out the window, and asked curiously, what are they doing here? Maybe there's a big sale on eggs, Nelson said casually. When the restaurant owner's kid ran in and pulled the boss out, his expression changed significantly, and he stood up and said, maybe something big happened. We are going to want to see the fun. Wait a minute. Wait until I eat these 2 tomatoes. Tom picked up 2 small tomatoes at the same time with a fork and threw them into his mouth. He wiped his mouth gracefully with a napkin and followed Nelson towards the direction of the crowd. The doors facing the street in the village opened one after another, and wizards with faces full of curiosity and doubt came out of their homes and onto the street. If it wasn't for this, Nelson would not have known that there were so many people living in Hogsmeade. I've read the local chronicles of Hogsmeade, Nelson said to Tom beside him as he walked. A group trip of this scale was still during the Goblin Rebellion. Excuse me, can you stop talking? Tom curled his lips. I'm already a little sleepy. The two of them approached the center of the village, and Nelson remembered that there should be an owl post office, where the wizards of Hogsmeade sometimes foster their own owls. People from 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside surrounded the owl shed in the center of the village. Nelson and Tom, who came late, could only be blocked outside the wall of people, standing on tiptoes and looking inside. An owl was carrying a thick stack of magazines flying staggeringly. Nelson could even see the livid skin under its thick feathers. It threw the magazines on the ground, and Nelson only had time to see the cover of the Quibbler, and those magazines were early the villagers guarding around looted it all. Damn, I shouldn't eat so much. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Tom, who was being pushed around by the crowd, leaned closer to Nelson's ear and whispered, did we miss something just now? Could it be that the back of that movie ticket is really an egg exchange coupon? Nelson didn't have to answer Tom's question himself, because the heated discussion around him had already answered it for him. Really? You can communicate with people from all over the world through the magazine? A farmer who didn't grab the magazine retreated from the crowd dragging a pitchfork and whispered to the neighbor beside him. I swear to Merlin, I just saw Hungarian, said his gentlemanly neighbor, unobtrusively rolling up a magazine behind his back and stuffing it carefully between the inside straps of his tuxedo. I wrote on it, I said a word, compared it with my wife, and it really appeared in her book. Well, your family actually has 2 copies. Show me one first. The farmer stretched out his hand unceremoniously. Don't worry, the magazine of the Quibbler said that they have printed a lot of copies in this issue, and they promised to send a copy to every wizard. I hope so. The farmer looked at the dense crowd in front of him, and then at the pitchfork in his hand, wishing he could roll up his sleeves and kill a bloody path. Boom. A muffled sound broke the silence between the two. A kid ran past the gentleman and hit his back with his shoulder. The magazine stuck and his trouser strap fell to the ground. In the magazine, the gentleman looked up and met the playful smile of his old neighbor. I think this magazine is still conservative. After all, no one thought that a family of 2 would get 3 copies. Listen to my explanation. I was worried that the magic in the magazine was time sensitive, so I wanted to prepare a copy, otherwise the scolding battle with that Hungarian would be impossible. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, you will definitely be able to grab a copy, and there will be a steady stream of magazines sent to Hogsmeade in the future. If it is not possible, can you order one? The farmer said nothing, but pointed to the ground with his pitchfork, and his gentleman neighbor looked in the direction of the pitchfork, and a dirty little hand, which looked like it had just played in the mud, grabbed the foot of the page, and pulled it away. Gone. He stared wide-eyed and looked at the place where the little hand disappeared, only to see a jungle-like thigh. It's alright now. The farmer stuck his pitchfork in the ground, leaned on his chin, and smiled happily. There are only 2 books left for the family of 2. It seems to be in short supply. Tom rubbed his chin thoughtfully and commented in a low voice. It seems that there are gifts like eggs. Maybe you can ask that strange guy to send 2 more copies. I really don't know what you've been listening to for a long time. Nelson shook his head helplessly, stood on tiptoe, and looked into the crowd, and saw another stack of magazines dropped by the owl. He stretched out his hand and waved. An invisible wind blade neatly cut the hemp rope binding the books, and as the pressed books lost their shackles, and spread out in the air like compressed cotton. They opened their pages, and flew lightly to those who did not receive them like butterflies. It would be great for them to see Shafik's face. One of the butterflies hovered in the air for a while, fluttering its wings, and spotted Tom rushing towards his arms. Tom stretched out his hand to catch it, and the last page opened in front of him, flashing and refreshing at a rapid speed, expressing the emotions of the readers. Although the magazine distribution has only passed a meal, but the reader's attention has already shifted from the content about Shafik to this attached rain page. The small piece of paper can communicate with countless strangers magically. Seeing this unreasonable scene, Tom, who is used to the world, can't help sighing. Does this magic really exist? Nelson nodded with a smile, and the wand in his hand instantly turned into a delicate pen, scribbling a few strokes in the blank space for readers to write. Let's discuss a little bit about the content of this issue. In the next issue, we will present a more convenient way of communication in the magazine. Tom thought that this sentence would be overwhelmed by new comments soon, but he didn't expect that it would be bolded and highlighted at the top, and the speed of comment refresh slowed down visibly, and the surrounding just grabbed the magazines. The wizards also started discussing this passage in real time, and it appeared without time lag, even more convenient than the double-sided mirror, the most convenient way of magical communication. After the rare silence of the readers, as Nelson said, wishing speeches poured out like a tide, lashing at Shafik's already infamous reputation. Let's go out, it's too crowded here. Nelson pushed away two big men blocking the door, and walked out against the crowd with Tom. Such little magic with such enthusiasm. Little magic? Tom raised his eyebrows, correcting Nelson's wrong perception. Do you know what this is equivalent to? It is unique in all ages, to have wizards from all over the world in one room. Like the first time a non-magic person encounters magic, I'm shocked, and I have even thought of 10,000 ways to use this magic. I hope that, when you go back, you can write down these 10,000 ways on a piece of paper to open my eyes. But I need to correct your misunderstanding, Tom. This is not a meeting of wizards from all over the world. As long as you can write, you can participate in this meeting. Nelson nodded, and said, I'm really puzzled. Thousands of years have passed since the birth of magic, and wizards have not yet invented this low-cost instant, the magic of communication. What's the point? Retorted Tom. Can this kind of magic make wizards stronger? Can it make them stronger in duels? Most people think this way. If you are invincible, think no matter what you say, there will naturally be countless doglegs running errands for you. It's true. I told them about this idea when the center was built. At that time, they didn't know anything about it, and they didn't even understand what I meant at one point. They didn't expect that it has become a reality now. Nelson was quite emotional. To be honest, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Didn't you invent this? No. Nelson shook his head. I don't need to do everything myself. The treasure is there, waiting for people with ideas to discover it. You have found a lot of talents in the garbage dump. Tom envied. It's not like me, who helps this and that in school every day, but the group of guys open their mouths and say, I have to go back and ask my father. Shut up, it's just wait a few years for our family and I'll have the final say. It's really useless. You're a long-term investment. They haven't reached the point of exerting their strength yet, Nelson said with a smile. Are you going to France for the holidays? Penguin and the others will hold a World Expo for wizards there, and there will be a lot of novelty at that time. You may be able to bring some back, and let your friends start their efforts a little earlier. I think if this is the case, then when their father's foundation collapses, the reaction of those pure-blood families will not be too strong. Hurry up, I can't wait to use the cheap hair smoother. Tom curled his lips and nodded. Why is it set in France? Isn't England good? Because the French Ministry of Magic is great. Nelson blinked. You know, their control over the wizarding world is equivalent to no control. This doesn't sound like a compliment. Tom put on a French expression. Let's go back. Let's go around the pig's head bar first. Aberforth won't really die outside, right? Bless you. A pair of strong arms rushed from behind the two. Nelson subconsciously lowered his head to dodge and let Aberforth, who wanted to hug them at the same time, miss nothing. He only reached Tom's shoulders, and he lost his balance and circled around Tom. After turning around, he fell to the ground with a bang. Are you okay? Nelson stretched out his hand and pulled Aberforth to his feet. Aberforth got up from the ground with his hands on his forehead, staring at the stars, and the ground trampled by the crowd threw him on his back. It's fine. He shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, I saw a lot of people here, so I came here to join in the fun. I didn't expect you to be there, so I don't need to look for you. Is there something wrong with me? Wait a minute, let me see what's going on inside, said Aberforth despite being knocked out of his senses, but his human nature of watching the crowds has not weakened in the slightest. There are too many people here. Let me go later in the bar, I'll tell you. Let's go. Nelson tugged on his sleeve and dragged him out of the crowd. I'll get someone to send you a copy later. Okay. At this time, the village was extremely deserted, and there was no one on the street. Aberforth also took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to Nelson, saying, you need to be careful recently. No mengods, those black wizards are deploying people behind your back. There must be some unknown conspiracy. Thank you. Nelson quickly opened the envelope. Penguin didn't write too much nonsense, but simply relayed the investigation results of Johnny and the two to Nelson. He quickly scanned the entire letter with an increasingly weird expression. What's the matter? Tom whispered, while Aberforth turned his head away and whistled. It's actually for me. Nelson handed the letter to Tom, pouted at him. What a strange guy. Who? Tom glanced at the contents of his heart, and his expression soon became exactly the same as Nelson's. He slowly turned his head, his tone full of disbelief. Muggle? Is that a Muggle? Chapter 453. The first train for the school leavers was empty. Although most of the students were eager to return home, they were still immersed in the happiness of being able to sleep late and wake up late, after being freed from the tension at the end of the semester. There were only a few passengers on this morning train, but the steam gushing from the front of the train was no different from a car full of people. In the special carriage for professors at the front of the train, Nelson and his party are nestling on the sofa and baking shoes. Although it is already early summer, the coldness shrouded in dusk in the morning still makes people feel unmotivated, let alone before they set off. There was also a light rain, although it would not obstruct the traveler, but it was enough to wet the corners of their clothes. Alfred was slumped in the soft cushion like a slug, yawning. He was sliding down the silky fabric of the sofa. There was still some gum from his late sleep in the corners of his eyes, and he looked sleepy, as if about to die suddenly. Wahlberger sat beside him, suppressing the urge to beat up his brother. Wahlberger, how's your nude score? Nelson, who clearly read Wahlberger's thoughts and wanted to save Alfred's life, put down the book in his hand, raised his head and asked, I hope you don't come back and continue to be my classmate. Why are you asking such an unlucky question so early in the morning? Wahlberger puffed up his cheeks pretending to be angry, grabbed the menu on the side, crumpled it up, and threw it at Nelson. Nelson easily avoided it, and the paper bowl precisely landed on the napping Professor Sloan in front of him, who was already bald on the forehead. Sorry, teach hush. Nelson signaled Wahlb to shut up. Professor Sloan, who was saddened by the loss of the Academy Cup, had just poured himself a whole bottle of mead, and he was still delirious. As long as he didn't disturb him, he doesn't feel like someone is hitting him. I heard Tom say that you did well in the exam. Wahlberger covered his mouth, stared at Professor Sloan's bright and regular ups and downs, waited for a while, let go of his hand with a long sigh of relief, glanced at Tom, smiled and whispered, Tom told yours? Thank you for your notes. I far exceeded my expectations. Don't misinterpret what I mean. Tom, who was sitting opposite Nelson, peeked out his face from above the newspaper and said quietly, I just said that the test points you drew seem to highly overlap with this year's test. You probably don't usually do too many questions. Nelson raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, the NEWT's exam is easy to formulate. Except for some exam questions that keep pace with the times. Most of the exam syllabus are repeated every 7 years. Really? Alfred, who was still limp like a slug just now, suddenly came to life, straightened up from his seat, looked at Nelson longingly, blinked his eyes, and had to say, extremely disgusting. Is there any chance of getting a 7-year-old? You have no chance, Alfred, Nelson said mercilessly, tearing up his illusions. The owls and newts exams were jointly issued by the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot. And they were written after Professor Dumbledore became the Wizengamot. After Chief Imo, as a teacher, he will definitely make certain adjustments to the exam questions. After all, From the current point of view, many contents in the exam syllabus that did not know hundreds of years ago are outdated. Okay. Alfred blinked and turned back into that wriggling slug again. The speed of the movement made one have to wonder if seeing him wake up just now was a hallucination. I got an O in magical beast studies and divination, and I got an A in everything else. I'm very satisfied with such a result. Wahlberger tossed his hair, but his expression quickly became sad. I just think that next semester I can't study at Hogwarts with you, and I feel a little sad. You might as well feel sad about your grades. Alfred smacked his lips, talking in his sleep, with the help of the exam outline. You got this. Before he finished speaking, Wahlberger, who had injured for a long time, pounced on him like a tiger descending from the mountain. She strangled her brother's neck, pressed her wand against his temple, and covered his mouth with her other hand. Drag Alfred out of this carriage. Seeing this scene, Tom and Nelson stared at each other with strange expressions. The death of a student during his term of office must be a stain on Dumbledore. Tom folded the newspaper, and the first page continued to report on the battle for the chairmanship of the International Federation of Wizards after the completion of the Wizengamot's reorganization. The banner got another chance to appear on the screen, and there were many more Oriental wizards around in support. They stared at the camera implicitly, as if the readers outside did not vote for Mr. Liu, they would cast a curse through the newspaper. Nelson was stared a little hairy and used the levitation charm to grab Tom's newspaper from the air, folded it and stuffed it into his bag. Why are you still carrying this bag? Tom pouted when he saw Nelson's whitish backpack at the corner. Do you need me to sponsor you to buy a new one? This bag is pretty easy to use. Nelson patted the dust on the school bag, patted it to the back of his waist, and said softly, it can always remind me not to forget things. Every time I see it, I will doubt that it's not being poisoned, which will make me more vigilant. Speaking of which, how is that Jocunda doing now? Tom asked curiously. I feel like she gave up studying after she left Hogwarts. The time I met her in Paris, her magic was so lame. Yes, but good at running away like a mouse. Very street style. The magic of the Sykes family will always attract other people's covetousness, especially when an underage wizard who dropped out of school holds this treasure. I have so many people in the United States, and I have been chasing her for a long time. Nelson shook his head. I believe she has completely changed her mind. I received a letter from the American Muggles before, telling me that a witch is very interested in how to make Muggles obtain magic. I think it should be her. She is now stay at Memorial Park in Second Salem and hope she becomes a less selfish person. You're really idle. Tom curled his lips. Have you played pretend games with such a small person for so long? Did you become addicted to listening to someone call you dad? I admit that the method used at that time was a bit despicable. At that time, the secret I restored for Sykes was a bit extreme. If I could do it all over again, I would rather choose a more brutal way of snatching it. Nelson sighed. Playing with people's souls I still can't let go of the guilt brought about by my emotions, and it is actually enough for her to pay the same price as the winged demon. You are still too gentle. Nah, Tom said seriously, frowning. If I were you, she would have no future at all. You are such a freak. Growing up in a place where snakes and rats are rampant in the West Side, how can I have such priestly thoughts? Which one of us is not? Nelson carefully stuffed the book on his lap into the bag and continued. Actually, the affairs of the Sykes family have not yet come to an end, and I still have many doubts. Coincidentally, a person who can answer these doubts people are looking for me too. The guy who sells eggs. Tom's eyes showed a trace of fear. I still can't understand. How can he be a Muggle? Maybe he used to be a Muggle, or maybe the owner of such a name was a Muggle. Nelson leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes and meditated. According to the investigation results sent by Johnny, the owner of this name belongs to Mrs. Brother. She is a Muggle-born witch, and her brother is supposed to be a Muggle. That should be, because the pseudonym didn't run away. No, the real situation may be just the opposite. Nelson's expression was serious and suspicious. After Aberforth brought the letter to me, Johnny sent me a detailed investigation report. The ministry found Mrs. Sykes' hometown, visited there, and found the remaining image of Mr. Ivy and the memory of several people of the same age. It was indeed the one who gave the acromantula eggs to Hagrid people. But wasn't Dr. Sykes' brother-in-law used as an experiment by him? But the experiment didn't necessarily fail. Nelson said in a deep voice. The shocking experimental records in the home of love appeared in front of him and Tom at the same time. The temperature in the whole car even dropped because of this, and Professor Slughorn, who was still drunk not far away, fell asleep in his sleep feeling the temperature change. I hugged myself tighter. Soon, distress hit the two travelers, and they fell asleep with Professor Slughorn. "Mr. Williams? Is that you, Mr. Williams?" Just when Nelson was standing at the gate of the train station to buy tickets, a pleasantly surprised voice came from behind the two of them. Nelson felt that the voice was a little strange, so he turned his head in a daze and saw a tall man in a well-dressed suit standing behind him. His broad shoulders are like mountains blocking the sun, and there is an old scar under the corner of his left eye, and his face is full of surprise. "I'm Williams. May I ask you?" "I'm Jack, Mr. Williams." Although the man was dressed in a gentleman's attire, his posture and demeanor revealed a resolute look from the military. Nelson, who knew what was going on, was out of breath. After the hug, he stood in front of Nelson, and the tall man had tears in his eyes. "It's great that you are still alive. I don't know if you still remember, I used to be a trainee on the Icarus." "Icarus? Intern?" Nelson raised his eyebrows, thinking of the young sailor who liked to ask questions. He still remembered the white sailor cap. Looking at the man in front of him, he really couldn't distinguish him from him. The young man who was as sensitive as a monkey on the cable was connected. He was silent for a moment and said with a smile, "You have changed so much, I almost didn't recognize it. I've been floating at sea for so many years, and I'm no longer the cucumber egg that I was back then. But you, Mr. Williams, are still as eye-catching as before." Jack scratched his head and grinned. "Sorry, I lost my composure just now, and I'm so surprised to see that you are still alive." "What? Is there any damn element in nah?" Tom, who had been standing by and ignored, made a dissatisfied voice. "This is Tom. I often mentioned him on the boat." Nelson put his hand on Tom's shoulder, infected by Jack's joy. He also laughed happily, turned his head to look at Tom again, and introduced, "This the bit is what I told you about. One of the 3 Jacks on the Icarus. It turned out to be you. I heard about you from Mrs. Cole. Thank you for everything you have done for the children of the Westside Orphanage." After learning who the person in front of him was, Tom's attitude instantly improved. Shook hands with Jack, felt the calluses and strong strength of Jack's hands, and sighed. "There is a big difference between you and nah. It's been a long time, sir. I went out on patrol today for the first time, and I didn't expect to meet Mr. Williams. This must be a gift from God. Do you want to sit with me?" Served on a ship called the Blanny. She was a dilapidated ship, but a beautiful ship. The reason why I'm worried about what will happen to Mr. Williams is because after he got off the ship, Poland became the occupied area of the German devils, and the situation of the British there is worrying. Jack poured hot water for the two in the sheriff's office tea, rubbed his hands and said, "When I was on the Icarus, I heard Mr. Williams tell a lot of interesting sea stories, and I felt that I couldn't be a sailor until I died. It happened that the Royal Fleet was recruiting troops at that time. I just signed up to join the army and spent a long time floating on the high seas, fighting with the fleet. Thanks to the frequent failure of the Blanny, I missed many battles that were defeated. You are so lucky." Nelson sighed. He knew the cruelty of war. "The closest I was to death was when I encountered the Polish fleet on the high seas. It was a year before the end of the war. We were ordered to lay mines there. At that time, I thought I was going to die. The fleet actually sank them." "Which ship are you on?" Nelson raised his eyebrows. "What? Nothing." Nelson shook his head. "Later I was ordered to send the army to log in the absence of a port. This was undoubtedly a suicide mission, but on the way, the war was inexplicably won, and I survived." Jack said lightly about the past few years. "The commander of the Blanny was actually a guy named Doug, but he had hardly been on the ship. After the war, I suddenly didn't know what to do. At this time, people from their family found me. He needs military merit. I need money. We hit it off. You see, I'm doing well now, and I have a good job. You could have had it both ways. Forget it. Let's not mention these bad things." Jack clapped his hands and said, "Mr. Williams, in fact, many people are looking for you." "What? What did I do again? You may not know that a novel is very popular in France recently, and I heard that a movie has been made, Jack said enthusiastically, without noticing that Nelson's expression became more and more strange. The scientific and technological officer with the same name concealed the German government and secretly released the prisoners. I remember you said on the ship that you were a nuclear physicist. I didn't expect to be so powerful, valued by the Germans, and under such strict supervision. Nelson could no longer hear what he was talking about. He just wanted to escape from England quickly by boat. He couldn't stay in this place for a second. Tom, who was sitting by the side, held up his glass and suppressed his smile, and finally, a mouthful of hot tea was sprayed out. "What's the matter, sir?" "Nothing." Tom pulled out a magazine. "I just happen to have movie tickets. I wonder if you're interested." Chapter 454. He still thinks he's lucky. Tom leaned against the ship's side, looking at the calm sea, playing with the cannon model Jack gave him. He twisted the clockwork, and the tin soldier standing behind the cannon stuffed a bulging cannonball into the barrel, and then, as the clockwork triggered the buckle, the cannonball tied with a thin iron chain was ejected from the muzzle. He picked up the small iron ball and handed it back to the artilleryman, repeating this action endlessly. "Of course it's good luck," Nelson shrugged. The two white waves drawn by the hull rolled in front of his eyes. He threw the oyster shell in his hand into the sea, and it swirled to draw several water floats. "That day isn't it lucky for him that I can pass by? I don't have to tell him that I'm on that ship, so that he will always think that I'm a nuclear physicist. Isn't it not bad? This is a beautiful misunderstanding." "That's true." Tom snapped his fingers thoughtfully, and the waiter standing on the deck trotted towards the two of them. He wiped the sweat from his face, straightened his sailor cap, and his cheeks were not sure whether it was from seasickness or exposure to the sun. Flung hung. "Sir, do you need help? Get me 2 glasses of ice water, will you? Send it here?" "That's right." Tom nodded. "By the way, are you an intern?" "Yes, sir." The young man was a little nervous, stuttering. "Is there something wrong with me?" "You're doing well." Nelson saw a familiar shadow on his body. He leaned against the guardrail and asked casually, "What's your name?" "My name is Jack, sir." Hearing the same familiar name, Nelson turned his head slowly and exchanged glances with Tom. It was still the same familiar route, and the two embarked on a journey to Paris on another cruise ship with an unremarkable name. Compared with the tension during the war, the atmosphere in Paris today is particularly jubilant. Even though the war has passed for a long time, the people of Paris are still immersed in the joy of victory. Countless young men and women are playing in the streets arm in arm, carrying cheap but the delicate little goods, while laughing and cursing the Germans who brought them trauma, express their feelings affectionately to the people around them. It's really open. Although he has been to Paris more than once, this is the first time Tom has seen such a scene, and he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The enthusiasm of Parisians is well deserved. The two got off from the Polish seaport with a fixed route, and arrived in Paris by intermittent trains and locomotives with occasional transfers. Along the way, the color of the celebration became more and more intense, as if the Parisian New Year was scheduled for summer, but these distinctive decorations are not used for festivals. Large numbers of 1944 and some French words welcoming guests can be seen everywhere, mixed with languages of various countries, decorating this place, as if all nations are coming to Korea. In addition to the French, there are also many tourists from foreign countries on the street, even more than the locals. The hotels that are hard to be filled on weekdays are full of people, and the streets are full of cars that are usually rare. Pedestrians have to walk in the middle of the road, but when the road traffic is good, many people choose to use the middle of the road as their red carpet. It happens that Paris is going to host the World Expo, Nelson explained to Tom, so we chose to hold our World Expo at the back of it, so that there are more people and more lively. Really? Tom squinted his eyes and looked at a passerby who was walking towards him. No wonder I always feel that some people on the street have a strange smell. Nelson followed his gaze and almost didn't laugh out loud. He saw an arrogant man walking swaggeringly under the escort of his entourage. He combed a head of judge-like flamboyant silver wool curly hair and wore puff sleeves. He wore a black and red striped dress, men's white high leg socks inherited from the Napoleon era, a bright red cape, and even a pair of calfskin high heels, just like Napoleon himself. And those who looked like followers were also dressed in a variety of clothes, which made one of the men with an ugly expression and a normal suit look extraordinarily different. They attracted the attention of many people on the street, but Parisians did not express much emotion about it, because in these days, they have long been used to seeing all kinds of strange people in strange clothes. Nelson and Tom walked forward to meet him. When they passed by, Nelson lowered his voice and said, "Sir, Muggles in the 20th century don't dress like this, okay?" Napoleon turned his head, but the two had disappeared into the crowd. He looked at the attendant in a suit and asked in French with a strong accent, "Am I strange? You are very handsome." The man in the suit wrinkled his face into a bitter gird, looking extremely painful. It stands to reason that the World Expo will go through a short period of suspension. You know, destruction is far easier than reconstruction. Nelson and Tom walked on the refreshing street, and the oncoming Parisians greeted them warmly. Walking through a street, he had already high-fived with no less than 10 people. Nelson rubbed his red palms, smiled and said to Tom, "You see, although most people think that the most severely injured in the war it is those countries that are occupied, especially the Far East that cannot be seen by Europeans, but the French always emphasize that they are the ones that suffer the most." Why? Tom looked around. Most of the buildings he saw when he came to Paris last time are still there, and they haven't suffered much damage. The scene here looks more than a star and a half better than London. How did you get hurt? You have to know, they surrendered too fast. Nelson shrugged and said in a low voice, "The German army still loves the property in the occupied area, but it is precisely because of this too fast surrender that the French who failed to participate in the exhibition were too ridiculously infamous. I remember seeing a battle report in Krakow before. There are many rebellious guerrillas in France, but they don't even know whose command they should listen to. This is a sad story." "That's really sad." Tom looked at the people coming and going on the street with a different look, as if trying to find a capitulationist temperament in them, but failed quickly. So they desperately need a grand event to declare their hard-won victory, Nelson said while facing the street, looking at the festive banners hung up by the workers and those French-style decorations. For war the loss is not too great, and even for France, which has received part of the German heritage, the World Expo, which other countries are unwilling to hold, has become the most suitable event. It happened that they held a World Expo in 37. This thing is pretty handy. All nations. Tom had some longing for the so-called all nations. There aren't that many. Nelson shook his head. The UK has hosted it before. The venue for the first World Expo was called the Crystal Palace. It was a magnificent building. Unfortunately, it burned down a year before we were born. By the way, are you hungry? I saw there are snacks sold there. Before Tom could answer, Nelson, who had become hungry during the bumpy journey, walked to the stalls on the street. The stalls were full of things that looked like finger biscuits and puffs, and Tom rubbed them. He was also a little hungry. After arriving in Paris, the dry food brought from England immediately became a burden that took up too much space in the bag. The Lord talked. "Sir, what is this?" The bearded stall owner raised his eyelids to glance at Nelson, tilted his head, and asked, "Foreigner? We are from England." Nelson nodded, pointing to a few of them that looked creamy in color. "Please pack these up. British people. Then you have to taste it. You won't be able to eat such good food when you return to England." The stall owner's national self-confidence jumped up. He puffed up his chest and proudly introduced, "This it's a puff puff. We call it the Duchess Pain, of course. The name is a bit of a bad name, and we've recently been debating whether to call it the Lightning Puff, because it's delicious enough to make you blow it like lightning. It swallows quickly." Although the stall owner may be telling the truth, Tom was annoyed by his pretentious attitude, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is it really that fast?" The stall owner nodded solemnly, grabbed a puff in front of him, swallowed it whole, and showed a satisfied smile. It could be seen that he had been looking for an excuse to eat one for a long time, but Tom's next sentence made his smile froze on his face. "It's really fast. I think it's faster than lightning," Tom said seriously, and the stall owner nodded with satisfaction, but he continued, "I think that compared to Lightning Puff is the name might be more appropriate, because it's as fast as keep the change, please." Nelson covered Tom's mouth, settled the bill faster than a blitz, threw the banknotes on the trolley, and dragged Tom away from the block, leaving the stall owner stunned in place. Walking around the corner, Tom puffed his cheeks and muttered, if they had surrendered later, London wouldn't have been bombed like that. Don't tell me, it's delicious. Looking at Tom, who was cleaning the puffs with lightning speed like a storm in front of him, Nelson smiled and said, I have already found someone to book a room for us, which is enough to live until September. Do you want to live in Paris, or in a hidden place? Paris. Tom thought for a moment, then said, I want to see what the World Expo will look like. The last World Expo was held in San Francisco, USA, and the theme was building the world of tomorrow. Nelson continued like a competent tour guide. The theme of this year's expo in Paris was just right, called towards the world of tomorrow. Coincidence? What's more, the Witcher World Expo has also set this theme. Tom rubbed his chin and didn't speak. He felt that this incident was more than a coincidence. Maybe Nelson, who pays attention to the sense of ritual, got in the way and moved his hands. Maybe the original theme of this World Expo was big stuttering. Puffs also said indefinite. While the two were talking, several wizards in strange costumes passed by them. Some of them were dressed like native Central Americans. Some looked like they were about to get married or crowned, and a group of wizards passed by. The wizards with oriental faces were wearing robes with cloud patterns. They were all very eye-catching. Some of the oriental wizards had attended the meeting that dealt with the second Salem incident. They had some impressions of Nelson and nodded at him with a smile. I haven't seen wizards in the East yet. I heard that they like to use swords. They may be warriors like Gryffindor. Tom analyzed blindly, trying to find a scabbard or something similar on the group of people. Stereotype. Nelson shook his head. Did you forget? When we came back, there was one on board. Their magic is indeed quite different from European wizards. Speaking of which, there are so many wizards gathered in Paris. It may be the most in history. Nelson nodded. The chairman of the International Federation of Wizards will also be elected at this meeting. I originally thought that this matter would be difficult, but I didn't expect all aspects, including Grindelwald, all have appeals that can be realized with the help of it. So the intensity of publicity is unprecedented, and it has also received a lot of support. If the effect is good, it is even expected to become a regular event. In addition to us, there will be other countries participating in the exhibition. Their magic stuff. Will you show those toys of yours? Asked Tom curiously. This time it's not a toy, it's something good enough to change our lives. Nelson raised his eyebrows, pretending to be closed. The attempt in the British magic circle has achieved great success. I believe no one will refuse better life, and the two World Expos held at the same time will have the same climax. I can't wait to see this scene. I know, that movie, right? Why do not you talk? I was thinking, if someone in Hogwarts died accidentally overseas, Dumbledore wouldn't pursue it, would he? Haha, what are you talking about? Tom handed the few snacks left in his hand to Nelson. Have some Blitz Puffs. It's actually this hotel. The familiar spiral staircase, the familiar attic room, the familiar pine-scented fireplace and the familiar sofa. Tom never imagined that the room Nelson ordered was the one that old Riddle used to live in, and he couldn't help but sigh again. A trick of fate. What's the matter? Nelson directed the waiter to move the suitcase sent early into the room, turned his head and said, this is the best one can order. Are you allergic to pine branches? Not at all. Tom opened the curtains and looked at the street under his feet. Not far from the Paris Opera House, he happened to be able to see the corner of the alley and the entrance of the hiding place. There is a long queue at the alley of the Asian sculpture. Is there someone running out of it happily, as if on a pilgrimage? What's going on there? Sir, the hotel manager introduced with a smile when he heard that the guests came up the stairs. This is the most famous classic in Paris in recent years, and there is still some time before the opening of the World Expo. If you are interested, you can go there, walk around. The story of it is recorded on the wall of that street. Looking for Pythia. Tom turned his head, looked at Nelson who was acting stiffly, raised his eyebrows, and asked in disbelief. Have you heard of it, too? Said the manager, looking very proud, bowing slightly. That is the gem of our French spirit. Note, in real history, this World Expo does not exist. It has been suspended for more than 10 years. Chapter 455. A lot of wizards. Is there anything new around you recently? Early the next morning, Nelson sat in the restaurant downstairs and asked with a smile to the waiter, who had finished ordering, "Are you here to visit the expo, sir?" "That's right," Nelson nodded, "but there are still a few days before the exhibition, and I just want to go shopping around Paris, but there are so many beautiful places here that I'm confused." "You are so fluent in French, have you been here before?" the waiter asked curiously, inserting the menu into his apron. "I've been here for a while, and I've been to all the famous attractions." "Well, sir, there is a play of Notre Dame de Paris at the Paris Grand Theatre tonight. You can go and see it." The waiter tilted his head, thought for a moment, and said, "You may have heard that there is a famous sculpture next to the theatre. You can go and have a look after a while." "Oh, are you looking for Pythia?" Tom, who came down the stairs and came late, walked into the restaurant, sat opposite Nelson, ignored Nelson's expression of resistance, and asked curiously, "Why? Hot?" "It's because of the popularity, sir." The waiter shook his head, with a trace of fear in his eyes. "Since you know this work, I won't introduce too much. It's been weird recently, sir. There are a lot of weird people in strange clothes haunting that alley. They may be fans of Mr. Dumbledore and Mr. Grindelwald. The thoughts and behaviors of this kind of performance artists are beyond the comprehension of most of us." "Can you talk about it?" Tom became interested. "Last week, some children from the surrounding shops saw that there were many people there, so they went to play in the alley, but they disappeared strangely, and they didn't return home until yesterday. The people in those shops were going crazy, even called the police, but the police only cared about serving the lawless tourists from outside." "Sorry, sir, I didn't mean to offend you." The waiter looked nervously at Tom, who nodded after indicating that he didn't care. He continued, "They don't even remember what happened in the week they disappeared. They just said strange things, like they were insane." "What strange words?" The waiter lowered his head, glanced at the surrounding environment with the corner of his eyes, lowered his voice, and said in a trembling voice, "They said that they were captured by witchcraft, and that the statue was alive. Behind the statue is a world full of witchcraft. The priest at Notre Dame Church went to exorcise them, but it didn't work." He couldn't help shaking. It seemed that besides these words, those lost children had made some shocking speeches. Tom and Nelson looked at each other and nodded. The waiter didn't notice the slightly strange reaction of the two of them, and sincerely persuaded, "Gentlemen, that must be the magic method used by those weird people gathered there. There are even gypsies there. I heard that a kind of hallucinogenic drug will be used to abduct children. They may just run out of luck. People with status like you, it's better not to set foot in dangerous places, and it's not too late to visit after the World Expo starts for a while." "Thank you." Nelson nodded with a smile and handed him a large bill. "Could you please help us buy 2 front row tickets? I'm quite interested in the Notre Dame de Paris show, and the rest it's your tip." "To your room with this gentleman? Send it to me together." Nelson waved his hand, and the waiter bowed slightly, turned and left. It seems that some guys are not safe. After he left for a certain distance, Tom raised his eyebrows and said, "This way of abducting children, I thought Second Salem had made a comeback again. Maybe they just saw wizards entering the hiding place with the help of sculptures, and maybe they followed suit." Nelson looked out the window. In the early morning, the streets were already crowded with pedestrians, but there were fewer French faces, and they were all tourists who found everything new. It stands to reason that at such a time when wizards gather, the French Ministry of Magic should send someone to expel muggles. That's right, it's much cheaper than having the memory write-off office squatting over there. Maybe the French just don't believe in evil. Tom shrugged. "Shall we go over there and see? I have to go to the venue of the Wizarding World Expo, and I will pass by there." Nelson took out a well-printed World Expo brochure from his pocket and tapped its cover with the magic wand in his cuff. The content in the room melted away as if stained by water and recondensed into words that only wizards could read. He quickly flipped through the first few pages, raised his head, and said suspiciously, "It says in the brochure that all places that wizards frequent, they all cast the Muggle repelling charm. It is impossible to forget the important place like the entrance to the hidden place alone. Maybe it's just the French who are carrying forward their traditions. Tom shrugged, and the waiter carrying the dishes was already approaching them with a tray. Out of respect for the law of secrecy, he changed the subject. You just ordered what? I ordered snail sashimi for you, Nelson said helplessly before Tom raised his eyebrows, spreading his hands. If you can wake up a little earlier, you will know what to eat in the morning. Why do we have to get up early during the holidays? Tom asked confidently. If someone can go to bed late, why can't that person be me? I'll give you some sashimi tomorrow. Sorry, sir, our restaurant doesn't serve this kind of dish. Seeing Nelson's helpless expression, Tom cheerfully took the plate he was handed over. After a full meal, the two left the restaurant downstairs of the hotel and wandered in the direction of the Grand Theatre. Is there any way I can get a menu of French desserts that a house elf at school will accidentally pick up and get interested in? You can just go to the Hufflepuffs downstairs in the kitchen and tell them what you want to eat. There would be no surprises then, would there be? Speaking of surprises, boom. Before Nelson could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by surprise on his face. A short guy who walked without looking ahead ran from the front and bumped into his waist. The passers-by turned their heads and looked back from time to time, as if someone was chasing him. He thought he could escape by getting into the crowd, but who would have thought that Nelson, who was hit by the strong, remained motionless, but he was the one who was hit by the bullet? The momentum of the return was overturned, and he sat down on the cold ground. He lowered the brim of his hat to cover his face, and quickly got up from the ground without even looking at Nelson. He squeezed past him, and accelerated his speed ran away. This gives me a familiar feeling. Tom, who had witnessed the whole process, stood aside and raised his eyebrows. I guess there should be an extra wallet in your pocket that doesn't belong to you. You guessed wrong. Nelson shook his head. He doesn't have a big bag in his pocket, but such a thief does remind me of Christian. Did he really steal it? Good trick. Nelson turned his head and looked back. The thief who bumped into him had disappeared into the crowd. He looked at Tom again and asked, Wizard? Muggle? Tom shook his head. Maybe it's just like what you said. The pure technique is good, but the law and order here is really bad. Isn't this the city center? Probably. Nelson shrugged, non-committal. Immediately afterwards, the crowd in front of them was roughly separated by a group of people. The leader was the man in a suit in the entourage of Napoleon that Nelson saw yesterday. He pushed aside the crowd, ignoring the disgusted expressions of the people around him, and made way for the wizard behind him. It was the Napoleon who slowly walked out of the crowd. He seemed to have listened to Nelson's suggestion and changed into a fairly normal attire. The transvestite has turned into a recovering person with some minor mental illnesses. The gold necklace with a large gemstone like a dog chain around his neck further highlights his extraordinary temperament. He noticed Nelson and Tom in front of him at a glance and realized that this was the wizard who criticized his clothes yesterday, so he said unceremoniously in French, You guys, did you see the thief just now? His way of speaking was very similar to the language magic that Nelson bought at the beginning. The two didn't pay attention to this rude guy, just chatting to themselves. Why didn't you stop him when you saw him? Seeing their reaction, the wizard realized that they should have encountered it before. That's a thief. In my territory, you are such a lawless guy. To be beheaded. Is this another idiot who came out of that antique treasure land? Tom sneered at Nelson, controlling his voice to a level just enough for the wizard to hear. Sounds like a little leader? There are some wizard earth kings in Latin America, Australia, and Africa. Judging from his appearance, he should be from Australia. Nelson glanced at the wizard and said coldly, if you continue to chase now, you may still be able to catch them. But if you are still entangled here, it seems that you are still a king. I don't mind teaching you the truth, that a weak country has no diplomacy. Just as the wizard was about to shout, he was stopped by the accompanying man in a suit. He protected the Earth King behind him and cast a pleading look at Nelson, obviously recognizing who the person in front of him was. Nelson raised his chin at him, nodded slightly, bypassing the furious Tu Wang, without even looking at him. That's right, if you did something just now, it would have violated the confidentiality law. After walking through this block, Tom suddenly remembered, smashed his palms, and said regretfully, we should find a place where there are no people, and we can ask for it later. Ransom. Can't you think of a business that's not so out of the ordinary? Nelson looked around, walked across the street, and came to the entrance of the Hogwarts. As the waiter in the restaurant said, there are strange clothes everywhere. It makes the muggles mixed in seem a little abnormal. These muggles just proved another thing. There is no muggle expulsion spell here. Nelson saw several people in civilian clothes wearing French. The wizard with the badge of the Ministry of Magic should be the auras and amnestics stationed here. It's also for making money, but that person's methods are much better than yours. What do you mean? Asked Tom. Who? That's the most normal person. He's a liar. I'm afraid he didn't come out this time to visit the World Expo, but he came here to make a fool of himself, Nelson said with a smile. Is the pendant on the neck? It was made with a spell, a very clever transfiguration technique, and this World Expo has indeed attracted a lot of interesting people. But how do you know it's a lie? Of course it's because. Nelson thought for a while, but couldn't make up a good reason, so he handed Tom the World Expo brochure he was reading this morning. This book records some famous and dangerous people. Of course, they just carrying some crimes such as fraud, stealing or other wizarding laws that will not be severely punished. The French Ministry of Magic is unable to control these guys, so they have to print them out to let tourists take care of their wallets. Of course, some people like themselves jumped on it. Guy. It's only a matter of time before he gets cheated. They're pretty sweet. Tom raised his head and looked forward. Behind the Paris Opera House, a building he had never seen before was reflecting colorful lights in the sun. It is a narrow and tall building, which looks like a water tower. Its narrowness is only due to its relative height. Compared with the surrounding buildings, it is also wide and mighty. The whole body is made of steel painted with white, blue, and red paint. It is built to expose the structure of the building unreservedly. These steel materials are not uniform, and some have obvious shapes of gun barrels, gun mounts or rails. In the introduction of the brochure, visitors can learn that the main building of the World Expo was disassembled and assembled from the weapons seized by France in the war, while the masonry structures for tourists to visit were wrapped and protected by these gun mounts. The area between the building and the Grand Theatre is an open space with various simple exhibition areas and trails. It used to be a barracks cleared by the German garrison. Vehicles looking at building materials and exhibits were busy coming in and out, and Nelson even saw a lot of eye-catching machines, such as highly completed assembly line parts, which are no different from future development trends, such as comfortable machines. Small cars, beautiful appearance, and those iron bumps running on the street are in stark contrast. Nelson knew that at this moment, the streets of the hidden place were also being transported in full swing. He walked towards the sculpture of Pythia and headed for the long-awaited hidden place. Want to play with me? A hoarse whisper came from his ear. A crooked old witch was holding an apple, tempting the Muggle children playing around like in a fairy tale. Nelson don't mind, because he noticed that the auras stationed here had already approached her from all directions. Wizards wearing special costumes from all over the world, mixed with muggles who strayed in, chatting freely, auras were chasing prisoners around them, and muggle vendors were pulling small carts to sell their products. The muggles and wizards who got together were having a conversation that didn't match the lips of the donkey. Such a special scene may have never appeared in this world. Chapter 456. Does anyone want to see this scene? The further you go in, the figures of wizards and muggles in strange clothes become less and less. Beside the sculpture of Pythia, there are only a group of wizards in decent wizard robes talking to each other. They look more serious than the guys on the outside. A lot of. Nelson raised his hat slightly and greeted a familiar guy. Did you come so early, too? This is an enthusiastic middleman with a strong Mexican accent in his accent, and his face is full of slickness. He looks like a handsome man. Nelson nodded, remembering his identity. It seems to be someone, a small leader of the Ministry of Magic of a small country. He had seen this face in the center. Come and take a look. Nelson nodded, put back his hat, and walked towards the sculpture of Pythia. Do you have any amazing products this time? The man didn't seem to notice that Nelson was not talking, and trotted to keep up with him, rubbing his hands and asking, "Isn't this exhibition organized by the French Ministry of Magic? I think they may have more good things worth noting." I see. The man took out 2 gold-plated business cards from his hat, stuffed them into the hands of Nelson and Tom, and said with a smile, "I will only pay attention to your factory from the beginning to the end." After all, He bowed and left quickly. A man like that never loses money anywhere. Tom wondered. It's just that life is too tiring. Who would feel tired if there is money to be made? Tom shrugged, and the two of them reached out to the sculpture of Pythia almost at the same time. Tom also covered the back of his head with his other hand, for fear that the statue would take revenge. Treat yourself again. I advise you not to do this. After all, no woman wants to be judged with vindictiveness. I think my head is more important than the feeling of a statue. However, when the two of them touched Pythia's skirt corners like rogues, the imaginary revenge did not appear, and they even failed to enter the hiding place. The two of them froze in place, touching the skin. The corners of Shire's skirt looked more like two stinky hooligans. The air seemed to be stagnant because of this, but fortunately no one around noticed the embarrassment here. They were still immersed in their conversation. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow flew out from the statue and fell towards Nelson. He subconsciously set up the barrier and saw the face of the flying object in a second. A little boy with a frightened expression, holding his head, tears and mud mixed together, looking ugly. The barrier disappeared instantly, and the little boy flew towards Nelson's arms, and after being blocked by a layer of soft armor that appeared suddenly, he fell into Nelson's arms lightly. Just when the two looked at each other and didn't realize what happened, another boy flew out from the statue. Tom was not as kind as Nelson. He repelled the general with the obstacle spell, lost his center of gravity, slid on the ground for a few meters, and then hit the gravel ground heavily. The clothes on his back became tattered due to the friction, and the exposed skin became the same as the clothes. Bright red blood immediately soaked half of the body. He looks older than the child in Nelson's arms. The two wear almost the same Muggle costumes, and there are many similarities between their eyebrows and eyes. They seem to be brothers. Tangled up, as if it had been snapped and glued together. Tom nodded approvingly, noticing that he didn't let go of his wand despite being in this situation. Is this caught stealing? Before the two had time to express their guesses about the two children, a haughty voice came from the statue in the next second. Followed by a young man in wizard robes. He showed a mocking smile, scanned the crowd, first stayed on the little boy in Nelson's arms, then quickly moved away, and settled on the little boy in Nelson's arms, boy lying on the ground in pain. Immediately afterwards, two other people appeared behind him with the same mocking smiles on their faces. The ones of the three pointed to the air, where an old man with white hair and beard was floating helplessly in the air. His back was stooped, his body was thin. His ribs and spine were so distinct that they almost pierced his flesh, and a surprisingly skinny calf was hanging feebly in the air, looking like it would break if touched. The clothes on his body were also extremely tattered, covered with mud, and the dripping mud water almost fell on Nelson's beloved hat, and his face smelled visibly to the naked eye. Hey, Ferdinand, guess what we picked up? An old cripple from a shabby house. The leading guy's tone was extremely exaggerated, and each word was wrapped in several uvula trills, making people irritated. They passed between Nelson and Tom, and walked towards the boy lying on the ground, Ferdinand. At this time, a force of attraction came from the sculpture of Pythia. After the person on the opposite side passed by, Nelson and Tom could finally enter, but they let go of their hands almost at the same time, turned around, and looked at the place where the conflict occurred. No one noticed the bowed head of the Pythian sculpture, and no one could read her emotions encased in stone. I saw the boy lying on the ground twitching in pain, but the range of movements quickly diminished. He resisted the pain, and got up from the ground, ignoring the dust and stones inserted into the wound. Howling like a mad dog with a cry, he waved his wand, and rushed towards the three of them. Yo, you still have the strength to move? The three of them almost trembled in the same irritating uvula. Amid noisy laughter, the old man fell from the air. See if you can catch your broken grandpa. Ferdinand rushed forward in a hurry. There was no obstacle in front of him, but his anxiety caused him to lose his balance. He staggered and fell to the ground, biting a mouthful of sand. Seeing that he couldn't catch the old man, but the silver rope flying from behind the three of them engulfed him at a critical moment, preventing the old man from falling to the ground. Ferdinand looked forward gratefully, but just as he raised his head, his wand spun away with a sound of Expelliarmus. Having lost his weapon, he wailed, and rushed forward with both hands and feet, hitting the barrier in front of him firmly, and his entire face swelled up quickly. The wand spun and fell into the leader's hand. He caught it lightly, skillfully tore off the tape, and gently folded it. Broken? The surrounding onlookers suddenly showed surprised expressions. In any case, such behavior is already unacceptable for wizards. A crappy mudblood like you is not worthy of using a wand. The leader quickly answered their doubts, but this extremely vulgar wording quickly aroused dissatisfaction from the people around him. He said, since Bogsbottom's mercy gave you the opportunity to learn magic secretly, why don't you take advantage of it and take your disgusting muggle grandfather and brother to defile the hiding place? He flicked his wand lightly, and Ferdinand, who fell to the ground, was dragged by him with the flying curse like a broken sack. How could a skinny wizard with bare hands and wounded fight against 3 big and tall enemies? He gave his answer to the spectators around him. When he flew to the feet of the 3 of them, he opened his arms and hugged one of them's calf, biting his calf muscles fiercely like a beast losing his mind. The bitten person let out a cry of pain, followed by an exasperated counterattack. A gust of small curses hit Ferdinand's body like raindrops. His exposed skin swelled, shriveled, changed color, and grew strange growths. The forms of things were switched back and forth, and the spectators gasped and turned their heads wisely, not wanting to watch this kind of mental pollution again. The little boy Nelson's arms suddenly twitched out of fear. Nelson sighed, took off his hat, and put it on his head. The brim of the hat was not too wide enough to cover his eyes. He looked at Tom, only to see the sullen Tom take a step forward and walk towards the backs of the 3 of them. They are still swearing with all kinds of ugly words, but the people around them have various reasons. Maybe foreigners don't want to meddle in their own business, maybe they think such things are normal, or maybe they are worried about offending people. The secrecy law, no one shot to stop them. I'm a mudblood too. Tom's eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked at the crooked figure who was trampled by 3 people and kept spitting out slugs. There was a hint of disgust in his eyes, and then a flash of indignation. With a wave of his wand, the violent 3 were bounced away by an inexplicable force, but the boy lying on the ground had lost the ability to resist or even move. He bit his lip and said softly, "You can talk to me." A silver rope exactly the same as before flew from the side, dragging Ferdinand to a safe place, and several wizards with unbearable faces stepped forward to observe his injury. What an embarrassment to France. Since you call yourself noble gentlemen, I think we should solve the problem in the most gentlemanly way. What do you think? What do you want to do? British? The young man in the lead twisted his neck, turned his head to look at Tom, with a trace of teasing in his eyes. You look like you are still a student. You came to Paris for a pilgrimage during the holidays, and saved a lot of money. Bah. Ah. Tom chuckled, pinched the fingertips of the glove, and slowly pushed it off his hand. His black hair spread like splashed ink, and covered his eyes. The 3 people standing opposite seemed to see it from under the black hair. A palpitating blood red. Their breathing froze almost at the same time. Their hearts lost their beating strength, as if they were clenched by a big hand. The blood in their veins became cold as if they were frozen, and their consciousness became sluggish because of this inexplicable fear. But the first thing that the person in the lead thought of was not the horror of the wizard in front of him, but his cowardly performance would make him lose face. He secretly pushed his companions with his knees, causing them to stagger forward involuntarily, blocking himself, which seemed to do wonders for courage. He mustered up his courage and barked fiercely at Tom. Go away, hide in your weak Dumbledore's arms, and cry with him. I advise you not to meddle in your own business. If you insist on doing this, the auras of the Ministry of Magic will not care about you. A guy like you probably doesn't have money for medical treatment if he's injured, right? Don't come here. Seeing his threats become more weak and funny, the bystanders around all showed narrow smiles. Tom swung his arm and dropped the glove precisely on his face. I invite the 3 of you to a duel. His figure suddenly became unreal. No matter what, you have to accept it. The 3 of them nodded almost at the same time. Their expressions became muddled in an instant, apparently under the influence of some kind of spell like the Imperious Curse or the Confusion Curse. They didn't have time to realize what they had just done. Fear or regret, Tom's figure has appeared in front of them. Thank you, miscellaneous, Tom said softly, close to the leader's ear. I'm worried that no one will help me vent my desire to destroy. Thank you for giving me a reason and giving me this opportunity. Your indifferent eyes make me feel more uneasy than the hail of bullets. Nelson stood up, covered the little boy's eyes with his hands, and scanned the surrounding bystanders with a disappointed expression. Looking at the three young men who were playing with the old man, their wands glared like stains on a piece of canvas in the sun. Tom, don't worry too much. This can be used as the opening ceremony of the World Expo. How can a guy who only knows how to bully be Tom's opponent? They lay on the ground without organizing any effective resistance. Tom didn't use any powerful spells, but just used those on Ferdinand. He recited all the little curses, and with the help of his magic power, those little curses became more terrifying, and what they spit out were even more hideous slugs. Is your brother a wizard? Nelson squatted in front of the little boy and asked softly. The boy shook like chaff, and nodded with difficulty. Do not you? Nelson patted his head, took back his hat, stuffed a silver ingot into his pocket, waved his hand, and the broken wand flew over and was stuffed into the little boy's hand intact. If you were a wizard, what would you want to be? The little boy was too young to even understand what Nelson said, nor did he know how his fate had changed. He looked at his grandfather and brother lying on the ground ignorantly, with tears in his eyes. Don't be afraid, your brother is fine. Tom walked slowly in front of the boy, who was knocked down by the three, and the crowd watching him automatically opened a way for Tom. Some of them looked at Nelson not far away, talking in low voice with the surrounding companions. The boy still unconscious, with a disgusting slug lying on the corner of his mouth. His arms were in an unnatural embracing shape, as if subconsciously still hugging someone who committed atrocities to his elders. Tom bent down and squatted on the ground. With the wand, he gently rubbed the boy's face covered with dust and shoe prints. He still didn't wake up, stimulated by the outside world, but the wand that Tom rubbed against him had its effect. The boy stopped vomiting slugs and breathed a little easier. It's so weak, so pitifully weak. Tom shook his head and waved his wand. Those unconscious guys rose into the sky, and slugs fell from the sky and landed on the heads of the auras who were close to here. Do you want to stop us? Because we help you punish these bad guys? Nelson let go of the little boy, spread his hands, twirled his wand in his hand, and slipped directly into his sleeve. He gave up his armament, but none of the surrounded auras dared to take a step forward. After taking off his hat, someone had already recognized his identity. It doesn't look like you don't want to set the Muggle repelling curse. Someone wants to see this scene, does they? When he took a step forward, the auras became more nervous and raised their wands one after another, but these wands looked like a salute to send off, neat and harmless. Forget it, I can't ask you why. Nelson held down the brim of his hat and shook his head. Let's go, Tom. Chapter 457 Binding and Approaching. Captain, shall we just let them go like this? Looking at the backs of Nelson and Tom disappearing in front of the sculpture, a wizard in the French aura team couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and asked in a low voice to his superior. What else? The middle-aged boss pursed his lips and said in silence for a long time, do you know who that is? Do you want Paris to come again? But he wounded. That's not important. Kit, that black-haired young man didn't use any kind of black magic. He just used the magic that those three useless woods used on them in turn. If it's going to be troublesome, we need to at least catch 4 people. Do you want to go? Or do you want me to do it myself? The middle-aged boss interrupted his subordinates, shook his head, and said, are they dead? The ministry is now struggling with the collapse of Muggle banishment spells everywhere. Do you know what the consequences will be if we jump out and say that we are not good at doing things at such a time? But nothing is more important than our jobs. Boy, I tell you very clearly that, even when Grindelwald was at his strongest, he needed auras to maintain order for him. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looking at the family crest on the neckline of the 3 slugs. The corners of their mouths gloated, but they quickly tightened their expressions and said righteously, their families will understand what happened, as long as you do a good job in the aftermath. No matter what, we can't blame us. So why don't you contact the hospital right away? Do you want me to teach you everything? The middle-aged aura snapped, and those auras who were like soldiers of honor started to move one after another, showing a completely different attitude from before. Work efficiency. In a corner surrounded by crowds, the boy Ferdinand, who had fought 1 against 3, but ended in a disastrous defeat, was lying helplessly on the ground, just recovering his sanity. Beside him, the milky white light gushing from the tip of the staff wrapped up his bloody wound, and it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The curse on his body has been cleaned up by Nelson, who passed by, but the physical injury alone is enough to make these people burnt. It's not too heavy, just too much. Jen, don't be afraid, come to me, my brother is here. Ferdinand, who was lying on the ground, squeezed out a smile and searched for his younger brother, who was thrown out of the hiding place together in the crowd, but he couldn't find the little figure of his younger brother. His arms were already weak due to the trampling of the 3 of them. Propping his body up, he couldn't turn the angle of view, so he could only lie on the ground and let the blood and sand mix, and his eyes, which had lost their vision due to swelling, opened and closed feebly like dehydrated fish mouths. He kept calling, the voice became smaller and smaller, but he still didn't find his younger brother, and he didn't even realize that Ginseng was standing behind him. The witch who rescued Ferdinand saw the little boy standing behind him, sighed, and was about to say something, but was attracted by his eyes, so she didn't say that word, and the spell on her hand was distracted when he made a mistake. Ferdinand groaned in pain, and the witch hurriedly bent down, continuing to maintain the healing spell. Are you a graduate of Alvermorny, too? A generous male voice sounded behind her. The witch stopped the magic in her hand, turned her head, and saw a strong man wearing a hood crouching slowly beside her, holding a white tree with bark texture in his hand. Magic wand. Only she can see the dense tattoos on the man's face, like tantric scriptures, through her own angle. Her eyes froze suddenly, her pupils shrank, and she almost shouted his name out of breath. I also graduated from Goblin Academy, ma'am. Maybe I can help you. Zweig raised the corner of his mouth and smiled at the alumnus he met in a foreign land. A silver dolphin squeezed out from his neckline. Its whole body exuded a warm light, which belonged exclusively to the Guardian. Seeing this scene, the witch raised her eyebrows in surprise. She realized the discrepancy between the rumors and the facts, and murmured, "Can black wizards use the patronus charm?" Of course not. Zweig rolled up his sleeves, revealing his forearm covered with tattoos. He held Ferdinand's closed corners with both hands, and pulled them hard, chest and abdomen with scars all over the back. He threw away the tattered clothes, picked up the silver chain tied around the boy's waist, observed the pattern engraved on it, untied the chain with his wand, and looked at the witch. I remember the first class told us that we need to learn from the big. Did the teaching content change so much during my graduation period? The witch hurriedly shook her head and moved closer. Under the leadership of Zweig, she gradually recalled the classroom knowledge that had already become jerky under the tempering of life. The skin, the pus was absorbed by it before it could flow out, and the outside dust and even the air could not get close to the wound under the cover of an invisible film. Zweig raised his hand, and the dolphin patron saint approached gently. Silver tears were squeezed out of his eyes and ripped into Zweig's palm, and he dipped his transformed wand to draw inscriptions on the boy's skin. His dazzling operation made Ferdinand's complexion better with the naked eye, and the spectators around were also amazed at this kind of magic that had never been seen before, and the knowledgeable witch was even more surprised. She approached Zweig, asked in a low voice, "Can dark wizards also use the magic of Goblin Academy?" Sometimes the wizard who is wanted is not necessarily a dark wizard, and what he violated is not necessarily the law. Another younger voice sounded from the other side of her. She was frightened, and the knife in her hand almost fell into Fede's mouth. Nan's stomach was caught by Zweig firmly. His palm was scratched, but he seemed to be busy wiping the dripping blood, as if he didn't feel anything. The witch turned her head and saw a man with a bright smile leaning on crutches. He said to Zweig, "You have been delayed for too long. You will be late soon. We still have business to do." "Is there a more important business than this?" Zweig retorted. The slender wand actually showed a delicate sense of embroidery under the manipulation of his thick palm. He was chanting words, and the silver magic thread was flying in the air, congealed and stitched up the boy's slit stomach. "This is the child Nelson saved. Maybe it's just because he's in the way. Barry put all his body weight on the crutches, limped as Weeg's side, squinted his eyes for a few seconds, and said, "His magic power doesn't the problem. It will be fine to recover slowly after the stitches are finished. By the way, the old man is fine, but I'm not sure about the psychological trauma. But speaking of it, every time I see your medical skills like sewing dolls, I will always feel it. Shake it. You can choose not to look at it." Zweig shook his head, picked up the silver chain that fell aside. The chain got stuck in the cracks in the ground. He pulled it out with a little force, and then used the flying spell to pull it out. Nelson grabbed the old man by the chain and stood up to leave. "I think they must have misunderstood you." The witch stood up, her eyes full of struggle. "I believe you are not that kind of person." "Ma'am, he is that kind of person." Barry smiled and let Zweig tie 2 silver chains to his crutches. He tilted his head and rubbed the head of the little boy behind Ferdinand and scratched his nose vigorously, turned around and walked in the direction of the Pythia sculpture. "Sir, why don't you help those 3 poor children?" A wizard in a gentleman's attire stepped forward from the crowd, pointing at the 3 hapless children lying on the ground with pity. "They suffer more serious injuries." Zweig ignored his obstruction and walked forward close to Barry, who was handicapped. "Sorry, he can't see." Barry spread his hands jokingly, and then Zweig said, "Most of the curse injuries on his body came from the man in the middle. If you had such good eyesight before, you wouldn't be caught so many times by muggles." "What are you talking about? If I hadn't been caught by muggles, I wouldn't have such good eyes." "Then I'd rather you be blind than white tie up a paralyzed man for the rest of his life. Didn't you say you'd cure me?" "What a disappointment." Zweig shook his head. Seeing that the wizard wanted to say something, he simply grabbed the brim of his hat and took off the hood a little. The man who saw Zweig's face instantly remembered that impressive picture. With a deep wanted warrant, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he retreated into the crowd. Seeing this, Zweig put back his hood, lowered his head, and said viciously to Barry, "I was also tied up. Kim, where are you?" Behind the 2 of them, Ferdinand, who was lying on the ground, slowly squirmed, trying to prop up his body and stand up, but the numbness after the treatment made him unable to complete this action, and the witch standing by stopped him and let the accompanying companions take care of the old man. From the beginning to the end, Jindu stood behind him, watching his brother being cut open by 2 strangers like a butcher, unable to resist. The little boy was holding something tightly in his hand, and silver light flashed between his fingers. He biting her lower lip vigorously, suppressing the tears from the corners of her eyes. They didn't flow out when she was extremely frightened, but instead poured out all at once when she was relaxed. "My child, you." The witch looked at the little boy lovingly and stretched out her hand to pull him to his brother Ferdinand, but the little boy, who seemed to be petrified, quickly took a step back and avoided the witch. She didn't give up her hand, and her voice became softer. "There are only a few bad people like that. Your brother is working hard to protect you, but he is still too young." Jin shook his head firmly, and before his brother turned his head to see him, he turned and ran away. His behavior was beyond most people's expectations. He squeezed into the crowd and rushed towards the alley like a loach. No one noticed that his speed was much higher than that of children of the same age. The silver light was tightly held in his arms, and there were faint and imperceptible runes flickering on his knees. The frozen crowd began to melt, continuing their initial movements. "Kim, where are you?" Ferdinand on the ground continued to call. He didn't know what happened just now. The witch sighed, stretched out her arms to hold him in her arms, covered his eyes with her hands. Ferdinand's body went limp, and he lost consciousness. Immediately afterwards, a man in a black robe squeezed out from the crowd. He was carrying a large bag, and a golden Deathly Hallows pendant hung on his chest. "Stay away." The witch felt that the sunlight above her head was blocked. She raised her head in a daze and saw a guy with a hidden head and tail coming to her side. He bent down, flipped the stone that was stuck on the silver chain, and forcibly closed the crack with his hands. He dug open the stone and picked out a good silver chain link from the gap. He carefully put the chain link into his pocket and apparated away in place, which made the witch feel puzzled. Until then, the magic doctors called by Luo arrived a long time ago. They opened the fireplace they carried with them and threw the 3 seriously injured slugs into the green flames. "Should we be cremated now?" Shall we stop resuscitating? Someone in the crowd said such a sentence, which made the wizards around burst into laughter. After the doctors left, the people here almost forgot what had just happened and returned to the normal atmosphere of the event. A group of American wizards including the witch sat around Ferdinand and the old man, watching the two magic doctors start from scratch. The wounded who didn't look at him at the end suddenly felt dizzy. After a while, some of the companions choked out a sentence. Why are they like this? I thought our magic council was outrageous. His Majesty Norton's former parliament. Well, I thought our previous congress already represented the lower limit. I didn't expect the lower limit to be better than the upper limit. Then why are we the only ones being scolded by the whole world? It's not fair. We have to let the French also be scolded. Everyone, you and I criticized the French Ministry of Magic, but quickly became frustrated. Besides, aren't we also watching? What can we do? We can't banish everyone here to the underworld like those two savages. The deeds of Nelson and Tom fighting against the Magic Congress led American wizards to give them an apt and weird nickname. Two barbarians. Are you going? I'll take care of your family. Suddenly, a young man held up a magazine and excitedly showed it to his companions. Look, someone is already discussing this matter on the Quibbler. While passing the magazine to his companion, he looked for someone in the crowd who was also holding a magazine. Just when new sentences began to appear quickly on the last page of the magazine, the helpless Jin had already run to the street outside the alley. He breathed the turbid air in the streets of Paris and felt his cold lungs warm up a little. Son, are you a Muggle? A young woman stood in front of him. She took advantage of the crowds to chase her out of the alley. She was dressed in a fashionable Muggle attire, so authentic that she hardly looked like a wizard. Frequent sideways glances. The woman squatted down. Her gaze was at the same level as that of the boy. She tied the curly hair that fell to her forehead behind her ears, looked into the boy's eyes, and smiled. Are you sad? Jin was still a little wary at first, but soon relaxed because of the woman's gentle attitude. He bit his lip tightly and nodded. The woman stretched out her hand, wiped away the blood on his broken lips, and then wiped the corners of his eyes. Isn't it fair? Kim nodded again. My name is Jakunda. I'm not like them. Do you believe me? She stood up, turned and walked towards a more prosperous area. If you are willing to trust me, come with me, and I will teach you how to use it. Chapter 458, Broken Mirror. The moment Nelson reached out to Pythia, the beautiful and graceful statue bent down and put a slender palm on his palm. Then, a force of attraction came from nothingness, and Nelson could only feel Pythia's grip. Grabbing his palm and pulling it hard, he felt a warm touch like a real person. Unable to resist the power of the granite, he staggered forward and sank into the oppressive darkness. The people around didn't notice the change here. They were used to the occasional movement of the statue at the entrance of the hidden place, just like they were used to most moving statues and portraits in the magic world. Has the French Ministry of Magic improved the portkey? Nelson felt a sense of time travel that he had never had before. This time the journey was so long that he could even open his eyes during the time travel, as if he was in a room made of mirrors, and he was constantly drawn by the attraction. He moved forward, and the reflection in front of him was constantly receding with his movement. He is exactly the same in every direction, and his life starts from the beginning in the process of moving forward, presented in front of him, and the voices that appeared in his life are ringing in his ears. These Nelsons seem to be walking at a fork in the road. I made a different choice. Nelson rubbed his eyes, and the priestess smiled at herself, like a familiar old friend. Immediately afterwards, as the selection deepened, there were fewer and fewer figures around him, and they became more and more different. Nelson with a gloomy face and wearing black clothes. Nelson holding a scroll and smiling, holding a gavel. Nelson with a serious expression. All kinds of people who made different choices turned around and at the same time stared at this Nelson surrounded by mirrors with different eyes. Nelson rubbed his eyes. The sculpture in front of him seemed to have become a living person. Pythia from the distant past was talking to himself, but her voice was completely obscured by Nelson's noisy life. Until they meet the same turning point, fall into the same silence in the same place. You can see the future, because you come back from the future. I can see so many of you who weave different knots and patterns from the ropes of time, and I know you as well as you know the future. My mission is not over yet. The prophecy is true. You have to be careful. Pythia's words were quickly interrupted by another interjecting voice. Go away. Nelson heard the scolding that belonged to him, but felt that it was not aimed at him. Immediately afterwards, the mirror shattered, and he felt his eyes go dark, and the familiar feeling of being hooked to his navel by a portkey came to him from all directions. Hidden. Compared with the past, this place has changed a lot. There are 8 huge fireplaces in the square at the entrance, and the green flames are burning violently. The wizards guarding the fireplaces are constantly adding flue powder to them, and there are constantly traveling wizards. Families emerged from the flames, which made the already crowded streets even more crowded. People from all over the world crowded shoulder to shoulder and packed the square at the intersection. Under the strenuous organization of the Ministry of Magic officials, the crowd slowly diverted to the surrounding streets, but most of them seemed to ignore their instructions. Some tourists who were unwilling to wait separated from the crowded square, leaving. Even some tourists who are unwilling to abide by the rules and do not want to leave simply take out broomsticks or magic carpets from their carry-on luggage, trying to use them to cross the crowd. But it seems that a no-flying spell has been cast here. The brooms that had just lifted off the ground lost their magic power and fell to the ground, throwing the people on the brooms into the crowd. Just a short while after Tom entered there were already several brooms around that fell into pieces, and a few pieces of wood slag splashed down to his feet. These wizards who smashed into the crowd brought down many people and caused even greater damage to the already fragile order here. The sound of abuse and curses in various languages came and went, and it was almost about to stage a full-scale martial arts here. Some people were pushed to the front by the new influx of tourists, and even pushed to the ground and trampled by the crowd. Fortunately, wizards almost have some means of self-protection, which prevents the hidden place from being open to the whole world. In one day, it became a field full of corpses. Tom heard the strange language behind him, and though he couldn't understand what the man was saying, he knew he was cursing, because he was doing it himself. He looked left and right, and before he knew it, he had moved a long distance with the crowd to the outside, but Nelson disappeared, as if he had disappeared. Tom shook his head, waved his wand lightly, and a translucent barrier with some blackness spread around his body, forcing out an open space, which aroused the dissatisfaction of those who were pushed out around him. Tom shouted and cursed loudly, but Tom, who was standing in the barrier, couldn't hear their voices at all, and even felt that the air had become fresher. Maybe it was because he came in one step late and was separated so far by the crowd. Tom complained about Nelson's speed and wanted to take out the double-sided mirror to contact him. After looking at the messy environment around him, he put away the idea. He pointed his wand into the air, and an amber snake eye made of black smoke appearing above the crowd. It looked around and had a panoramic view of the hiding place. Seeing the empty streets, Tom couldn't help feeling sorry for the evacuation capabilities of the French Ministry of Magic. Most people were stuck in this small square. Those so-called diversions are just a drop in the bucket. He curled his lips. This is simply inferior to the French Muggle government with 1 million. He jumped upward suddenly. His body was wrapped in a cloud of billowing smoke, and he rose above the heads of the crowd and finally scanned the square, but still did not find Nelson's figure. Tom soared into the air in disappointment. Ignoring the no-flying policy here, the curse flew towards an empty street that had obviously been taken care of. At the end of the street, a tall building that he had never seen before stood in the sunlight. This building was completely black, and its shape was the same as that of the Muggle building in downtown Paris. Tom knew that this was the venue of the World Fair for Wizards. Accelerated violently and left this crowded place. Why couldn't he fly? Some unbelieving wizards used their brains again. Although they had a lesson learned from broom fragments all over the floor, they still got on the broom with a fluke mentality. It was a brand new avenue, as if it had been forcibly carved out of the buildings, squeezing the buildings on both sides to one side. The ground was neatly paved with evenly sized stones. Some tourists who had escaped from the torture of the crowd, he was wandering on the smooth road with a full face. Different from the crooked and potholed old roads in magic streets all over the world, which are paved with stone bricks inherited from hundreds of years ago, this road is more like the new Muggle road he saw outside Paris, enough for several horse-drawn carriages to parallel. There are a few thick rails embedded in the roadbed, and it seems that there will be vehicles like Muggle trams walking on them after the World Expo begins. Tom fell lightly from the air, stepped on the flat ground, stomped his feet. The lifted stone returned to its original position after his feet left the ground, and he raised his eyebrows. Although this self-healing magic is not very difficult, he still feels strangely familiar. Under the road surface, slight tremors came to him through the soles of his shoes, as if something was slowly starting under the ground. On both sides of the road, 2 rows of silver white metal walls stood quietly. The walls consisted of hexagonal modules. Put together, it looks like Nelson's hive hidden underground in Krakow. When he noticed Tom's arrival, one of the modules quickly opened, and a mayfly flew in front of him in an instant. The red one-eyed glanced at him. The voice soon came from the mayfly. Sir, there is still 1 week before the World Expo. During this week, you can enjoy visiting this historic city in France. The one-eyed twinkled, and it seemed a little playful. The voice sounded like a child, but the stiff grammar made Tom realize that this seemed to be something similar to the elevator of the British Ministry of Magic. The metal arm was handed out. I can provide you with tour guide services only after the World Expo starts, but during your stay in Paris, you can use our voucher to travel at any time. Just go to the places we have arranged in various places in Paris site. Do you know where NAR is? Your creator, Nelson Williams. Tom asked blankly. Sorry, we belong to the French Ministry of Magic. I wish you a happy stay in Paris. Please abide by local laws and regulations, and avoid exposing your existence to the Muggle world. It doesn't look that smart. Tom shrugged, put the badge in his pocket, and walked forward over the mayfly. The mayfly's one-eyed shot a red light beam, sweeping Tom's back from head to tail, and flew back to the wall in the hive above. He looked at the pedestrians around him, and there was a mayfly parked in front of almost everyone. They held the badges curiously and asked questions. They felt extremely novel about this magical gadget, and some people wanted to catch it, but they were all deftly avoided by the mayfly. Tom quickly walked past the 2 tall and long metal walls, crossed the sign above his head that said the First Wizarding World Expo, and walked into the street that was actually used for exhibitions. In Nelson's words, it was called World Expo Garden. It's a street, how can it be called a garden? Tom had already left behind Nelson, who couldn't get out of the statue because the scene in front of him was too novel and attracted too much attention. The first thing that catches the eye is a building with France written on the house number. Compared with the old-fashioned buildings in Paris, this building is much bolder with the help of magic. It retains the French's attention to color in architecture. With a large number of inclined planes built on each other, this building looks like a child built with building blocks. It looks precarious, and its center of gravity is at one point. Only the hut-sized base connects the main body and the ground, as if likely it will collapse when you poke it, and the bright colored slopes will merge with each other from different angles, showing different colors. There are not small windows on each slope, and the stained glass is intertwined with each other in the sunlight, like silk and satin rainbows, and these rainbows also hide rail tracks similar to the roads. It seems that after the opening, tourists can take the train flying in the rainbow to shuttle around the venue. The lights and shadows of these rainbows reflected each other in the air, creating a colorful and proud Gallic chicken like a skilled weaver. Tom recognized this ancient species regarded as a French totem. After cooking it in a specific way, the taste is quite good. Regrettably, it has not yet opened, so the French pavilion has not yet opened. The doors on the first floor are not installed, and wizards wearing standard wizard robes continue to come in and out between the door openings and windows with a lot of materials out. Tom noticed that many wizards had already parked at the foot of this building. They were obsessed with looking at this rare building, and they couldn't move their feet as soon as they reached the first floor of Expo Park. He took a last look at the French pavilion and walked forward. Opposite the French pavilion, a Union Jack flag belonging to the United Kingdom stretched out from the sky. There seemed to be only one flag here, and there was nothing else. The blue color blends with the sky and looks harmonious. Tom turned around in confusion. From the side, it was also a thin sheet, moving slowly with the breeze. Isn't it built yet? Soon, he noticed a wizard wearing the official uniform of the British Ministry of Magic walking from the opposite side in a hurry, holding a package packed with many exquisite lunchboxes in his hand. The officer trotted up to the flag, and with Tom watching, he walked towards it, walked right in without pausing. Tom was startled, walked forward quickly, and came to the banner, stretched out his hand to probe inside. There was something else inside this thin banner. He took 2 steps forward, only in time to see a hall made of crystal was smoked by the flying dust inside and retreated. It looks like it hasn't been decorated yet. Tom looked towards the black tower-shaped building at the end of the road. Along the way, all kinds of strange shaped buildings stood everywhere. Their unique styles allowed tourists to understand the countries they represented just by looking at them. It will show various characteristics and prosperity. The wizard architects racked their brains to present the colors of their respective countries in front of the world in a fairy tale form. With the help of magic, these buildings can go against the common sense of construction and use various unbelievable ways to express their whimsical ideas. And located in this World Expo Park, wizards from every country squeeze out their most exaggerated imagination little by little under the stimulation of the heart of comparison. The country wants to be called boring by the world on this occasion. Along the way, there are yellow sand pyramids that seem to come out of history, white buildings covered with stars and moons, and carved beams and painted buildings, just like a fairyland on the clouds of a heavenly palace. Just looking at these buildings, Tom has already apologized for his previous contempt up. Not bad? His shoulder was patted from behind. Tom turned his head and looked at Nelson, who suddenly appeared at an unknown time. He said out of breath, "Sorry, I was delayed on the road for a while. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 459, The Door. I'm not a person who likes to fight. I'm a solitary person. I have no father, no mother, no one to rely on, and I was adopted by my mother when I was a child. Although she is indifferent to me, she even often indulges the guys under her to purify me and abuse me. Same attitude with other brothers and sisters in the cage. But I still thank her, because she won't beat me personally, won't beat me on the back with those whips, covered with blood and dirty water. She peeled off my human shell and turned me from a alien who was spurned by everyone into a ray monster feared by all. But that's not bad, isn't it? At least I didn't have to embrace death prematurely like my brothers and sisters did. I was alive despite the pain and had the gift of sharing it with others. She told me that suffering is the greatest reward for a sinner like me. She also told me that everyone in the world is guilty. I didn't believe it until that day. Oh yes, Nelson, I may have left by the time you read this letter, but would you believe it? How could I fall in love with a snake that ran away from a circus? I don't know exactly why. Point is it because she can't protect herself, but is still willing to protect the dying me? Is it because she, like me, is a monster that is neither wizard nor human nor even mortal? Is it because the eyes that are identical to mine are hidden in the pair of snake pupils I saw on the streets of Paris that day? Maybe both, or maybe neither. I became a person living in struggle. I lied to you. From the very beginning, I knew who the silent man was hiding around my house. Only I would cower like that. Only I would look forward and backward like that. Only I would miss everything like that. I don't know how you know how to cure her. Maybe in the time prison you built yourself. You have tried thousands of times for this. I don't know how much I paid for this thing. I like a despicable thief. One day in a daze, I suddenly waited for Najani, who I dreamed of, and enjoyed her gratitude and love for me unscrupulously. I clearly knew that the person who saved her life was not me. I was pressed on my chest by this heavy love, and it was hard to breathe. Obviously, it was the person I missed for 1,000 days and nights, and I knew that she did not belong to me, at least not to me now, and neither did I. I know what kind of mentality I'm enjoying this treasure that does not belong to me. Until you told me hope for a turnaround, I was finally able to get out of the guilt, and I finally had a chance to do something for Najani. Do you know, I was ecstatic when I heard the news. I finally understood that love can save us from each other. Thank you. That changed me more than when Gellert Grindelwald told me Aurelius Dumbledore's real name. I'm no longer a man born with sin, no longer a monster born for vengeance, no longer a soul so self-contained that I was told I lost the lightness that floated on the clouds, as if I have been living on a gentle ground from the very beginning. My life can finally be freed from being bound by silk threads like a kite. And I can be connected with the people I love. I feel that I can finally walk away from the status of alien or monster. Come out. The funny thing is, at this point, I become greedy. I want to spend more time with Nagini. I don't want to give her to my future self, even though I can always feel him missing him emotions that dare not show up. I wish your magic would have been perfected later, but I'm still afraid that I'm gone forever. I'm not greedy for life, I'm just lustful for her. These days I always have some strange dreams, sometimes without you in the dream. Nagini also turned into a snake, and I also went to an unavoidable collapse. I found Tom, and gave my strength to he, wanting to be his eyes, watching Nagini go. Sometimes, forget it, it's just some boring conjecture. Although I wrote such a big deal, I still hope that your magic can be perfected sooner. I don't want Nagini to live in an uncertain crisis anymore. If we succeed, none of us will be entangled, but if I fail, I will try my best to send this letter to you, and don't blame yourself for it. My life as a silent person is coming to an end soon. I just want to implore you one more time, don't give up on her. Nagini has a future. What are you writing about, Clay? Nagini came out of the hotel bathroom, wearing a black bathrobe, and hugged Credence's waist from behind. Her chest was tightly pressed against Credence's back. You can feel the powerful beating of the heart, which is warm and vigorous, different from that of cold-blooded animals. Credence's movements rose. He covered the letter with one hand, and covered the back of Nagini's cold hand with the other, rubbing it gently, trying to warm her up with his own temperature. You are still the same as before, walking without any sound at all. Scared you? Did it bother you to write to other girls? Nagini hugged tighter, resting her chin on Credence's shoulder, looking curiously at the girl on the table. The stationery, but only saw rows of dazzling forms filled with time points. She gave up watching, narrowed her eyes, and said lazily, "After all, I'm a snake." Credence's body tensed up. He held Nagini's hand harder, and said a little out of control, "You're human." "Okay," Nagini said in pain, but did not shake off Credence's hand, just rubbed his cheek on his shoulder. "Yes." In the early morning in Paris, the two lingered in front of the window for a while, and then separated, like old couples who disliked each other for many years. Nagini helped Credence fold up the letter papers on the table, and put them in a silver clip, asked curiously, "What are you recording? The magic that Nelson taught you?" "Yes." Credence nodded. Black magic power poured out from his body. The exposed magic power quickly became clear, and was soon assimilated by the silent and powerful power pollution. Repeating this process, "This is an amazing magic. According to Nelson, it was invented by a doctor named Sykes. Do you know what status a doctor represents among British wizards?" "You may have misheard. They know a Sykes, but that is a professor of Ravenclaw." Nagini recalled for a moment, shaking his head. "I met her. She was a knowledgeable, gentle lady. She once helped me relieve the cold in winter, so that I would not fall into a coma in the Forbidden Forest in the state of a beast." "Is that so?" Credence, dressed in decent Muggle clothes, picked up a decorative cane like a gentleman, and swung it around in the air, but he still didn't learn how Nelson had practiced for a long time. Swordflower charm. He picked up a newspaper hanging at the door with his crutches, looked at the British exhibitors with many marks on it, and added another stroke to it. "What are you remembering?" Nagini glanced at the newspaper hanging on the door, raised her eyebrows, pointed to the name of one of the merchants, and said happily, "Oh, I recognize this store. Tom, I used to like to buy shampoo there. I remember their family name should be Potter. I want you to give you a present." "Nagini," Credence said, putting his arms around her, taking off the cape from the coat rack, and carefully draping it over her back. "It's just a gift from that thing. The master probably doesn't want to sell his treasure, so I can only wait for him here, and find a chance to chat with him." "No, Clay," Nagini said with a smile, turning around, grabbing Credence's collar, and helping him fasten the top decorative button. "I think the best gift in the world has been received." "That's different." You are such a stubborn man. Credence, who was fully dressed and ready to go out, finally looked out the window. The streets of Paris were still full of traffic as before. The loud shouts of Muggle vendors came to his ears through the window from time to time. At the end of the street, a car with a stylish chic carriage was pulling the heavy wooden box towards the pithier sculpture. Credence looked at the family crest hanging on the carriage and compared it with the trademark printed on the newspaper. After confirmation, he pulled Nadge and he left the hostel. Tom, it's useless for you to look at it now. They won't open in a few days. Nelson walked on the newly built Juan Boylan Avenue in the hidden place, holding a long and thin silver stick in his hand, tapping the ground from time to time, and patrolling the busy construction site like a supervisor. Tom followed unhurriedly, holding a camera that Nelson had just conjured up for him in his hand, and took pictures of the buildings along the street. His footsteps stopped in front of a tall building complex. Unlike other countries who choose to use the overall building to express themselves, the Oriental wizard built interconnected pavilions and pavilions on the clouds hovering in the sky. According to the schematic diagram, after the hall is opened, tourists can climb up the steps along the clouds extending to the ground, and walk through gardens with different styles but unified styles. When they climb to the clouds, the magnificent hall will let tourists feel the ancient civilization from the mysterious east in an all-round way. How did this structure work? I don't believe that Egyptian wizards lived in pyramids. Isn't this a mausoleum? Why are American wizards American? Shouldn't they be counted separately from native wizards there? Didn't it say that wizards in Uganda live in thatched huts? Why do they also have masonry structures? Why didn't I see the French pavilion? Where did they go? Along the way, Tom asked questions like a curious baby, and Nelson was too annoying, but he could only introduce everything here like a competent tour guide. Okay, one last question, Tom asked Nelson, who was on the verge of collapse, holding up a finger, before approaching the Black Tower. Why do you know so much? If I remember correctly, you should have always right in school. Maybe this is a genius, to use the time that others spend drinking coffee to plan the park. Nelson shrugged. The capitalists will cry when they hear it. Tom smiled, looked at the Black Tower in front of him, and observed closely. He found that it was not a black tower similar to Nomengad's style, but it was exactly the same as the Muggle World Expo Garden in Paris, except that the outer steel frame, the main body of the building to the inner layer, is made of black materials, like a facsimile painting that has been forgotten to be colored. After experiencing the baptism of all kinds of strange buildings before, Tom's tolerance threshold for architectural aesthetics has also been unprecedentedly raised. At this time, seeing the ordinary buildings in front of him, he is not only not shocked, but even wants to laugh. Just put this at the finale? It was written on the face. Seeing his disdain, Nelson smiled and didn't say much. He took the lead and walked towards the Black Tower. Right in front of the tower, Nelson turned around and tilted his head at Tom. Look again. Reluctantly, Tom raised his head and looked at the ugly building in front of him, only to see that the sky behind it suddenly became a little unreal from the angle he was observing. Those clouds seemed to be painted on an overly uniform canvas, without any spirituality. Tom rubbed his eyes, took a step back, and changed the angle, and the incongruity disappeared quickly. Interesting. He stepped forward again and returned to the original position. After comparing the two times before and after, the sky behind the Black Tower completely lost its reality. The spell that separates the world from the hidden place. He squinted his eyes. Black smoke billowed in his pupils, and under these eyes, which were powerful enough to see through the traces of any spells cast by his opponents, no disguise could be concealed, let alone such spells cast only by Muggles. In Tom's eyes, the sky behind the Black Tower gradually became thinner, and even quickly became transparent, and Paris, which was hidden by the sky, slowly appeared in front of his eyes. What they were facing was the colorful Wanbo Museum built by Muggles in Paris. Behind it was a dark but identical building, like a shadow. Seeing the amusement in Tom's eyes, Nelson grabbed his arm and pulled it in. In the deepest part of the hall on the first floor, a tall stage for displaying goods was slowly being built. Nelson and Tom jumped onto the stage. The wizard did not stop them, but gave up their position. Thank you. Nelson nodded to the wizard who set up the curtain and led Tom to the center of the stage. In the center of the background, there was a doorknob without a door, stuck to the wall alone. Nelson held the doorknob, and his wand became the shape of the key. Fits perfectly. Crack. There was a distinct but faint sound. Nelson twisted the handle vigorously, and a non-existent door opened. On the opposite side of the door, several men in uniform were directing the laborers to complete the final arrangement. They suddenly noticed the door that suddenly appeared on the wall of the hall, and the two young people looking into their heads on the opposite side of the door. "What are you doing here?" One of the men pointed at Nelson and rushed over with a baton. Nelson smiled at him and closed the door. Boom. The man slammed into the wall firmly. He got up from the ground with staring eyes, and as soon as he got up, he rushed to the clean wall, groping on it. "What's the matter with you? Where's the door? Did you see the door that just opened here?" "Sir, this is a wall, and the door cannot be opened on the load-bearing wall." Another man holding the blueprint came over and said to several witnesses with a blank expression, "Please move the place. We are going to install the stage." Gone. Chapter 460. You are eating hot pot and singing, and suddenly you are. "Nagini, do you want to eat puffs? I remember that there is a special lightning puffs in an alley next to the street." Downstairs in the hostel, Credence, who was holding Nagini's hand, let go of her suddenly. He watched the carriage galloping from the street and muttered, 1, 2, 5, 5. In the dark there are 2 more. What? Didn't we just finish eating? Nagini put his hand back on Credence's arm and shook his head. "Have you forgotten? Really? Haha, I'm a little hungry, and this kind of delicate pastry is really not suitable for me." Credence raised his eyebrows, scratched his head in embarrassment, and smiled. "My stomach even remembers I can't get up what I just ate, so can you help me get something? I'm so hungry now. I'm so hungry that I can't walk." Seeing Credence's silly smile, Nagini couldn't help but smile. She stretched her arms and fished out the wallet from Credence's pocket with a smile. "You wait for me here." Nagini waved his wallet at him. "How much do you want to buy? You can figure it out. I'm going crazy with hunger." Nagini patted Credence on the forehead, turned and walked towards the corner. The carriage on the other side of the street was galloping, and the pedestrians around avoided it unhurriedly. Not only were they used to walking swaggeringly on the road, but they were also used to deftly avoiding the increasing number of trucks these days. The horse is so handsome that it still attracts the attention of many people. Nagini was walking on the sidewalk, not noticing the rampaging carriages on the street. When she passed the corner of the street, the carriage was driving head-on, and the tires passed through the sunken puddles, splashing the muddy water on the surrounding pedestrians. Nagini hid sideways behind the bulletin board on the side of the road, dodging the mud splashes. She lowered her head and carefully looked at the new dress that Credence had bought for her. Seeing that it was still as clean as ever, she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around, looked at the rows of dark cargo boxes on the receding carriage, and shook her fist at it in dissatisfaction. She quickened her pace, turned the corner of the street, and turned into the path that Nelson and Tom passed by the day before. Middle. The moment she turned the corner, the sky above the main road changed. The horses pulling the cart were frightened for some reason. Their front hooves ignored the driver's whip, and they sank deep into the ground. Almost at the same time, their rear hooves raised high, and the mud-covered hooves kicked hard on the ground. He was hit hard on the coachman's face behind him. He didn't have time to steer the carriage. He felt his eyes go dark, and his body was thrown away in a burst of weightlessness. During the extension, it hooked to the electric pole on the side of the road, and the whip was straightened suddenly, and then it broke suddenly under the pull of the strong inertia of the carriage. Fibers float in the air. Even in the weightless state, the coachman still pulled out his wand. He pointed the wand at the ground, looking for a chance to save himself, but the remaining whip made a crisp crackling sound in the air, and slammed it hard on his wrist. The groom had no time to cast magic, so he let go of his hand in pain. The wand flew upside down, and he also fell heavily on the carriage. He slid from the carriage, and lay in a mud puddle, unconscious. A second before, he saw a big black hand holding the half of the whip and slowly dissipating in the air. 6. Credence leaned against the roadside wall, caught the flying wand, held it in his hand, and covered his face with his collar turned up. All this happened in an instant, so fast that the people around had no time to react. The horse lost its balance and flipped forward. Its front hooves were still firmly planted on the ground. The horse's back turned around in the air and hit the ground heavily. The muddy water that was thrown up made it seem like a dark rain fell here. At this moment, passers-by who reacted quickly had time to dodge to the sides. The tough reins tightly tightened the horse's body, and the rough skin was instantly bloodshot. The horse's head was first on the ground, followed by a sound howling. Their beautiful backs with fluttering manes made intimate contact with the ground. The reins snapped one by one, and still did not stop the forward momentum of the carriage. The wizard didn't care about whether it was overloaded or not. The out-of-control carriage was rampaging on the street, and many passers-by who stood in its way had even closed their eyes, kept drawing the cross on his chest, hoping to find a good place in the sky after death. However, the imagined scene of death and injury did not happen. The left wheel of the carriage sank into a puddle on the street. Without the horse, it had no ability to adjust its direction. As the body tilted, it rushed straight to the left. He broke the electric pole with lightning speed and rushed straight to a small roadside shop with flames all over his body. The fire hydrant newly built by the Paris City Hall was knocked away by it, and he could only see a rising and falling fire in the sky. The farther the red dot was, the next, the chassis of the carriage rested on the remaining half of the fire hydrant, and the four wheels were suspended in the air, turning helplessly. At this time, the citizens in dangerous places began to flee to the surroundings. They did not realize that this carriage was so strong that it was hardly like a carriage. After such a serious accident, not only the carriage body was not damaged, even none of the cargo boxes fell. Only the lock of the big box stacked on top was broken due to the jolt. The heavy wooden cover was turned up, and the stuffed sheepskin bags were scattered all over the floor. One of the sheepskin bags was tied by a delicate silver chain and swirled over the heads of the crowd. It hit the back of a fleeing man. He was hit solidly, a horse lying on the ground. The heavy bag almost pressed out all his internal organs, staring at his eyes for a long time, before he got up from the ground with his face covered in blood. Cover your mouth and cough a few times. A few broken teeth appeared in the palm of your hand. The angry man turned around and tried his best to hold the bag. That almost killed him, but when he stepped down, the bag stood still, but his toes felt burning pain, and the man's face suddenly turned blue, but a touch of gold exposed due to the loosening of the silver chain almost blinded his eyes. An almost impossible guess arose in the man's mind. His movements became gentle. He looked around carefully, and when he found that the passers-by around him were fleeing in the opposite direction, he slammed onto the bag and threw it hard. The exposed gap was widened, and the shining gold coins came into view. The man took a deep breath, unable to exhale the stale air for a long time. He was wrapped up in the joy of the rest of his life and the surprise of a windfall, and he was almost so happy that he fainted. But this happiness didn't last for a few seconds. Just as he was holding the sheepskin bag and imagining the life of debauchery in the future, a pale hand reached down from the top of his head, grabbed the neck of the money bag, and lifted it up easily up. What? The man raised his head and glared at the uninvited guest who robbed him of his wealth, but he couldn't see the man's face clearly with his eyes wide open. He only saw a cloud of black mist baring his teeth and claws at him. The moment the black mist entered his sight, the back of his neck went limp, and he lay powerlessly on the ground. If you find something, you must return it to the owner. Credence showed him a stiff smile, and lightly tipped his toes towards his lower back. The man flew out, as if hit by an elephant, but his body was caught by a burst of black magic power that quickly dissipated. Package, and no harm has been done. Credence held the purse in his hand, leaned against the wall, and watched the figures he had been paying attention to from the beginning among the crowd fleeing in all directions. An aura wearing a top hat rushed out of the phone booth on the corner of the street, holding a disconnected phone in his hand. He was about to call for reinforcement, but he still suppressed his voice when he noticed the fleeing citizens around him. Damn it, the amnestic office may not be able to retrieve everyone. He stomped his feet resentfully, threw the phone back in his hand, and ran towards the carriage panting, but his forward momentum was quickly blocked, and a strong tourist bumped into his arms firmly. The aura was almost knocked into the air. The well-trained aura quickly pulled out his wand and adjusted his posture. He looked up and saw the black pupils of the tourists. Such conspicuous magic power was like the moon and the night sky on the streets of Paris. He thought he had found the culprit of the accident, and the tourist even gave him a defiant grin, quickening his pace and rushing into the crowd. Stop. Aura threw away his obstructive hat and rushed forward. 5. Among the remaining 5 people, 2 hid in the carriage, and 1 stayed in the room of the roadside inn, with no way out. Credence loosened his collar and walked towards the carriage with the purse in hand. In his eyes, a striking figure was rapidly approaching him. There is an emergency. This is East Street West. A flustered witch sneaked towards him, with one hand raised to her mouth, and Credence clearly saw that she was holding a small silver bowl in her hand, which belonged to the French Ministry of Magic. The 3-color emblem of the tricolour protruded from her fingertips, and she noticed that Credence, who was walking against the crowd and holding a wand in his hand, had slightly dilated pupils and moved the bowl near his mouth closer. There's a wizard there, and it was too late for her to speak, and in an instant, Credence's body collapsed like a bubble, turning into a thick black smoke, like a demon escaping from hell, piercing through the body of the fleeing Muggle in front, with a ferocious face laughing wildly and rushing towards her. Before the witch even had time to raise her wand, Emoran rushed towards her like a gust of wind. Her shapeless black claws pinched her tightly clenched fist and slowly exerted force. The small silver used for communication, the ball was crushed and deformed in her hands. Credence didn't stop and passed straight through the witch's body and turned into the shy man behind her again, while the witch, who was back to back with him, closed her eyes and fell softly to the ground. Dengxi stretched out his hand, held her back, and placed her on the ground in a comfortable position. The wand slipped from her hand, and the witch's expression was not very good, as if she was having a nightmare. 4. Credence looked up at a window across the street. The person behind the window was far away from him, but the two of them realized almost at the same time that they had found each other. Under Credence's gaze, the beige curtain behind the window was slowly closed, and a tacit understanding was reached in an instant. 3. Credence took a deep breath. His heart felt a dizzying pain. The silent erosion had already penetrated deep into the bone marrow, making every mobilization of his magic power accompanied by incomparable pain. He took a deep breath. He held his right arm, holding the wand tightly with his left hand, suppressing the convulsion that was unbearable for ordinary people. His originally pale face became even paler. His body swayed. His shoulders leaned against the wall. His chest vigorously undulate. Ahem. Hurry up, there's the last one. He didn't need to take the initiative to search for the last person, because he had already arrived at his door. A tricky red light shot out from the armpit of a sprinting passerby. Someone hid behind him and attacked Credence, who suddenly deteriorated. Credence had no strength left to dodge. The spell shot towards his abdomen, but passed through the body. That suddenly turned into black mist and hit the brick wall behind him, leaving a large charred black spot on the stone brick. Potholes. Credence took a deep breath, leaving aside the 2 auras who looked like interns. This one should be the aura stationed on this street. He shook his head with a wry smile. In the past, he could raise this street to the ground in minutes, but now he has to use his brains to deal with these people. Should I thank you for letting me use my brain diligently, so that I won't become demented? Credence lowered his head and said to his chest, and then another red light shot from another angle. Not only was this aura experienced, but he had no regard for the lives of the muggles around him. Credence didn't dodge this time. He saw that it was the same spell as before, the disarming spell. He let the red light hit his body, and the wand in his hand flew upside down, falling towards the 2 Deo spells come from different directions. The aura had visibly let his guard down too. What could a wizard without his wand do? He simply left the crowd and walked towards Credence, ready to arrest him. But the moment he showed his head, a black hand protruding from the air grabbed his throat, dragged him through the crowd, and was pressed against the wall that Credence was leaning against. Aura couldn't breathe well, and he couldn't speak well. Credence was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. With a little force from the black hand, Aura rolled his eyes and fell into a coma. But this time Credence was not so gentlemanly. He let go of Aura, let his head hit the ground. 2, 1 big and 1 small. Credence took a deep breath, put the money bag on his shoulder, and walked towards the stranded carriage. The main body of the carriage was still intact after this kind of accident. Only one on the roof was smashed by the groom. The big hole in the chassis pierced by the fire hydrant. The broken fire hydrant sprayed out a thick water column, which just gushed out from the hole in the roof, turning the car into a unique fountain. Chapter 461 Robbery Second. Mr. Potter, do you need help? Credence had to climb onto the roof of the carriage. The carriage dangled like a seesaw under the support of the fire hydrant. With a wave of his hand, water droplets splashed from the gushing water column from time to time, and splashed on his hair, but was instantly evaporated by the still manic magic power. He picked up a handful of clean water and splashed it on his face indiscriminately. The cold touch made him temporarily break away from the pain deep in the bone marrow, and he was able to adjust his hideous expression. The sudden tyrannical temperament still made the people in the carriage nervous. In the carriage, a young man with disheveled hair was holding a little boy with almost the same hairstyle and hiding in the corner. He wrapped the boy tightly with a cushion and held his wand nervously. His hazel eyes showed uncontrollable excitement. Frightened, but the boy in his arms seemed to be able to give him great courage, allowing him to put on a qualified defensive posture. The boy looked about 7 or 8 years old. He didn't seem to realize what happened. The strict defensive magic in the carriage prevented him from really experiencing the danger of being turned on his back. There is no difference between watching those difficult movements that I'm playing on the broom. He even had some thoughts, biting his thumbnails, staring at the stranger emerging from the hole in the top of his head with his father's big eyes. The boy and Credence looked at each other, and the big hazel eyes were full of intimacy and curiosity. Credence remembered the purpose of this trip and avoided the boy's sight. He lowered his voice and said indifferently to the young man, "Protect your child well." The man covered the boy's eyes, turned his head into his arms, tightened his arms, and pointed his wand at Credence. "Who are you? I'd love to tell you that I'm here to help you, but time is running out, and cheating would waste too much time." Credence threw the money bag full of galleons through the hole, falling at the man's feet. "Mr. Potter, to be honest, I'm here to rob." "Robbery?" Mr. Potter suddenly realized what had just happened. The French Ministry of Magic sent at least 2 Aurors to protect the cargo and their father and son. In addition to the old butler who had been loyal for many years, 3 powerful wizards could not stop them. This group of robbers is enough to show their strength. He gripped the wand tightly, and the desire to survive grew in his heart, but after touching his son's messy hair, he finally relaxed, and the wand slipped from his hand, rolling to the floor towards the hole. Direction crossed out. "Thank you for your cooperation." Credence heaved a sigh of relief, and he waved his hand. The black magic power extended forward from his forearm, and his big silent hand held down the wand to prevent it from falling out of the hole in the bottom of the car go down. "You can take what you want." Mr. Potter pushed the purse forward with his foot, tilted his head to one side, and said with experience, "I didn't see your face." Credence was amused by his words. He burst out laughing loudly. The laughter affected the pain in his lungs. He couldn't help coughing violently. The blackened blood fell on his palm, and it took a long time for him to recover from the cough. Credence let go of his hand, and the blood stains on his palm rose quickly. He looked at Mr. Potter, but he still turned his head to the side, not looking at himself, and kept saying, "All the cash is in that bag. The cargo boxes at the back are all goods that will be exhibited at the World Expo. I think you probably don't like those things, and they are not easy to sell." This familiar attitude surprised Credence. Compared with himself who robbed himself for the first time, this Mr. Potter is obviously a more experienced senior person. He couldn't help but wonder about the history of the Potter family. An unwarranted imagination arose, associating the shampoo with some kind of burglary. He shook his head, expelled these strange fantasies from his mind, stared at Mr. Potter who was holding the child tightly, and said in a deep voice, "I found this money bag for you. You can leave an address, and I will send you the thank you money after I go back." Mr. Potter said softly. One of his hands was blocked by little Potter, and he carefully moved it into his son's pocket. It was loaded with the powerful one-time iron armor charm from Nermengard that he had bought with a lot of money, which was enough to ensure the safety of little Potter. In addition, there was his son's wand. He still didn't lose the desire to resist. "Mr. Potter, I know you have good dueling skills." Credence stared at him, silent for a moment, and said suddenly, "But for the safety of this child, let's have a frank chat." Since the money bag belongs to me, sent back, then you should understand that this is not what I'm after. Mr. Potter's small movements stopped, and he raised his hand above his head, still holding the child in the other hand. Then what do you want? Other than that, the most precious thing in our family is a formula of speed smoothing hair lotion, but it's not in my hands. Mr. Porter spoke clearly and quickly. I quickly recalled the experience when I was robbed for the first time a few years ago in my mind, and I learned it flexibly. What's more, it's useless if you get it. If there are similar products on the market that don't belong to our family, it's easy. Expose your identity. If someone pays you to harm us, I'm willing to pay double the money for my life. Really? Credence asked back. You know, you have a treasure in your hand that is more precious than everything in this carriage, and I want it. Mr. Porter seemed to have suddenly forgotten his creed of don't look at the face of the villain, turned his head suddenly, and looked at Credence. It seems that you already know what it is. Yes, the invisibility cloak. Mr. Harry stared intently at Credence's face. Various complex emotions flickered quickly on his face. Before his eyes appeared the face of the robber a few years ago. Half of his face was condensed by black magic power. She was covered by a hideous mask, but the other half of her face exposed was exactly the same as the man in front of her, except for a few more wrinkles. It's you. Mr. Potter stood up excitedly, and the unlucky child in his arms almost fell to the ground. He pointed at Credence's face and shouted loudly, "You're here again." "Here I'm again." Credence pointed to himself with a puzzled expression. "Have we met before? No wonder you left a lot of money for me to repair the carriage, so you want to rob me again. Is this interesting?" Mr. Porter clenched his right fist and slammed hard on the door next to him. Credence only thought that he was venting his emotions, but he didn't expect that Mr. Potter's punch opened the hidden compartment in the interlayer of the car door, and a delicate wooden box was revealed from the hidden compartment, presenting in front of the two of them. "Please, take it away this time. I've had enough." Mr. Potter seemed to have completely forgotten the situation in which he was being robbed. "I was so stuck that I couldn't speak. If you still have the intention of returning it, please change your mind. It's really not possible. You can throw it in a trash can. Anyway, no one will see it." Credence only felt that he was a monk who was a foot and 2 feet tall, and he couldn't figure it out when he raised his arms. His expression changed for a long time, and he said, "Be more serious. I'm robbing." "Then what was last time? A drill?" Mr. Potter stepped forward angrily and stuffed the wooden box into Credence's arms. "Also, didn't you leave? Why are you back?" In order to find out what the robbed object was thinking, Credence activated his silent magic power and felt his emotions from the magic power flowing on Mr. Potter's body. After feeling it, he became even more confused, and at the same time feeling complaints, surprises and doubts from Mr. Porter. He seemed to regard himself as an old acquaintance. Credence didn't say much, stuffed the wooden box into his arms, and left from the roof of the car. After walking for a few seconds, he folded back and threw a smaller money bag into it. "The groom's medical expenses and your car repair money." He poked his head in expressionlessly and quickly backed out. "You've already given it. Damn, since you're going to take it away, why don't you just say so? Is it just to make the damn repair bill work? What kind of weird hobby is robbery? How can there be in the world such a strange person? Next time, can you change to another family to rob? I think the Malfoy family is good. Their family is rich enough, and there are many treasures." Mr. Potter sank into some kind of grief that Credence couldn't understand, and he kept muttering, without noticing that Credence had gone away. Credence deftly got out of the carriage, clutched his chest, and walked to the groom who was lying on the bottom of the carriage, bent down and rolled his eyelids, slowed down for a while, and walked towards the street where Nagini was go. The efficiency of the French Ministry of Magic is not insignificant. After only a short delay, several auras had already appeared on this street. They surrounded a witch with a stern expression and walked against the crowd to the carriage direction. Noticing Credence, who had climbed down from the carriage, the leading witch waved her hand slightly behind her back, and the whole team quickly slowed down, forming a formation that could be the first to take care of both. Noting that the auras were approaching, Credence not only did not dodge, but accelerated his pace and approached the auras. "You guys are here." He ran up to the auras panting and said while panting, "Have you brought a doctor? The two people in the car are fine. The carriage is well protected, but the driver tossed to the side of the road, and the horses." "Please allow me to interrupt you, sir," the witch interrupted the enthusiastic passerby. "Did you notice what happened here just now?" "Yes, and those horses." Under Credence's words, most of the auras behind the witch relaxed their vigilance. A young aura beside her saw that Credence was out of breath and took a step forward to prepare help him. "Thank you." Credence smiled at him, and in the next second, he appeared behind the crowd, and the inflated magic power attached to his back from behind, and they passed through the bodies of the auras, instantly making them lose consciousness. No spell bursting, no light and shadow flickering, only his leaving, and the group fell to the ground. Credence breathed a sigh of relief, stroked his chest, and walked away quickly. The curtains of the hostel on the street opened a small gap, and then quickly closed them again. "Clay, are you too hungry to wait? I found the lightning puff you mentioned, but the stall owner changed the name to Lightning." Nagini happily hummed a song and turned around the corner. She trotted, fearing that her sweetheart would be hungry. Her high heels beat happily on the stone steps. As she crossed the corner, she bumped into Credence, who was walking towards her. Nagini was wearing inconvenient high-heeled shoes and suddenly lost her balance. With a scream, Credence grabbed her waist and supported her. The flying skirt and raised black hair, the handsome gentleman and the beautiful lady, with the sun and the breeze on their faces, actually put on a dance curtain call gesture on the street, where the crowd was running around. The two of them were almost face to face, with their eyes facing each other. Credence put his arms around Nagina's waist. She held Credence's chest. Time seemed to freeze, until Nagini could no longer bear being restrained. The tingle came from the soft ribs that lead and hooked his fingers and pushed him away with a smile. "It's so itchy." She shook her head with a smile and raised the paper bag in front of Credence. "I just ate a piece. You can eat them all, if you like." "That's no good. What if you starved to death?" Nagini tilted his head and asked curiously, "What are they running? Why does the street become lively as soon as I walk?" Before Credence could answer, Nagini had already walked onto the street just now, stretched his neck, and looked up at the empty street, where the crowd had completely dispersed, and what he saw was a tragic scene of people turned upside down. "Hiss, what's the matter?" "Car accident." Credence immediately used the new words he had just learned, and pulled Nagini back. "Let's go. By the way, you just said that the stall owner changed his name to something." "Oh." Nagini glanced at the street for the last time, retracted his eyes without hesitation, turned around and said, "It's called Blitzpuff, and it's said to celebrate the lightning-fast victory of the French Patriotic War. It's quite apt." Credence was a little speechless, not knowing how to evaluate it. He took out a piece of Blitzpuff from the paper bag, threw it into his mouth, and chewed it slowly. When the cream filled his mouth, he was eating at an unknowing speed. It felt like a lightning strike. Chapter 462. Welcome to tomorrow. Yes, just put it there. Make sure the sunlight is transparent, sir. At 12 noon on Saturday, I need to let the sunlight coming in from the gate hit the stage set squarely. Nelson stood in the lobby of the main venue of the Wizarding World Expo, dancing and telling the wizard in charge of the final adjustments about the set he needed. "Look, if there is a door here, I hope the sun can shine through the door. But there's no door there, is it?" "Yes, Master Wordling. Nar is undoubtedly a person who can adapt to the environment." Tom looked at Nelson's back and couldn't help thinking, if I hadn't seen the Silver Falcon, I would even have thought his patroness would be a chameleon. After all, just now in France, he starts to look like a cocky Gallic chicken. My lord, I don't understand the trail you drew here. Will the audience go directly to the stage? Good question. Nelson nodded and said, "There will be some small games to enliven the atmosphere. They are very important, so you need to pay attention." "I see, my lord. It's so cool, Tom. This feeling is really great." Nelson walked to Tom and said in a low voice. His dancing eyebrows revealed the joy in his heart at the moment, and he even raised his hands above his head, and he waved his fist vigorously. "Why do people have to work? It's so cool to stand here and shout. I can overturn all the original plans, and I can ask them to change the first draft the day before the deadline. I finally understand why do some supervisors or editors become more and more perverted. This is not their problem, but because this feeling is too exciting. After that, he turned around and shouted viciously at a wizard who came with a blueprint. Didn't I make it clear? I need a sense of grandeur. Do you know what grandeur is? Merlin and his forget the 12 followers who lead the villagers to fight with weapons in the next village. Go and see the Ramayana. Go and see the Iliad. If you can read Chinese, go and see Journey to the West. I want that kind of magnificent to feel, to be big, to be shocking. Lord Wertning. I just want to ask, is there enough lighting on the stage? Is it really necessary to bring in natural light? That may require a relatively large change to the overall building. The wizard pushing his glasses. He continued, and the weather, you just need to adjust the scenery inside. As for the light, that's not something you need to worry about. Nelson waved his hand, signaling him to do his own thing, and then turned to look at Tom. You understand now. When I was working in Krakow, they asked me everything. I had to do everything myself, and I bought so many books and put them in the library in Nuremberg. Now is a good time. Master Wertling. Tom looked into Nelson's eyes with pity, patted his shoulder vigorously, shook his head, and sighed softly. You are really very sick. You're too young, Tom. Nelson raised his eyebrows and said happily, Party A has the supreme power. This is the oracle set by the god of contract at the beginning of the world. Tom poked Nelson's forehead with the back of his hand worriedly, for fear that his brain would be burnt out because of acclimatization. He remembered the deeds he had heard about Lord Wertling's dedication when he visited the Central, and his mind was full of dragon slaying, the story of the one who eventually becomes a dragon. My lord. A wizard ran in from the door in a hurry. When he saw Nelson, his eyes lit up, and he rushed to Nelson like a whirlwind, and said out of breath, there is a situation. What's the matter? You speak slowly. The wizard glanced at Tom, leaned closer to Nelson, whispered in his ear for a while, then saluted and left. What's the matter? After the wizard left, Tom asked curiously, it's so mysterious. Of course, if it's inconvenient, don't say it. It's nothing. Nelson shrugged and said, the first exhibitor from the UK has arrived, but his luck is a bit bad. He was robbed as soon as he arrived in Paris. Robbed? Tom was a little surprised. Is it in Paris? Is the French Ministry of Magic so empty? I don't blame them. After all, the robbers are quite powerful. Fortunately, there is not much loss of people and goods. Because the people from the ministry have not arrived yet, they think of me as an Englishman. Nelson showed a gloating expression. Speaking of which, you are still a loyal user of this unlucky guy, Mr. Potter. It is said that he is planning to display new products here. Shall we go and have a look? Let's go. When Tom heard this, he suddenly became interested. The two quickly left and went to the scene of the accident. When they passed by the entrance of the Muggle World Expo, a big guy surrounded by shouts and curses attracted Nelson's attention. He smelled the heavy diesel smell around him and showed a surprised expression. What's that? Tom noticed Nelson's gaze, looked at the big guy who was digging the soil, and looked away after a short while, and said disdainfully, a piece of soil is just a matter of a floating spell. But those are Muggles, Tom, said Nelson. They don't have magic, they only have shovels. That's exhausting. Technology is innocent. Hearing the yelling and cursing around him, Nelson shook his head, waved his magic wand at a corner where the crowd didn't pay attention, and a white light stuck to the ground and hid in its tracks. He and Tom left here quickly. As the opening day of the World Expo draws closer, more and more people gather in Paris. Not only Muggles from all over the world, but also wizards speaking various languages. They gather in this small city in the process. The originally spacious streets were squeezed into narrow and congested like narrow paths. The French Ministry of Magic finally had a long memory and scattered those fireplaces along with the fireplaces from all over the world to various places in the hidden place, and the traffic situation improved a lot in an instant. The number of wizards is already very large, but throwing them in the city of Paris only caused an imperceptible splash. Similarly, a large number of goods for display are also settled in warehouses on the outskirts of the city. These goods have caused the French Muggle government to be in a state of distress, because no matter how many new warehouses they open, they will always find their quantity when the final goods enter the customs and the lack of capacity. This situation did not improve until the officials of the French Ministry of Magic received a complaint from the Muggle president, and wizard businessmen from all over the world reluctantly gave up the warehouse. They secretly occupied and put them in the Gringotts vault, leased by the French Ministry of Magic in the hidden place. Compared with the dazzling array of Muggle goods, Wizards exhibits are undoubtedly much less, and the categories are also lacking, except for a few exhibit as well. Most of the things that the Wizards took out were old things from centuries ago, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them antiques. The exhibits of Muggles are much richer. Even from the perspective of the future, those products with rough workmanship and simple structure still have a lot of room for development, but in this era, they are shocking enough. In the past few years, almost all the world has suffered from the baptism of war. Even though most people are still immersed in the grief brought by the war, they still have to look forward to life. War can squeeze out the intelligence of scientists, making the iteration speed of the war machine competition can be calculated in months, and when people usher in the precious peace and face the challenge of rebuilding civilization on the ruins, these killing technologies will also be applied in life. An engineering vehicle parked at the entrance of the Muggle World Expo is the best example. It has heavy armor and tracks that can adapt to various terrains. The upper body has a mechanical arm that can rotate freely and move flexibly. It can undertake various tasks in engineering, and the strong power brought by hydraulic pressure also enables it to easily overcome many problems that have caused great troubles to people before. This is a new work of the French Poquelin factory. If covering the upper half for tourists to watch, presumably most people will think of the steel monsters that kill on the battlefield tanks, but to put it bluntly, this is an excavator. The creator of the excavator also generously admitted that this is what he made after fusing some weapon technologies, which also made them express their strong resistance to this construction machine at the beginning. No one wants to see it on the peaceful street. Seeing these horrible things, not only some people criticize them with voice and words, but also some extreme opponents tried to damage or even destroy it. The strange thing is that no matter how badly it was damaged and defaced the first day, when the sun shine in the second morning, when it shines on its robotic arm, it still shines like new. At first, people's resistance to it was extremely strong, but as it continued to work on the construction site of the World Expo every day, showing a work efficiency far exceeding that of a team of workers, people's opposition was also gradually reduced in the day-to-day observation. They watched a ruin being reclaimed into flat land for construction. They watched a small machine turn the wasteland into a park, where they could rest under the control of one person, and if they want to, if people build it by hand, such a large project will take at least half a year. This magical scene aroused the slightest bit of opposition from many opponents. Finally, on Thursday, when the daily shouts and curses appeared, some people in the crowd began to refute the meaning of their curses. Those stones and soil thrown at the excavator, the block was stopped, and some people even unfurled slogans encouraging technological development. Some wizards who passed by were attracted by the crowd's debate and began to understand the rapid changes of Muggles in these years. When the sun rose on Friday, the scars and stains on the machinery did not disappear. On this morning, the repair magic set by Nelson failed, but the excavator did not need this kind of help. Putting on its thick mechanical arm, he carefully wiped off the disgusting sludge with his sleeve, and the slogan "Technology Innocence" was also raised in front of the crowd, and those dazzling scars became its metal. A few days before the opening of the exhibition, tourists wandered around Paris in their free time. The three young men who were subdued by Tom that day seemed to be important figures in France. Although the French Ministry of Magic did not find them in the end, but they also expressed their emphasis on security incidents. Those wizards who were held back by the invalid Muggle expulsion spell were liberated and participated in the maintenance of the city's security, which made the Muggles and wizards at the entrance of the hiding place go chatting together happened in various places in the city. Of course, looking for Pythia has also become a popular attraction. On Friday night, when the driver of the excavator left the car as usual and was about to go home for a rest, a middle-aged man with red hair and bald head in medieval costume quickly approached him. He rubbed his hands and said curiously to the driver, "Sir, can I try to play with this big guy?" The driver couldn't make a decision, so he looked at the engineer next to him. The gentle gentleman smiled and said to the bald man, "Sir, may I ask you?" "My name is Weirlie." Dorian Weirlie said immediately. The people sent by the British Ministry of Magic had arrived in Paris the day before. Instead, he went to various places where Muggles lived, and some people with him had already started discussing how to kick him out of the ranks of the 28 pureblood families. "Okay, Mr. Weirlie," said the engineer with a smile. He was no stranger to Dorian's attire. Among so many tourists in Paris with strange costumes, Dorian was considered relatively normal. "This is not a toy. This is an engineering vehicle, used for construction, and used to bring everyone a better tomorrow." "Sorry." Dorian apologized sincerely. "Is there any oil left?" The engineer looked at the driver, and after getting an affirmative answer, he turned his head and said to Dorian with a smile, "If you want to experience it, my answer is of course. After all, after tomorrow's launch my job is for people to experience it, and since you are so curious about it, I would like to let you experience it in advance." Hearing his words, the onlookers who were still lingering here couldn't hold back their curiosity, and they introduced themselves one after another. A middle-aged man with only one arm pushed through the crowd, and many people recognized him. He was the first person in the first few days, the person who cursed the most fiercely, but he suddenly lost his voice in the past 2 days. He said in a rough voice, "I'm a tanker of the Allied forces. I apologize for my previous remarks. It is completely different from tanks, and even those tanks can be repaired. The trauma it brings, if I can help you see if there is any problem with its dynamics. That's really an honor." The engineer gave up his seat. "Everyone can come one by one, but the fuel is running out. Those who haven't experienced it can come back to drive after the opening tomorrow." The cloudy skies on Saturday morning didn't look like a good omen, but that didn't dampen the spirits of visitors, who gathered at several entrances in anticipation of the opening of the expo. In the hidden place, the wizards were also crowded and shoulder to shoulder. The regular hexagonal modules on the 2 huge walls at the entrance of the expo park were opened one after another, and silver mayflies flew out of their nests and stopped in front of every visitor. On the bright and clean street, 2 empty castle-like multi-story trains are running back and forth, stopping every few minutes for tourists to get on and off. There are many eye-catching buildings on both sides of the street, and the participants can't wait. "I want to go in and visit." The minister of the French Ministry of Magic stood in front of the crowd. It was the first time he saw so many wizards, and some prominent figures also stood in the crowd. He was a little nervous, took a deep breath, and recalled his meticulously crafted speech. "Welcome to tomorrow." The red eyes of the mayflies are flashing, expressing the welcome from tomorrow to the tourists. Chapter 463 Start. The minister smiled dryly, looked at the restless crowd, swallowed the speech script hidden in his belly, turned sideways, and looked at the top of the silver door wall. He seemed to have received some signal, ordering the auras standing in front of the crowd to disperse. "Hope you all find what you're looking for." Before he had time to say such a word, he was overwhelmed by the rushing crowd. "I hope he won't be trampled to death by passers-by." Nelson sat on the top of the walls on both sides of the entrance with his feet crossed, with a bottle of pumpkin juice brought from England by his side. Tom stood behind him, holding a telescope to the crowd at their feet, looked over, and while observing, they said to Nelson, "Such a reason for dying in the line of duty is too embarrassing. As long as he doesn't stand there stupidly." Nelson picked up the bottle, swallowed the remaining drink, stood up against the wall, and looked at the cloudy sky above. It turned into a dreamy purple, but the thick clouds still did not become thinner. On the contrary, more clouds came from all directions, enclosing their heads airtightly. "We set up a lot of protection magic on the road, used to prevent the occurrence of stampedes. In fact, when someone accidentally falls, mayflies will send him to the ground. There is another trail they can also visit on the street from the underground to enter various architectural tour." "Oh, guess who I saw? Dumbledore," Nelson said casually. "He is the only one who can make you care so much." "Oh, it's him," Tom nodded. "I didn't expect him to line up, honestly. Don't people who come to the International Federation of Wizards meeting have a special channel?" He is a man who follows the rules. Nelson squinted, looking at the increasingly bleak sky, and muttered, Paris is a city that has experienced fierce fire. Yeah, if I were Grindelwald, I would go crazy and set fire today, so that I could wipe out all the people under my feet. Wouldn't it be convenient? I think it needs a big flood to wash away the shackles left by those stubborn rules before. Nelson pulled out his wand from his pocket. As if he had absorbed everything, he raised his wand and pointed it upright at the top of his head in the south, where the stars belonging to him were converging, and the scorching heat from them tore apart the clouds under his feet. I want to do something crazy things, Tom. Do you want to come together? Almost everyone in Paris heard a clear long cry, and some people with keen perception raised their heads to look at the sky. The heavy clouds were no different from when the sun was rising. It's really a city full of disasters. Tom put down the binoculars and smiled. Hopefully what tomorrow brings us is not a disaster. The lingering wind suddenly rolled up above people's heads. Whether it was a wizard or a muggle separated by a wall, they all noticed the change in the sky. A huge vortex was slowly forming in the clouds, just like being mentioned at breakfast. Like a tablecloth, this special celestial phenomenon attracted the attention of most people, and even the advancing team was stopped by it. That clear cry became clearer, like a bluebird in mythology, sweeping through the hearts of everyone who heard it, and the curled clouds became thinner and brighter, even though the surrounding clouds became more oppressive and thicker. Even and the thunderlight flickered among the billowing black clouds due to friction. But the sky above their heads was developing toward clearness, and the folds spreading around were like a pair of open wings. Matching the theme of this World Expo, as if it is true that there must be a bird from the sky to grab the earth and send them to tomorrow. The bad mood of the participants due to the bad weather also turned from cloudy to sunny. Many people regarded it as the opening program of the World Expo, but it may be true. Honey, what's that? The young woman didn't want to show timidity, but she couldn't hold back her curiosity. She pointed at the construction truck waving its robotic arm at the gate of the expo park, and asked in a low voice. It looks a bit like a German armored vehicle, but the parts on it can't be seen for their purpose. Her husband looked forward over the densely packed heads. His eyes stayed on the mechanical arm for a while, and thoughtfully, but it's clear that it's impossible to show an armored vehicle on such an occasion, unless it's a French trophy, he said. Oh. The little woman hugged her husband even tighter. As expected of a hero in the village, she knew so much. She looked at the novelties around her, and looked at the girls traveling with her from time to time, for fear that she would accidentally get lost. Mr. General, did Nelson really tell you he was a nuclear physicist? Martha stood across the street from the expo garden, keeping a distance from the tourists crowded in front of the gate. She turned around curiously and asked the young couple beside her. He held his wife's hand tightly for fear that she would get lost in the crowd. The girl who had just become a young daughter-in-law was going out for the first time. Like a frightened deer, she and Jack intertwined fingers and kept looking towards the crowded gate. Looking around, she was curious and nervous, tugging at the hem of her skirt from time to time, for fear that her inexperienced appearance would embarrass her pride. She held Jack's hand so hard that even the soldiers who couldn't be broken by shrapnel felt a little painful, but Jack just smiled and covered the back of her hand with his hand, stroking her like he was grooming a wild cat in front of the building. Gucci gently rubbed his cheek against her hair and said softly, "Honey, don't worry, I have a gun with me." His words made his wife even more nervous, and then, little Jack turned his head to look at Martha, showing an embarrassed smile. "You don't have to call me General, miss, I'm just an ordinary soldier." Prime Minister Churchill said that everyone who defends their country is a general. Martha smiled and shook her head. "I think we should wait for the first wave of people to enter before setting off. What do you think?" Haha. Little Jack scratched his head with a dry smile. That being said, he didn't really think so. When more and more things he had never seen appeared, even though he had seen the world, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed stand up. Martha smiled and stuffed her hands into her pockets. After confirming that the movie tickets were still there, she felt more at ease. She jumped to Jack's wife and hugged her arm. The little woman's attention was attracted by something else. "Honey, what's that? Honey, what's that?" Tina tugged at Newt's sleeve and dragged this incomprehensible man forward. She walked quickly and had crossed the exhibition areas of more than a dozen countries and came to the skyloft built in the clouds. Attracted by this unique architectural complex, he pointed to a painted boat floating among the clouds and asked curiously, "I've never seen a boat parked in the sky. It seems to be a carriage? I saw the sign below saying that it can fly in the sky. Is it the carriage of the French skyhorse?" No, the French are not willing to sell their national treasures. Newt's attention was quickly attracted by magical animals. He shook his head and said, "But there is no magical animal pulling a cart, and it cannot be a thestral. I can see a thestral, maybe something like a broomstick or a flying carpet. Let's go in and have a look," Tina suggested, dragging Newton without waiting for his opinion. Walking into the towering gate, Tina's voice became soft because of its magnificence. She followed the example of other passers-by, stepped over the not low threshold, and stepped on the ground paved with neat bluestones. The clear and firm touch and the scent of incense permeating the building calmed her restless mind, and she followed the mayfly around her to make a triggering sound in a timely manner. The China Pavilion is different from the pavilions in other countries. In order to show their vast land and resources as much as possible, the Wizards of the East built a building complex consisting of 9 main buildings in the Expo Garden, adopting the traditional garden architectural style. Due to the scale, it is too large, so the designer chose to use a unique form of heavenly palace with the help of special magic to build the majestic building on the clouds. In Eastern culture, 9 is a magical number, and many special magics also it will be enfolded through it. Mayfly's one-eyed flashes, and she introduced with a gentle female voice, "The exhibition area where the two are located is a shadow wall, which is only used for display, and the product exhibition area is in the 8 buildings above. The exhibits are potions, clothing, utensils, vehicles. Just the display area at home is enough to make visitors forget to return." For most European wizards, the East is just a legend that they can't reach. Circulation, but few people have seen the true face of Eastern wizards. This may be the first time in history that a museum built by themselves is open to the public to truly display those hidden in the mystery. The thick history, unique different magic and a unique temperament that is incompatible with Paris, but is self-contained and integrated. When Tina walked through the second exhibition hall, she suddenly remembered Newt, who had been following behind her, holding an XZ Snowman album, and looking at it with gusto. She turned and asked, "How long have we been walking around here? How long has the park been open now?" The minister himself couldn't believe that the hidden place, where you would be crowded when you go shopping on weekdays, could hold so many people. The copy of the order was sent, and my heart was full of emotion. 3:10 minutes, Mr. Minister, only 3:10 minutes. The director of the Department of International Affairs ran into the office with another thick stack of materials in hand. In order to express his joy for the data, he even pretended that he could not float the spell, hugged them personally with 2 thin arms, and although he was as tired as a dead dog, the joy on his face was even warmer when he was fed and said loudly, "My Lord Minister, you really have the foresight. Just at the 5 minutes ago, the amount of orders made by wizards from all over the world has already exceeded 1,000. And due to the unique location of our organizer, more than 5% of them have landed in China." 1,000? Is it so little? The minister rubbed his chin, frowning as if he didn't know the unit of the number, and said, "We can spend thousands of galleons when we go abroad to buy something." "My Lord Minister, it's a pen," said the director of the Department of International Affairs in concert with his performance, pretending to be surprised. "It's thousands of orders, my lord. The amount of one order is more than that." "Really?" The minister laughed heartily. The cloud of doubts and impeachment before the opening dissipated in an instant. He raised his head and looked out the window. The sky above his head had become translucent. He even felt this as a reward from God, because he saw that he was not easy. His expression changed rapidly, and he picked it up quickly and said calmly, "This is what we deserve. This is what the first person who eats crabs can have. Privilege. Fuck the Dark Wizard. The Dark Wizard's vision is much higher than those old guys. If this is the Black Wizard, then I want to be a Black Wizard. My lord, we are all Dark Wizards." The director winked and put down the copy, and soon, there was a hasty knock on the door. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The good news was lined up outside the door, and it came one after another. What are we going to do next? What should I do? Jin clenched his fists and stood in front of the gate of the main venue of the Muggle World Expo. The colorful tower shone with rainbow brilliance only in the sunlight. On such a cloudy day, it would be just like other old buildings. Dusty, looks cloudy like a pool of stagnant water. Jacunda squatted in front of him, fixing his collar. Behind her, several workers were carrying boxes of film and records and walking towards the side door of the main venue. Her face was hidden in the hood. Looking like a tourist from the Middle East, she stuffed a movie ticket torn from the back cover of the Quibbler into the boy's hand and looked at him with a smile. In this way, Nelson will be able to meet his daughter. I really envy that girl, who has a father who loves her so much. Jin looked at Jacunda's wet eyes in a daze, not understanding why she was crying. He stretched out his hand, trying to wipe her tears away, but the child's short arms could not touch her face, and his eyes kept flashing. The picture of my elder brother being stepped on by bad guys, but it was quickly covered by the strange miracles called magic that I came into contact with in the past few days. Are you thinking about your father? Jacunda, I think of my father. If he is still there, grandpa and brother won't be so tired. What a sensible boy. If only I was as sensible as you when I was young. Jacunda squeezed out a smile and scratched the boy's nose. What does magic bring to people? What? You don't have to do anything. Watch the movie with peace of mind. Jacunda hugged Jin, patted his back, and murmured, I hope that man won't let me down. Miss, are you also here to watch a movie? A hand patted her from behind. Jacunda's body tensed up like a female leopard for a moment, but she quickly relaxed, turned around, and saw a picture bright smiling face. Miss, although this sounds like a cliched approach, I have to say, you look like an old friend of mine. I saw you have a movie ticket in your hand. Do you want to go in together? Maybe get a front row seat. Jacunda raised his head, and the sun shone from the top of his head, shining on the tall tower wrapped in stained glass, and the halo of the rainbow finally shone. The vortex tore at the clouds, and the sky finally took on its blue color. Chapter 464 Scene. Rain, is this the change you're bringing to the world? Dumbledore was walking on the crowded street, wearing an ordinary coat. He was inconspicuous in the crowd, just like an ordinary lonely tourist, walking with those mortal beings like him. Together, holding a piece of crepe just bought in the small stall in the front hall of the French pavilion, letting the full jam drip on the back of the hand. The sweet aroma volatilizes wantonly in the air, and those from all over the world and the air, the smells from all over the place, are mixed together to form a complex picture that cannot be seen by the eyes. Among them, there is a clear, mint-like fragrance that is the most unique. Dumbledore sniffed it a few more times and made up his mind that it is best to find where it is sold these days. He did not choose to take a car. In his opinion, sometimes it is a good thing to be slow, especially at this time. He can see the traces he touched when he traveled the world in front of the door of every building. Passing tourists just thought he was strange and couldn't figure out why this man with a small sweet tooth kept staring at other people's outer walls. Dude, you have to go in and have a look. The things inside are interesting. A passing man patted him on the shoulder and said loudly in French. Dumbledore turned his head and saw that the man was almost wrapped up in an assortment of shopping bags. He could only see a big beard from the gap between the bags. He was stunned. Dazed, the foreign language turned around in his mind, and then he realized what the man was saying. Dumbledore smiled and nodded at him and walked into the venue in front of him. This is the Hungarian pavilion. As soon as he entered the door, Dumbledore was surrounded by all kinds of lace. These Hungarian specialties were hung in every corner of the room like ribbons for Christmas decorations. The venue was empty, except for the big guy in the end. There are not even tourists. Although Hungary is not well known in the magic world except for the dragonfly, it is not like this. Dumbledore raised his head, pushed aside the lace in front of him, and looked at the big guy who was placed upright in the center of the hall, a specimen of the Hungarian horntail, which was spreading its wings and claws in a fighting posture. The amber langan stared forward majestically, but there was nothing there. It seemed to be defeated at the most brave moment of its life, and then became a work of art for people to watch. Dumbledore sighed. This dragon brought back too many memories for him. His eyes followed the black scales of the dragon, and next to its curled feet gripping the ground, a tourist who was not much different from a fingernail was standing with his back to him, admiring the heroic appearance of the dragon. This is the only visitor in the Hungarian pavilion besides him, and there are not even staff members besides. Dumbledore understood the reason for the emptiness here, and he walked through the vine-like lace, as if walking through the jungle, and approached the tall and straight figure. Grindelwald. Dumbledore's tone of greeting was a little stiff. "Oh, you're here?" Grindelwald realized the identity of the visitor just by hearing the voice. He turned around and saw Dumbledore walking towards him, showing a long-lost smile. He patted the scales of the dragon, feeling the hard and cold touch like ironstone, said, "I remember that the dragon we caught together was as big as two. Oh, by the way, did you research anything in the end? Time is too long. It's been a long time, I don't even remember. Don't you read magazines?" Dumbledore approached Grindelwald, stood opposite him, and said seriously, "With the help of Mr. Nicole Flamel, I found the number 12 uses of dragon blood. He even put my name on the first of the paper in alchemy today, even though compared to his workload, I didn't do anything. For someone like him, things like fame have long been meaningless. So what about you? Is it meaningful to you?" Dumbledore spread his hands. His wand was held in his palm. "Why did you set up such a grand event? To reproduce your pioneering act of burning Paris more than 10 years ago? Then you really think highly of me, Albus." Grindelwald shrugged with a smile, and also spread his hands, with only half a yellowish crepe in his palm, which seemed to be in the same family as Dumbledore. "Bought in the store. All this is Nelson Wertning's idea. He wants to push the world forward. Such a good thing. I have no choice but to push the boat along. You can come to Nermengard to sit. If you are free, sit down, and you'll know when the time comes. I'm an accommodating person who listens to everyone's advice." Dumbledore shook his head. No one knows Grindelwald's paranoia and determination better than him. For what he believes in, even if 100 dragons like this are chained together, it will be difficult to pull Grindelwald back. What's more, not long ago, Aberforth detected such important information. Dumbledore didn't say much, but changed the subject. "Then do you know what he wants to do?" "Oh, what does he want to do?" "This is a good question, but more importantly, what can we do?" Grindelwald patted another nail beside him, inviting Dumbledore to sit here, and said relaxedly, "That's a good thing, isn't it? We finally don't have to pick up sweets in the poor and barren days. If Nelson had been born a few decades earlier, maybe I could have ridden a British-made broomstick when I was young, and I didn't have to spend time fearing that my wobbly old car would throw me from the sky, which it did in the end." Dumbledore walked towards Grindelwald and sat beside him, listening to him recall the journals of those ignorant times, trying to find out some troubles from them, but he soon fell into a similar fantasy, and time seemed to it solidified. The mint-like aroma became more intense, and Dumbledore woke up a lot, and he gripped his wand even harder. Because the hornet's body is too large, the Hungarian pavilion did not seal the roof, but opened a skylight on the basis of their traditional vault, which is enough for the spikes on the hornet's body to stick out, and the whole building is built on it. No matter which angle you look at from those low-rise or high-rise shops, you can see its Kang Wu's posture. At this moment, the clouds above the head are thin, and the sunlight is shining in, coating its ferocious posture with a metal-like brilliance. Grindelwald was enveloped by the sudden skylight, and he raised his head with a surprised expression. "I thought the venom of the wind demon was unsolvable," as Newt said, "until Professor Sykes told me personally what it means to specialize in surgery. Are you sure that the fresh spirit you made can dissolve the aftermath of so many years?" Tom unscrewed the cap of the bottle in his hand, sniffed it close to his face. "Why don't you give it as a perfume sample to passers-by? I guarantee that it will be popular." "Since Newt can do it, so can I." Nelson took his hat out of his bag and held it in his arms. "I don't have a Thunderbird to make clouds and rain, but the sky is not the privilege of any species." The sun shot down from the gap between the dark clouds and hit Nelson on the back. No one noticed the figure standing above their heads. Tourists were attracted by the dazzling array of goods and lingered on the bustling streets. From time to time, there were businessmen from the applause came from above their heads. Those huge amounts are already numb to the current tourists. It seems that orders from all over the world are signed on this small street every second. Under the impact of magic factory products, the magic manufacturing industry in most countries is already on the verge of collapse. This kind of small workshop operation that seems to be stuck in the Middle Ages cannot achieve the efficiency and quality brought by the perfect industrial chain, except for some special individual with little communication with the outside world, and the remaining hard bones of a well-established industry were all smashed by dumping this little trick that would rot in the future, and they spontaneously moved closer to the magic factory. Compared with 10 years ago, the quality of products in the wizarding world has almost improved to a higher level, and there are more and more shadows of Muggle progress in it. Nelson looked at the changes he brought about, but still felt that it was not enough. He straightened his back and looked at the sky with questioning eyes, but the dull sky didn't give him the slightest response. Nelson didn't expect God to promise him anything. As if performing a ritual, he slowly put the soft felt hat on top of his head, pulled out the black walnut wand from his pocket, and held it up high point to the sky. The bird song that pierced the sky quickly came from the top of his head, as if responding to his call. The silver-white brilliance rose from his body and approached the sky curlingly. It quickly condensed in the air and struck the sky with the silver falcon spread its wings. The two high-pitched falcon chirps reverberated in everyone's hearts like a duet. Everyone's breathing was stagnant and their heartbeats slowed down by half a beat. They quickly merged into one, and the face of the sky became strange and unpredictable. "It's time to rain, Paris." Nelson put down his wand and muttered. "I remember that there was such a rain more than 10 years ago. The rain was so heavy that it could fall from the east to the north, and from the west to the east." Beside the excavator at the entrance of the Muggle Expo garden, an old woman leaning on crutches was waiting for her grandson who went to experience the machine, and said to the granddaughter-in-law beside him, "The rain was too heavy. It is said that it rained both in the city and in the suburbs. I have never seen such a heavy rain. The cloud, it seems to be able to wash away our bad memories. It falls into the mouth sweet. Grandma, look at the weather. It's going to rain." Son's daughter-in-law held up an umbrella to cover the old woman's head and said softly, "Come closer to me. Don't catch a cold." The old woman didn't hear what the daughter-in-law said, but she became more and more energetic. She pointed to the gap in the clouds above her head and said excitedly, "Yes, that's it. The sun seems to be caught by someone, hiding and refusing to come out." But when it rained that time, there was still thunder in the sky. That scene was too frightening. Grandma. Son's daughter-in-law had no choice but to approach the old woman with an umbrella, looking worriedly above her head from time to time. "I really didn't lie to you." The old woman put her arm around her daughter-in-law's arm and said over and over again, "The rain really made me feel a lot easier, and I feel a lot better, a lot better." The granddaughter-in-law sighed. Her husband's grandmother is not too old, but her head is a little unclear. Her memory will always go back to when she was young, and she will always be unable to remember things clearly. She saw it with her inner magazine. The research results of a German doctor surnamed Alzheimer were exactly the same. She leaned her umbrella in the direction of the old woman again, for fear that she would catch the cold again. Her husband was queuing up next to the iron lump, and her mind began to diverge again. She remembered the conclusion in the magazine, that the prevalence of the elderly in Paris was more than a little higher than the world average, and she couldn't help but worry. There are more and more old people like this in recent years. Will I be like this in the future? The clouds above her head became heavier and heavier, giving people a sense of urgency as dark clouds pressing down on the city. On the contrary, the gap in the clouds in the center became clearer. The dull and humid air made her breathless, and the condition of the old woman beside her seemed to be sudden deterioration of the general. Began to tell conflicting childhood stories of her grandson. "What does it smell like, Newt?" Tina climbed up to the second floor of the China pavilion. Under the shell of the wooden building, there was a pavilion made of a whole piece of porcelain. She stroked the raised cloud pattern on the surface of the porcelain wall, and the smooth texture it made her feel happy from her fingertips to the bottom of her heart. Coupled with the clear fragrance that filled the air at some point, the unhappiness that Newt was infatuated with the snowman brought to her disappeared. "Ah, it tastes good," Newt said without looking up. Obviously, he didn't listen to what Tina said at all. His mind is full of snowmen now, and he can't wait to ride a broom to the King Haterbet Plateau to catch a snowman. Just tuck it into my suitcase. The joy that Tina had just raised was immediately shattered. She slapped the album in Newt's hand, covered the snowman's portrait, and said with lowered eyes, "Newt, I'll give you another chance." The desire to survive in Newt's heart became stronger. He wrinkled his nose, took a few breaths, and said quickly, "I smell the perfume on your body, and the burning in this building. It should be sandalwood, or it smells like mint. Sorry, I'm not very familiar with potions. It's quite refreshing. Do you like it? I'll buy it for you. Why didn't you do this earlier, Newt?" Tina slowly moved her hand away from the album, and pulled it away a second before Newt smiled. She carefully stuffed the album into her bag, holding Newt's arm. "I think I'm more interesting than Fantastic Beasts, right? Grandma, lean in a little bit." The grandson's daughter-in-law hugged the old woman worriedly. The weather was getting worse and worse. Although the gaps in the clouds were still bright, she was still worried, which was not a good sign. Boom. She only had time to hug the old man, and the thunder sounded in the sky. Before that, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and hit the tallest colorful tower in the expo park. Under the guidance of the lightning rod, it was like a spider web generally spread to the ground. Falcon was engulfed in the thunder, and its figure merged with the clouds. Boom. The drizzle fell neatly, washing the earth like a soft brush. "Yes, that's the rain." The old woman stretched out her hand, caught the raindrops, and licked them like a child. On the dark screen, noises like snowflakes flashed from time to time, and with a crisp ringtone, the noisy conversation around fell silent, but the screen was still completely black, and only the sound of the projector and phonograph turning could be heard. The story begins in 1939. Without this past, perhaps no one would know that there is such a small town called Auschwitz in the outskirts of Krakow in the center of Europe. Chapter 465 Act 2, Memory. Boom. The sound insulation of the projection hall is very good, and the audience is completely unaware of the weather outside. After the lengthy opening remarks, a dull thunder sounded in the theater. The sides around the edges become thin and penetrating. This completely different experience from contemporary movies makes most people feel refreshed. They seem to have come to the mining industry full of despair and pain, and they were stripped to pieces by a thunderbolt on the flat ground, and stood naked in the cold wind on the dry land. On the road, waiting for others to judge their own fate. The screen became pale, and the strong white light made many people sitting in the front row unable to open their eyes, and it illuminated almost everyone's faces at the same time staged. People's hearts seemed to be tightly grasped, their breathing was blocked in the trachea, and their whole body's strength seemed to be being sucked away by the soft cushions under their buttocks, and they couldn't even move their necks. The phonograph didn't leave much room for people to breathe. Just when they finally took a breath, the screen slowly dimmed, and the pure white was replaced by dense raindrops, without any other element that could convey information. The sound of heavy footsteps, the sound of raindrops hitting the leather jacket and the sound of rain being splashed by leather boots suddenly came to people in front of people in the fine raindrops. A pale hand holding a gun opened the door curtain, and also opened the rain curtain, and the rapidly advanced camera position inside a small camp was presented to the audience, and it finally stopped on the chest of the owner of that hand. The military uniform, which was stained with oil, and looked like it hadn't been washed for a long time, was loosely worn on the body. The iron medal with a black background on the chest made many viewers gasp when they recognized it. "Lieutenant Colonel Franz, new shipments have arrived." The sound came from outside the picture. The camera moved up, and the ghostly face of Lieutenant Colonel Franz filled the whole screen without warning. Compared with when Nelson saw him back then, Lieutenant Colonel Franz became thinner, which made his already sharp facial features even more mean, and the original thick beard was also knotted together, which was abandoned by the owner, and it was covered with dirt, whether it was bloodstains or food. Boom. There was another thunderstorm. His entire face was pale by the lightning outside the door. His pupils lost their color instantly, but he did not block or evade, as if he had been numb to this kind of external stimulation. His facial features were deeply affected. The lines cast out deep and thick shadows, looking like an evil spirit that can hardly survive in the sun. Lieutenant Colonel Franz sniffled, raised his right hand, nodded towards the camera, and issued a command to be present. Everyone said long live in disgust. Long live. The off-screen response was also quick, which almost became an instinct for every German soldier. A rusty iron box was stuffed into the arms of Lieutenant Colonel Franz. Finally, there was something human. The cigarettes you want. Franz, do you want to go and see the shipment now? Or go after a while? Franz couldn't wait to open the tin box, grabbed a damaged cigarette from inside, tore the cigarette paper, and poured the shredded tobacco into his mouth. His cheeks were agitated. He chewed the shredded tobacco in his mouth hard, and the saliva flowed down from his mouth uncontrollably. He wiped the corners of his mouth with his dirty sleeve, spat the shredded tobacco and spit on the muddy ground, and said in a rough voice, "Go now. Keep resting, resting, resting forever. I feel like I'm going to rust." "Really?" Franz. The camera moved around Lieutenant Colonel Franz, including him and the back of the visitor. The visitor's quilt was much straighter than Franz's, and his clothes were also straight, but stained in gunpowder smoke. He seemed to be an officer who just came off the battlefield. "I thought you would have a lot of activities, but I heard from the brothers on the front line that your place is like heaven. There are endless things to do, everyday tricks. If only after the war is won, the head of state can keep a few playgrounds like this." They didn't care about the increasing torrential rain, and their figures loomed like ghosts in the lightning that lit up from time to time. Victory in the war. HMPH. Franz snorted unsteadily in the rain, and he took out another cigarette from the tin box, this time without tearing off the cigarette paper, and threw it directly into his mouth. "I would rather it is better to be killed by Allied bullets on the front line than to rot here, and if you stay here for a long time, even you will become a numb ghost like me." "Ghost? Look at me. What's the difference between me and a ghost?" Franz turned around and glanced at the camera from a distance. There seemed to be a faint phosphorescent fire floating in the deep-set eye sockets. Lightning struck from behind him. The blood oozing from those rotten gums mixed with the tartar decorated the spittle-stained shredded tobacco in his mouth, like lava from hell. If someone said that he cannibalized at this time, there would be no the audience had the slightest suspicion. The ferocious expression and facial features that were completely different from humans made some audience members exclaim in surprise, but soon they became silent because of fear. There was no blood flying, no guns roaring, but the fear of war had firmly controlled everyone's emotions like an invisible monster lying behind them. "Darling, Germans are really in." The young woman put her arms around the arm of the officer's husband, feeling his strong heartbeat, and felt a little more at ease. "They on the battlefield are more terrifying than those on the screen." Little Jack put his arms around his wife's shoulders, lowered his head, and leaned into her ear, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. They have already been defeated." The camera quickly moved back into the sky, and the fancy camera movement made the audience feel dizzy, but this may be the effect the photographer wanted. The backs of Lieutenant Colonel Franz and the visitors became like the side of the road. The grass and trees are generally small, and the camera covers the entire building complex in front of them. A boxy barracks wrapped in barbed wire, and countless ragged prisoners of war are like walking corpses, wearing shackles and forming a death row. Target. At the side door of the barracks, two soldiers came out carrying what looked like broken sacks, and dropped the heavy loads on their shoulders. The audience took a closer look, and they were actually two inhuman figures. Several trucks covered with tarpaulins were parked at the main entrance of the barracks. Lieutenant Colonel Franz and his companions were approaching in that direction. Several soldiers who had walked out of the camp approached the trucks, and one of them got off the truck. The few remaining officers approached the truck with a smile on their backs, took off the rifles on their shoulders, and stabbed the gleaming bayonet in the night rain at the tarpaulin, as if playing a game of whack-a-mole. The sound over there was completely covered by the noisy sound of rain, but the audience understood that the so-called goods that came were real people. The sound of rain stopped suddenly, and the sound of wailing filled their ears immediately. Among those trucks that were closed like cans, they didn't know whose son, whose husband, or whose father it was. The rain in Paris was getting heavier and heavier. It didn't cause too much trouble for the wizards in the hiding place. They were just delayed by the rain, but more and more wizards found the raindrops refreshing, and even hid from the rain the train left under the eaves, standing under the sky, feeling the rare rain. But it might be more aptly called poison for other people separated by a wall. Countless local tourists in Paris who were visiting the expo garden froze when they were drenched in the rain and their eyes became confused. "Grandma, what's wrong with you?" Seeing the abnormality of the old man, the granddaughter-in-law hurriedly hugged her and walked to the eaves under the gate, found a spacious place to stay, and worriedly supported the grandma who was lost in memories. "It's just such a rain." Even though she was standing in the rain, the old woman's lips were as dry as if she was walking in a desert. Her lips were murmuring, repeating the words that had been repeated countless times. "It's just like this rain. Let's go home, Grandma, and I'll fetch him." "No." The old woman grabbed the grandson's daughter-in-law's arm vigorously. It was hard to imagine that an old woman could burst out with such a strong force, pinching the grandson's daughter-in-law's arm so painfully. Her eyes showed a look of horror. Cloudy old tears welled up from his eyes. "No, we can't go home. We will be burned alive at home." "Grandma, it's raining now." The daughter-in-law was in pain and wanted to take off the old woman's hand, but she was afraid of hurting the old man, so she let her hold it, endured the pain, and gently comforted Grandma. "No, it will catch fire. You don't know, you don't know, you don't know." The old woman shook her arms excitedly. "Those thugs, that devil, that flame, it can burn the rain dry. They are devils. Beside us, there are devils exactly like us." The daughter-in-law raised her head in a daze. For some reason, the entire expo park fell into an inexplicable panic. The crowd of Parisians seemed to be terrified, as if they saw some scene of annihilation. They shouted hysterically to the people around them to run away. It seems that the colorful tower in the depths is some kind of man-eating magic cave. What they repeat the most is a fire that can burn the world. These nonsense words are too real and too unified, which makes the confused tourists around feel that maybe this bizarre fire has really happened. Fortunately, most of the residents in Paris chose to take shelter from the rain in the building due to the bad weather, which made the riots almost contained in the expo park. Most Parisians who stood by the windows to hide from the rain did not know that they just had to open the windows. You can see the truth. The granddaughter-in-law married from another place a few years ago, and she became one of the few people in the expo park who was not affected by the heavy rain. She tried her best to stand on tiptoe, trying to find her husband through the rioting crowd, but that the miracle of seeing each other in the crowd did not happen to her. Her husband curled up in the mud next to the excavator, hiding his soft belly like an armadillo facing a natural enemy. He was still young more than 10 years ago, but he had already faced death directly, and his vague memories flashed before his eyes like old yellowed photos. In front of his eyes, as if yesterday reappeared, the fear forgotten by the influence of the winged demon's venom was tightly attached to his soul again, and the explosion of glass shattering sounded like a sharp death knell in his ears, and his body couldn't help convulsing. He secretly opened one eye and looked around, just in time to see a tourist in black extending a helping hand to him. He couldn't help howling. The black suit seemed to have turned into a black robe. He wanted to hide, get under the tracks, hide in the ground, hide in a place where no one can find it. Maybe the silver falcon, which was flying in the clouds, didn't prepare enough fresh spirits, or maybe it evaporated quickly during the fall, and the effect of the potion didn't restore the memory of all Parisians as Nelson expected, but separated that to the shackles of this world have been washed away by this heavy rain, and the fragments of that disaster finally reappeared in the world without magic. Is this really good? Tom sat on the wall, holding up his binoculars to observe the riots in the distance. For them, it might be a better result if they don't have the memory of this experience. When the structure of the levee has collapsed, simple mending will only make more and more tides accumulate. "Tom, I don't know if I'm doing better." Nelson took a deep breath, feeling the heavy feeling of the increasingly wet hair clinging to the scalp. He raised his hand, trying to catch the drizzle that fell from his fingertips, but his 5 fingers could only stop them for a short time. Everyone should have the right to choose and to resolve disputes. People must know each other. Aren't you helping them make a decision? Tom's soul torture made Nelson unable to answer. His vision was blurred by the increasing rain, and his face looked like he was crying. After a while, he said softly, "Then, let them hate me." Boom. After the thunderstorm, it was pouring rain. Tom raised his head and rested his forehead on the other side of the high silver wall. He squinted his eyes, stood up against the wall, and raised his wand to his chest. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. You have to wait until the dust settles to comment, and until then, you have an obligation to keep it going, and I have an obligation to help you end it. Nelson raised his head and shook his arm lightly. The knotted black wand slipped from the sleeve and fell into his palm. The heavy rain made his vision less than 1 meter, and the raindrops flowed down his hair like a stream, becoming cloudy. In the cloudy torrential rain, he stood on the tall round silver roof of the center, looking at Auschwitz in the distance. The camera passes over his shoulder, so that half of the picture is him, and the other half is purgatory. The sound of sobbing kept ringing in the projection hall, and suddenly the bright picture raised a glimmer of hope in people's hearts. Will this be the savior who saves the suffering? But the playful laughter from in front of the blonde knocked down their expectations. This kind of game really makes people sleepy. I wonder if they are tired. No one answered him, only the distracting sound of rain. The screen seemed to be powered off and plunged into suffocating darkness. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Act 3rd, Expression. Stop it. Nah. Dumbledore walked out of the misty rain. He stood on top of another wall parallel to the two of them, and a thick voice floated slowly. You've done enough. Go on, go on. The development of the situation will be beyond your grasp. Dumbledore raised his arms, and the vortex of rainwater slowly formed on top of his head, like a mirror, centered on him. It spread to the surroundings, and to the whole of Paris, as if putting a hat on the city of Paris. Under the cover of a psychedelic barrier, the momentum of the rain was slightly stagnant. Dumbledore deserves to be called the most powerful wizard. His magical power can block the sky. Professor Dumbledore. Nelson saluted Dumbledore. He grabbed his hat with one hand and raised his wand to his chest with the other. Do you like the rain? Tom took a step forward. His eyes kept wandering between his best friend and mentor, but he didn't hesitate for even a second. He stood beside Nelson, raised his wand, and a black beam of light spewed out from the tip of the wand. It shot straight at the barrier Dumbledore had placed above his head. Dumbledore looked at his two proud students. He had shown off to others more than once. The future achievements of these two young people would surely surpass his own. He thought he had a lot of respect for the fire in Nelson's heart. I understand, but I still didn't expect that he would practice his creed in such an extreme way. Rough mixing will cause division. I think you should understand this truth. Dumbledore said sincerely. You see, some muggles in the United States already know the existence of wizards and magic, so soft fusion can avoid greater harm. Injury. You can wait until the time is right. Professor, I don't want to wait any longer. Nelson pushed the soft felt hat to his chest, feeling the throbbing heartbeat coming through it. His body became cold in the heavy rain, but his blood was never as hot as it is today. But his eyes as deep and black as black holes, facing the greatest wizard in the world. He said softly, you always do. Wait, wait. When Grindelwald understands your greater good, and when you put it into action, you told him to wait, afraid that the disaster you caused would become uncontrollable. You asked Senior Newt to help you solve all these problems. But when Grindelwald was arrested, you told them to wait. You are confident that Grindelwald will no longer harm the world. So have you done it? Even if Senior Newt helped you get the blood curse, you are not willing to undo it. I know it has been hanging on your chest all the time. Are you still waiting? Wait until he destroys all order. Wait until he smears his ambition on all living beings. Will you wait any longer? Nah. Tom didn't cherish his magical power at all. He bombarded Dumbledore's barrier with all his strength. It was much easier to destroy than to protect. The transparent rain barrier was soaked by black magic and became cloudy. Within the range above the expo park, the raindrops that had become cloudy continued to fall from the sky, falling on the people who had forgotten the past. I don't think you're a language giant, Professor, but wait so long. When will the time be right? There are always new conditions to be met, and if we are like a student taking an exam, everything has to wait. Do it when the time is right, then we may not achieve anything. When the matter is over, Nelson's tone became fierce, but his expression became calmer. You asked me to wait. I have waited. When Jonas died, you let me wait. Tell me that Muggle law will give him justice, but will waiting bring him back to this world? Would you accept such an absurd reason? I waited, but I cannot wait anymore. I understand your resentment. Nah, you grew up in a Muggle family, and your vision is not like most people, who are only limited to your own world. Dumbledore said softly, in this Muggle family in this matter, I have the same attitude as you. I fully understand your enthusiasm, but you are too young. You have not considered everything that will happen afterwards. Professor, do you know? I have been resenting you all this time, resenting you for taking away the only chance in my life to kill an enemy with my own hands. Nelson raised his head, and his clear eyes gave Dumbledore a feeling that it was difficult to look directly at him. He said softly, but at the same time, in my heart, your most stalwart moment is also the moment when you shouted Avada Kedavra. Professor, can you tell me, when you shouted the Kedavra, have you thought about what happened after that? I haven't thought about it. Dumbledore said truthfully, but I don't want you to bear the shackles you shouldn't bear because of impulse. Professor. Nelson raised his head and looked at the sky above the barrier. A falcon's chirp that could pierce the clouds fell from the sky, and the dazzling silver shadow slammed into the solid barrier. I never thought about it before. I have thought too much. Even if I'm saving a few muggles in a prisoner of war camp, I'm still timid and overwhelmed. He raised his magic wand and slashed down vigorously, as if he was wrestling with fate. Above the black clouds, several stars submerged in sunlight bloomed with light comparable to the sun. With his movements, 7 thick thunder pillars slammed down Dumbledore's barrier from all directions, and countless mayflies hit Paris's hat like moths to a flame. Dumbledore was surprised that Nelson's attack landed exactly on the barrier every time. Weak point. He didn't know that Nelson had launched countless attacks on the barrier before he could find these imperceptible weak points on this airtight hat. Professor, this is Paris, and there is a fire that has been burning over Paris for 17 years, Nelson said calmly. A complete eruption under the suppressed high temperature. Would you like to see the scene at that time? You saw it? Another figure appeared beside Dumbledore. His silver white hair looked like a moon in the rain. Grindelwald looked at Nelson with calm eyes and gently waved his wand, as if there were hands gently supporting the top of his head. The barriers are average, and the weak points penetrated by Nelson are easily repaired. He and Dumbledore have been against each other for a long time, but in the rare cooperation, they can still show the same tacit understanding as before. Grindelwald asked, do you see it with your own eyes? Have you seen it? Nelson knew what he was asking, and the eyes of the two seers collided in the air. Nelson knew that Grindelwald was asking him questions from the future. No. Nelson shook his head and admitted frankly, since there is no, then it is not the future. Mr. Grindelwald, did you see it with your own eyes? Nelson asked back. What did you see? Have you seen yourself chained to the tallest tower in Nurmengard, alone for the rest of your life? Nelson asked rhetorically. If you saw it, why didn't you accept it? Grindelwald was silent for a long time, staring at Nelson and smiling. Nelson shook his head. Well, I'm thinking too much. For characters like you, it's the protagonist's prerogative to be easily persuaded by words. It's good that you know, Grindelwald said. If you want us to watch the ceremony with peace of mind, at least let me see that you have the power to subvert. When we have no clue and are in a mess, we can use wizards, the easiest way to solve the problem. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald in surprise. Before he could compromise, Grindelwald had already raised his wand, turned to Tom, and picked his chin with a smile. Tom and Nelson looked at each other and jumped towards the gap between the two walls. The figure was wrapped in black mist in midair and rushed towards Grindelwald in a flash. Nelson squatted down and put his wand against the wall so that passers-by could only see the rainy sky above them. A faint blue ring of fire exploded from Grindelwald's side, and the black smoke that Tom turned into stagnated suddenly, but a part of it penetrated the flames and rushed to Grindelwald's side, condensing into a ferocious snake head in an instant. Bite down with sharp fangs without hesitation. Ding! Grindelwald raised his wand, and the fragile wood easily blocked the impact. The black smoke dissipated, and Tom's figure appeared in midair. There were still a few fiendish flames that could not be extinguished, but he didn't care. He floated in midair, wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, pointed his wand at the center of Grindelwald's brow, and provocatively said with a grin, "I remember your fire is purple. Look down on me, crazy boy." Grindelwald chuckled, feeling excited. He stepped forward and was caught by the black veil when he was about to fall. As if walking on the stairs of his own house, he strolled towards Tom in the air. "As you wish." Purple flames gushed out from the tip of the staff, turning into scorching ghosts, surrounding him and confronting the giant snake entrenched in the sky. Professor Nelson appeared next to Dumbledore, still holding the hat in one hand and the wand in the other. He respectfully performed a wizard salute and said sincerely, "I want you to see up to my resolution." "I've already seen it." Dumbledore sighed softly and raised his free hand to support the barrier. He is one of the rare wizards who can master spellcasting without a wand. During the process of changing hands, Nelson just stood quietly by the side without disturbing him. Action. When Dumbledore continued to maintain the barrier, Nelson took a step forward and bowed to Dumbledore. "Sorry, I can't spare my hand. I can't salute you." Dumbledore's wand is pointed at Nelson, and the battle between the two shape-shifting wizards is imminent. The moment he raised his magic wand, the remaining rain in the air was divided into two distinct sides with the two of them as a boundary. With only two of them, there was already the momentum of two armies confronting each other, and countless creations wrapped in magic power rushed towards the enemy, launched a suicide attack, collapsed at the moment of meeting, and reunited. Except for Dumbledore, who was standing there, the figures of the remaining three kept moving among the flames, black gauze, silver light and billowing smoke. Tom's expression became serious from the excitement at the beginning. He always talked about killing Grindelwald, but from the bottom of his heart he always regarded Grindelwald as the most terrifying wizard. But in the real world, when facing Grindelwald, he realized that his estimate was still conservative. When Tom was blasted out of the black smoke once, Grindelwald chased after the victory. The giant dragon condensed from purple flames opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards the unstable Tom. A white cat surrounded by flowing water appeared in the air and proudly leaped into the dragon's mouth. The dragon's figure instantly shattered, and the flames were extinguished in the water mist formed by the lost mist. The white cat passing through the dragon's body continued to step forward, blinking into the figure of Nelson stabbing, before raising his sword. The blade of the sword collided with the tip of the wand, bursting out like a meteor, and Nelson's pointer sword slowly shattered, leaving only the wand tightly held in his hand. Tom didn't stop either, looking at Dumbledore with scarlet pupils. "Nelson, you should know that you can't defeat me." Grindelwald glanced at the wand in Nelson's hand, shaking his head. "Even if you have the holy artifact, you are still just a young wizard after all." "Mr. Grindelwald." Nelson pushed back his obstructive bangs, pressed down his hair on the back of his head with a soft felt hat, and looked down at Grindelwald. "Isn't this what you want to see? Disarm you?" Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and said to Nelson, who was facing him. The red light hit Nelson's right hand, but it only penetrated a ball of flowing water that instantly deformed. Nelson flicked the wand lightly, and the wand covered with knots suddenly became smooth. He paid attention to this old wand. Wands were made of black walnut wands. "Little trick. You always like such a little trick." Grindelwald chuckled and returned to help Dumbledore, who was defending under Tom's stormy offensive. He always felt that this old guy didn't do his best, and his attitude was extremely ambiguous. As everyone knows, Dumbledore thought so too. With heavy steps, Franz walked towards the trucks parked in front of the camp. There was no trace of anger in his sunken eye sockets, only the instinctive long live when he met the soldiers stationed there. "Strong and strong. You devils. Executioners." The cargo covered by the tarpaulin squirmed violently, and screams came from the truck compartment. The soldiers guarding the vehicle seemed to have become numb to this situation. They raised their bayonets and stabbed them into the tarpaulin repeatedly. Following this movement, with the muffled roars and the ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against bones, the already rusty blade was covered with more and more bright red, and the screams in the truck, the sound disappeared quickly, and they looked at each other without stopping what they were doing. Franz didn't stop the soldier's movement. He leaned forward with a cigarette in his mouth. Someone lit the fire with interest. Only the officer, who kept his back to the screen, stopped him. "Don't go too far. These people are obtuse." "What's the use?" Franz snorted coldly, took a deep breath, drank half of a cigarette, and said vaguely with a cigarette in his mouth, "Let them build a bigger concentration camp and detain more prisoners? Question mark? Anyway, they are going to die in the end. It's the same everywhere." Alas. The officer who sent the man sighed and said, "Didn't the scientists here be researching more powerful weapons for the soldiers on the front line? Maybe they scientist? Haha, don't worry, you won't be lost in the head count." Franz exhaled a foul breath, and the lingering smoke completely covered the evil spirit's face. Only a pair of red eyes looked towards Krakow through the smoke. Chapter 467 Scene. The sky falls. Huh. Why did the rain stop? A man with a funny mustache pushed open the door of the cab of the excavator and poked his head out. The front of the machine was full of earth excavated by tourists from the ground. He pushed his glasses with satisfaction. Dorian Wheeley's voice came out of his mouth. He stretched himself and was about to find a place where no one was around and changed his face again. He remembered the one who liked to be burned and was deliberately anesthetized repeatedly in his history of magic class. The medieval witch captured by the melon couldn't help sighing. "I should have learned transfiguration in school." The raindrops fell on the pair of glasses he borrowed from the Muggle tourists, blocking their vision, and the cloudy scene around him told him that there were few people queuing up here. Dorian was a little thankful, but also a little disappointed. It's so good for something. Their enthusiasm only lasted for such a short while. He jumped down grabbing the handrail of the upper and lower doors, and almost stepped on the man who was rolling on the ground. Dorian carefully avoided him, took off the glasses from his face, and finally the surrounding scene was completely presented in his eyes. In his eyes, his pupils constricted violently, and his expression was filled with horror. What the hell happened here? The park was devastated, and tourists crowded the entrance of the park. Most of the French faces were sitting in pain. They seemed to have just passed through a catastrophe, and they were still in the panic of the recovery period, holding their foreheads. Dorian recognized that kind of look, which is the weakness that animals only show when they are looking for traces of their natural enemies. What the hell happened here? Dorian repeated the question just now, but no one answered him. The French engineer who was in charge of introducing the machinery to tourists was leaning on the armor of the track, and his expression was the same as that of many people around him. Pale, he rushed to the side of the engineer, held his shoulders, and pushed his eyelids away. "Hey, are you okay? Wake up." The engineer raised his eyes and looked at Dorian in bewilderment. His mustache slipped from his lips, revealing the face of the engineer who had met the engineer the day before. The engineer's pupils focused on Dorian's familiar face. There was a forced smile on his face. "It's you, sir. Our project can only be experienced once. Damn it, why do you care about these things at this time? What's wrong here? Did someone attack the expo park?" Dorian shook the engineer's shoulder vigorously, trying to keep him awake, but this rough amateur rescue almost shook the injured man's brains, and when the engineer was about to vomit, he finally pulled up a little strength, holding Dorian's arm. His expression suddenly became very frightened, and he pulled him closer to him with strength that Dorian did not expect, gritted his teeth, and made the smallest sound with the greatest strength. "Run. Paris, mixed with demons. Run. Demon." Dorian immediately understood that the Muggles here were hallucinated by something, and he was eager to find someone to solve this problem, but it seemed that he was the only one with this ability here. "Sir, I'm not lying to you. If you have the energy, run with more people," the engineer said sharply as he pushed Dorian away. "They came here 17 years ago and destroyed everything about us. Now they must be coming again." Dorian was pushed back by the engineer's sudden burst of strength and sat down in the puddle. He looked around blankly, and many recovered Parisians were grabbing the hands of the tourists next to them and spreading anxiety caused by the devil. 17 years ago, was he a saint? Dorian murmured with a confused expression. Didn't it mean that the French memory cancellation office solved all the follow-ups? Run, run, run. The engineer who just got off the battlefield seems to have returned to the meat grinder full of gunpowder smoke. Ghost figures from unknown are howling and approaching him from all directions. Human beings are regarded as insects and playthings. Dorian was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He was eager to know what happened and looked around. When he confirmed that no one had noticed him, He raised his arm, blocked the wand with his body, and pressed against the engineer temple, whispered softly, "Legiliancy." He has never used such a difficult spell, but facing a muggle, even the most difficult spell will become easier. The success rate only depends on whether the caster's spoken language is standard. He didn't notice. Aberforth, who was wearing a dragon leather jacket, appeared behind him, caught the scattered raindrops with his hands, and sent them into his mouth without hesitation. The Muggle World Expo. The milky white mist was pulled out from the engineer's temple, and his soul was forced to go back to that afternoon 17 years ago in the tearing of his memory. Hiding in the attic, he shivered with his favorite train toy as a child. Outside the window is a black veil that stretches its teeth and claws like a giant squid. It expands rapidly, as if woven by the goddess of fortune, and gradually fills the streets, blocks the sky, and obscures the sun. The huge Paris can't accommodate its devil's body at all. His window was squeaking under the tremendous pressure from outside, and all his hopes were tied to this thin window. This kind of thing, that should not exist in the world, will make thousands of people in Paris nourishment, feed on their flesh, delight in their fears. The engineer curled up next to the track armor, holding the non-existent locomotive, and looked up the direction of the window just like 17 years ago. He hoped to see the blue sky, even dark clouds, and even lightning and thunder, but he really didn't want to see that black monster again. Looking at the main venue of the World Expo, the colorful tower, the bright colors lifted his spirits. It would be nice if he lowered his head or closed his eyes at this time in the countless days and nights in the future, the engineer thought regretfully. The sky shattered. Just like that precarious window, the scene 17 years ago coincides with the present at this moment. Behind the colorful tower, the originally endless sky was broken like a landscape painting framed in a mirror. The ferocious dancing black veil squeezed out from its spider web-like cracks, and then, with a wail piercing the bottom of my heart, the black veil that squeezed out of the cracks was cut off neatly, but then, the black blood gushing out from the neat section. The engineer didn't know if it was blood. This liquid only stayed in the air for a moment, and then exploded with the cut black veil, becoming a ball of continuously twisted blood. The rain, like a scar in the sky, strikes back against the shattered mirror crack. At a certain moment, he saw a sharp, clean, and silver steel claw, like a taste of wind and thunder, splitting the black veil into two. He didn't get a glimpse of the whole figure of the figure who defeated his nightmare, but only remembered that it was like a starry sky. Dazzling silver, with perfectly sharp feathers. Even the most famous sword in the world can't compete with it. Good. Unlike Dumbledore and Tom's endless attacks between Transfiguration and Curse, the fight between Nelson and Grindelwald is more dangerous and unpredictable, and unlike ordinary wizards, the figures of the two are tossing and turning in every position of the battlefield, twisting each time it appears for no more than a moment. Often when Grindelwald's figure appears and releases a spell, Nelson's spell has already landed on his foothold. But this attack is also difficult to work. Nelson's magic spell, the curse, just penetrated Grindelwald's phantom, the illusion that stayed on the retina for a short time. The silver warrior clenched his fists and made a fatal blow at Grindelwald, but his attack only penetrated the afterimage of Grindelwald and was hit by a black light that followed, transforming into a puppet. The stature stagnated, and in an instant, dense cracks covered his body. With an explosion, this fearless warrior made a seemingly unnecessary sacrifice. Countless parts, large and small, flew in all directions following the explosion, back to its original appearance. Grindelwald's compliments came from all directions, and he even had time to applaud. For a while, it seemed that there were more than a dozen Grindelwalds in the sky applauding Nelson together. You're like a sponge, and anything that adds weight to you is accepted without reservation. Grindelwald's eyes showed great rewards. When a dozen applauding figures were pierced by mayflies, spells, or swords, fierce counterattacks followed. They were not released at the same time, but his apparition and spellcasting speed is as fast as a clone, which makes Nelson, who is fighting and retreating, exhausted. The fatigue makes his perception dull, and makes Grindelwald's figure even more elusive. Compared with him, Nelson's response was not so calm. A dozen beams of light formed an impenetrable net in the air, mercilessly sealing Nelson wrapped in it, so that he could not move. All kinds of light bloomed instantly when the net was formed. There was no magic that surpassed the cognition of ordinary wizards, but with Grindelwald's collocation, it burst out more effective killing than those powerful spells. Quiet, extremely quiet. The rays of light of various colors merged together and turned into pure white, which was particularly dazzling among the Voldemorts covering the sky and the sun. A huge ball of white light bloomed with a dazzling light that surpassed the sun. Its magic power seemed to swallow even sound. It made Nelson in it even more dangerous. Tom didn't care about Nelson's comfort, not only because Dumbledore, who taught him, knew almost all his magic and habits, but also because he had no worries about Nelson's tenacity and firm trust. The ball of light swelled suddenly, making the sky over Paris instantly white, but before people noticed it, it immediately shrunk, bringing the fishing net hidden in the light, trying to catch the naughty Nelson. Then there was a crisp sound like a broken string. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, showing a surprised expression, and saw a cat that was so white that it almost merged with the light bowl. Broke free from the shackles that must be lost. It seemed to be walking in the woods, leisurely stepping on the threads of magic power. When the curse was about to break out, he had already jumped to the other side. Abruptly found a way out in the desperate situation. The white cat stretched its limbs, escaped from the shackles, and jumped into the air. But Nelson didn't have time to celebrate, nor was he in the mood to celebrate. His figure disappeared instantly, appearing in a tricky corner of the battlefield surrounded by Voldemorts, holding his wand tightly with both hands, and sending it forward forcefully. Grindelwald also stood at this tricky angle, to observe the battle situation. He turned his head, and saw from the corner of his eye, that the surface of Nelson's black walnut wand was wrapped by pieces of rapidly converging parts. The moment it really touched Grindelwald, the slender the wand has turned into a sharp pointer sword, stabbing fiercely at the weak point in Grindelwald's back. Grindelwald waved his wand lightly, preparing to take Apperet away, but he was surprised to find that he was unable to perform Apperet. His eyes noticed a few silver gadgets floating in the air, which were the objects he had struck. The fragments left by the shattered warriors, they fell in every direction, and at their own sacrifice they gained Nelson's snare. Suddenly, the sharp sword penetrated Grindelwald's body. He turned his neck, turned his head, smiled and looked at Nelson with a dignified expression. Yes, in order to win, any means should be used. You have taken the first step to become a great man, Nelson. This trick is called kidney hit. Nelson seemed to have just been fished out of the water. He didn't know whether he was drained in rain or sweat. He was panting heavily, and he didn't have the strength to chat with Grindelwald at all. In his eyes, the complex battlefield is covered by more complex lines, and countless figures stand around the battlefield. This is the position he and Alexander obtained together, and Grindelwald may appear. At this moment, these phantoms are slowly disappearing one by one. Back to the real Grindelwald in front of him, he combined the prophecy with Alexander's computing power to create this kind of magic that can almost predict the future in battle. Dumbledore achieved great results in the duel with Grindelwald, but now he understands that Grindelwald can be faster and stronger. He is not like those famous dark wizards. There is almost no uncommon magic that can be seen outside the use, but it is this extreme speed that can even make the prophet's vision cloudy. Fortunately, he has inexhaustible support. As Grindelwald said, he was kidney shot. Contrary to the calm between the two, the silver falcon in the sky is engaged in a brutal battle with the Voldemort. Its bright shell has become full of scars, but the burning flames in its eyes are expanding more and more hot, and it is extremely powerful. The Voldemort also declared its defeat with the remains of severed fingers scattered around. Among the piled up mayfly remains, they seem to be two beasts from mythology, fighting for their lives. Do you believe it? After Voldemort appeared, I didn't stop at all. Grindelwald smiled lightly. I believe you will become extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. It turns out that the prophet will also be blind. Nelson didn't speak. I have injected the last trace of magic power into the hilt of the sword. Under the urging of the wand, the blade broke through the defense and obstacles, and spun around with difficulty. Chapter 468 Scene. Hitting the corner. Dumbledore noticed the movement on the edge of the battlefield from the corner of his eye, and his pupils dilated suddenly, but the position he represented did not allow him to return to aid, and even in front of two students who he was very familiar with, he could not show his respect for Green. Devor's concern. But this fleeting hesitation is enough for Tom. This guy who has been different since he was a child has a keen sense of smell like a beast, and even made him able to control his magic power at will when he was in the orphanage, and he could do many things. What Hogwarts students in the lower grades can't do. Their attention is always locked on Dumbledore. Even if Nelson falls, he will not disrupt his plan by accident. The magical confrontation of two traditional mages who are more like wizards has a stronger visual impact. The fiery fire and the tough water prison, the sinister curse and the soft resistance, and the element of mutual generation and restraint come from two ordinary stick tips. It was created, as clear as wildfire and rain, and the two were separated on the top of the two walls, fighting gracefully like Western gunmen. But Dumbledore's attention was attracted by Grindelwald's stabbing, and the flaws also appeared in front of Tom. There was no emotion on Tom's expressionless face, and he was so calm that some cold light shot out from his eyes. The magic power of analyzing opponents flowed in the scarlet pupils, like two Ouroboros connected end to end. His wand and his right hand were shrouded in green light, and a small green snake squeezed out between his fingers, spitting out a message, and slowly hid in the torrent of spells and approached Dumbledore. Tom, did you still learn that magic? Dumbledore quickly woke up from distraction. His brows were furrowed, and the pain from his fingertips instantly paralyzed his control over the hand holding the stick. But he had no time to stop, and the uncontrolled water prison burst from the tip of the stick, gushing out. The torrent that was many times stronger than before swallowed Tom in an instant. The water prison was frantically absorbing the rainwater accumulated on the barrier, expanding uncontrollably to the surroundings, spreading among the Voldemorts that crowded the sky, overwhelming it. His body was submerged in an instant, and the water dungeon soon spread to such an extent that even the dome of the hiding place could not accommodate it. The barrier set up by Nelson under his feet was in danger. Under the heavy pressure, the mayflies hidden in the light revealed their true faces. It is still expanding in all directions, and you have jumped to the top of the main venue, crushing the barrier between the hidden place and Paris. Under the strong water pressure, the barrier that was hit by the aftermath of the battle between Nelson and Grindelwald, the upper gap keeps widening. Dumbledore's magical power and proficiency far exceeded Tom's imagination. Most of his experience was spent controlling his own magic. Tengu finally understood why many people said that if Dumbledore degenerated into a dark wizard, no one will be able to stop him again. But Tom, who was hidden by the water prison, showed his expression for the first time in the battle. He smiled, which is exactly what he wanted to see. Dumbledore gained incomparably powerful power because of the love he firmly believed in, but the weaknesses are thus equally obvious. The wizards walking in the World Expo garden noticed the abnormal movement above their heads. When they raised their heads, their vision was filled with the sea and sky like blue and brilliant silver. Just when they thought it was some kind of program of the World Expo, the strange colors suddenly disappeared, as if nothing happened. Dumbledore lowered his head, and a circle of emerald green marks slowly emerged on the end of the little finger of his right hand. This is a curse from the oldest age of wizards. The name Herb the Despicable was erased from history. Dumbledore resisted the discomfort of the magic power being pulled away, and passed the wand to his left hand. The silver magic power from the Patronus immediately covered his little finger. He looked at the Tom, standing motionless in the torrential flood, did not continue to attack, and did not immediately recover from his injuries after using the patron saint to control the curse. Instead, he cast spells with his left hand more urgently, trying to eliminate the water prison that had escaped control. Tom, learn this magic, and your emotions will be manipulated by it. While Dumbledore was shrinking the water dungeon, he still had time to continue teaching Tom. He no longer intended to regard this battle as a practice at the beginning. Because of the black magic that Tom mixed with the spell, he showed a scowl for the first time. Do you think it has any impact on this battle? Black magic is a choice that can only be made in extreme circumstances. Tell me, is there any difference between the disarming spell? Professor, next semester I will find you in confinement. Tom bowed slightly, and his loud voice came from the opposite wall, but it did affect the battle situation. I know you as you know me, and you will definitely someone who chooses not to let his magic reach Gendo, doesn't he? Even though he was in the water prison, where no spells could penetrate, Tom still had a calm face. He smiled and apologized to Dumbledore, but his attitude of "I will not change" was still full of stubbornness. He even put down his wand, appreciating the sight of Dumbledore controlling his magic. "If it were me, I might pursue the victory, but you won't. This is something I may never be able to do in my life. Don't add any more unnecessary sacrifices." Dumbledore sighed, and the water dungeon that filled the sky was slowly absorbed by his wand. "I absolutely support you, but I don't approve of this method. Professor, there is no perfect person in this world, and there is no perfect plot and ending." Tom was trying to use the protagonist's privileges to defeat a powerful enemy. "Even if you are so perfect, you always become a half-assed at the most critical moment. From what you said about muggles, it seems to me that how could a fair saint like you stop it at the last minute? Even if you have seen the future that Nar brings, you still have to choose to be a half-assed?" Tom had no awe. He frankly used his mouth to output. Unlike Nelson's slogan, this time the output seemed to really have an effect. Dumbledore stopped talking, pretending that his energy was occupied by the water prison, and concentrated on unblocking the water prison. In the water prison, he spit out a sentence when he arrived. "That is not a good future. But it will happen. People like you should make it better, not stop it." Tom stuffed his wand back into the sleeve, seeing Dumbledore's appearance. "The water prison may have to last for a while. Professor, why are you more superstitious than me?" Nelson and Grindelwald in the distance have been maintaining backstabbing movements, looking at the battlefield, where Dumbledore and Tom are at the same time, showing the same shocking expressions, as if they were carved from a mold from. "Oh, that's really good." Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. "Albus has really hidden his hand. His style is really the same as before. If he can't figure it out, he quits the battlefield." "Professor Dumbledore's magic will become extremely powerful when he guards it," Nelson said softly. "He is a noble man. You are different, you despicable kidney shooter." Grindelwald was skewered by Nelson like a potato on a skewer, but no blood flowed from the wound pierced by the long sword. He looked away from the water prison, looking into Nelson's eyes, said with a smile, "It's too despicable to engage in a sneak attack. As long as you can win, let alone sneak attack." Even if he succeeded with one blow, Nelson did not relax his vigilance. On the contrary, when he felt the unimpeded touch of the long sword, he became even more nervous. He didn't even dare to take advantage of the victory to pursue him. The ground retreated quickly. He only had time to look at the weapon in his hand from the corner of his eye. Only the hilt and half of the blade remained, but the half of the blade was stained with purple flames, like ignited rubber. It lost its solid shape in the flames, dripping like a candle on the high silver wall under its feet. Nelson was startled. The fragments covering his wand were all stripped from Alexander. These metals had been baked at high temperature in Alexander's core furnace, and all the methods and materials he could think of to improve the strength were used. It can be said that, even if Nicole Flamel, the world's best alchemist, can't do better, this metal, which can be called the master of wizard alchemy, lost its shape under the fire of Grindelwald. The seal-carved rune collapsed, falling apart and flying like the most ordinary scraps of paper. "I have suggested to you more than once, Nelson." Grindelwald turned his head and turned his back to Nelson indifferently. He punctured the blade protruding from his abdomen and pulled it lightly. The sharp tip of the sword appeared in his hand. "Take your attention away from those boring things. Even the simplest floating spell, with your talent, if you practice it times, it will be better than these crap things." As if being forged, the blade gradually melted in its flames and was kneaded into various shapes like plasticine. The flames condensed in his palm, and the purple flames erupted ferociously, scorching and distorting the air around his wristband, making crackling and cracking sounds continuously, and it was unknown what was being ignited. Next, the purple became deeper and deeper, and the color of the light and shadow was compressed towards the center of the flame. When it was about to close to a point, the color suddenly disappeared, as if the flame had been extinguished, and the stirring yang also fell silent. Only the mass of flowing metal remained, showing its unparalleled temperature. But Nelson, who was standing opposite him, didn't dare to think so. In his eyes, Grindelwald's palm was surging with a magic power that he could not predict. It was stable and peaceful, like the unopened Christmas ball. Anything close to it will be instantly reduced to ashes, and the ashes will be dissipated in the burning, and there will be no corpse left. Dumbledore turned his head in the distance. His eyes were full of fear. Tom, standing opposite him, hummed happily in the water dungeon. What about your transfiguration? Can you only turn into a harmless pet to escape? Don't you have confidence in it? In the flame in Grindelwald's hands, the tip of Nelson's proud sword is constantly deforming, but this is not deformation, but a more powerful force is used to force it to change. Under the shape of the transparent flame, it is exactly the same as before. The tip of the sword slowly took shape. He waved his wand lightly, and the tip of the sword was thrown violently while spinning, just like throwing a wooden stick at random, with no initial velocity, and no accurate parabola. Nelson's hair stood on end, as if he was stared at by a giant naked dragon. Although he had distanced himself from Grindelwald, the sense of crisis became stronger, and a future covered in blood emerged before his eyes. The only thing left in his heart was the instinct to escape. Nelson's figure disappeared in an instant, and he didn't even notice. Whoosh! Watching the point of the sword, that was still some distance away, suddenly appear at the position where Nelson had just stood, tearing his afterimage to pieces. The point of the sword seemed to be able to ignore distance and time, making an appearance similar to that of Grindelwald's shape. It only stayed in place for a moment, and then quickly appeared behind Nelson again. Still with that kind of soft strength, it once again tore Nelson's figure to pieces. Grindelwald even put away his wand, stood there with his arms folded, watching Nelson being chased by his own weapon and fleeing everywhere, and taunted. Why don't you hide in the illusion? Why don't you use your juggling? It's time to do the trick again. Could it be that you haven't studied it yet? What's the use of running away? If I were you, I'd rather be stabbed to death by a sword. Sword. Wizards use swords. It's so funny. No faces for fire. You will be afraid of fire all your life. I heard others say that you can only use the lighter I left at Brother Albus's place to start a fire. Are you so afraid? Tom in the water prison heard Grindelwald's humiliation, and the wand slipped from the sleeve to his hand again. He understood Nelson's danger at the moment, and the short fight with Grindelwald made him understand that it was different from Dumbledore, who was always afraid of them being seriously injured, and even be bound by a seemingly ridiculous reason. Grindelwald will really fight, but he is not willing to help, just like Nelson is unwilling to hide in the illusion. Just like Grindelwald said, fire must be faced. Nelson was speeding through the sky above the hiding place. His speed was even as fast as Grindelwald's, but escaping was not a long-term solution. He was not affected by Grindelwald's trash talk. His mood was the opposite of his actions, and he was extremely calm. He tried to use magic power to call his own weapons again, but they were always restrained by a stronger magic power. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind, but with this half-second delay, the blade had already caught up with him. Nelson turned around, the half of the long sword in his hand, drew a small arc in the air, and he raised it above his head. Beside him, Dumbledore's water prison was pulled by his magic power, and a stream of flowing water attached to the sword after silky deformation. Like a general commanding an army, he forcibly lowered the banner in his hand, and Dumbledore's water dungeon was pulled by this stream of water, and a turbulent wave was forcibly turned out. In the mid-air, a huge building boat that was pulled out of the water prison fell from the sky. Its tough ramming horn ruthlessly collided with the blade of the sword, and strong steam was released under the high temperature. Perhaps transfiguration and the ocean are the home field of weltoning. When Nelson blends into the water, no matter how sharp his chops are, no matter how hot the temperature is, what is it to water? You finally let me not be so disappointed. Grindelwald removed the hand covering his waist and raised his wand. The real fight between the master and apprentice really made Tom and Dumbledore incomprehensible. Dumbledore was the first to discover that something was wrong. Isn't this building ship exactly Nelson's reign? The direction of the collision angle was the already riddled barrier separating Paris from the idiot. Voldemort's body was fragile and shattered. Open its scarred wings. Chapter 469 Scene 6. Violent Heaven. I like doves, because doves represent peace. Gentlemen, there should be none of you who don't like peace, right? The blonde man turned his back to a group of prisoners of war who were taken out of the concentration camp. He kept talking about his hobbies, but on his arm stood a mighty falcon that was more representative of struggle, but its theme does not match the era, so it should be difficult for you to see pigeons in recent years. A team of military police stood beside him, bayonet-loaded rifles in their hands, facing the group of emaciated prisoners of war. After experiencing the torture in the concentration camp, they did not even have the strength to yell. No one has ever seen such an officer. He led the prisoners out of the concentration camp just to participate in what he called a game. What is the game? Is there a more despicable and hateful way to play? They were disgusted by this person's behavior, but no one was willing to leave their seats to watch the movie. They knew the trend of the battle very well and just wanted to see how these scumbags would be punished as they should. Do you understand? The blonde-haired officer straightened his waist and asked questions with his hands behind his back. His demeanor aroused the indignation of the audience. How can he stand so straight? Unknowingly, their hatred has spread from the participants in the war to everyone on the opposite side. Even if this person has never been on the battlefield, even if he has done nothing, even if it is 4 or 10 minutes into the movie that he has his own for the first time, his own plot, even if his actions are placed anywhere else in the world, no one will find it strange. The crowd stood sparsely, unable to answer his words. I heard that some people use pigeons to send messages because they have the ability to sense the direction. The blonde man looked at the setting sun in the distance with great interest and said softly, "This bird was raised in a safe place. You run with it. If it goes the wrong way, you have to come back and play with those people." After saying that, he loosened the shackles wrapped around his forearm together with falcon, lifted it up slowly, and threw it lightly on the ground. Puff, the faint muffled sound raised smoke that was so small that it could not be seen clearly. In this hellish place, the sound of life would not be louder than it. The silver falcon fluttered its wings and flew towards the setting sun. What are you waiting for? He turned sideways and greeted with the most standard movements, but this kind of etiquette disgusted the audience even more. Let's go. The surrounding gendarmes shot into the sky and drove away the bewildered prisoners of war. Some of them took the lead in chasing after the hopeless hope. Gradually, more and more tired victims followed. Sir. After the last child ran away, the leader of the gendarmerie came up with an ugly expression, stood at attention in front of the blonde man and said, "Is your behavior too childish? What? You can play, but I can't?" The man asked back, "But don't worry, my pet was raised in an absolutely safe place, and there happened to be an armored regiment stationed there to receive them. But what if it doesn't fly? Why? There are always errors in investigation. Are you going to shoot me on behalf of the head of state?" The man straightened his collar and twisted his neck and said, "Please pay attention to your identity, soldier." The conversation turned the plot into a more icy despair as the audience in front of the screen looked at each other, feeling uncomfortable from their chests to their throats. "Mr. General, this isn't Nelson." Martha tightly gripped the armrest. The back of the man on the screen more and more overlapped with the boy in her memory. Her tone became more doubtful and fearful. The scene switched quickly, and a group of white pigeons came to crack out from a distance, flying. When they approached the round tall building, gunshots and soldiers' noisy laughter suddenly came from under their feet. The frightened pigeons deviated from the channel and hit the clean glass outer wall of the center one by one. Have you ever seen a sight like that? Asuka walked through the reinforced concrete forest, overwhelmed by the turbid smell of asphalt and fuel oil, lost in the reflection of the mirror, and hit the tall building with her head bleeding. But before people build taller and taller buildings, they will still behave like this. This is not due to the stupidity or short-sightedness that humans joke about. They grew up on the ground and do not understand that birds and any life on the ground are different. Not the same. They are born free and indulgent, longing for a higher and farther world. They will challenge the towering trees, thick mountains and even the boundless sky. And now, it was the time for the silver falcon to sing loudly. If that colorful tower is peaceful under the whitewash of magic, then the shadow behind it is the opposite, cruel truth stretching out its hidden claws. The painting that appeared countless times in Nelson's dreams once again. appeared in front of his eyes. The muddy falcon hits the muddy swamp headlong forward. The flying feathers of the dove are stained with bright blood, even though it is covered with bruises, and is in danger, even though its beak is broken, even though the feathers are withered and decayed, even though the barrier ahead is already in thousands of people's hearts. It has been established for years, even though almost everyone in the world stands opposite and glares at it. Even if people prefer to live in whitewashed lies, it does not hesitate to pour its own life into its beak full of cracks. It is so clear the falcon's chirping, which could no longer be clearer, resounded through the sky, and even though it was covered by a barrier, it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. The collapsed hull of the tall ship shrouded around the silver falcon like armor, surrounded by thousands of people who died innocently at the second Salem station, like an omnipotent army. Nelson clearly saw that. Led by the silver falcon, they all turned their heads, blinked at him, and made Jonas' favorite funny face. All the magic power in his body was squeezed out by the boat, including the more powerful magic power prepared for the time converter than last time. Nelson couldn't even maintain the parts covered by the wand, falling apart like snowflakes. His body was also like a crumbling sword blade, and bloodstains bloomed like flowers blooming on his young face. With Dumbledore and Grindelwald standing on the wall, this kind of fearless dispute will happen every moment, but the sacrifice of life hidden in the duel is his heaviest killing move to this world. Go. Nelson couldn't help but want to close his eyes under the tide of distress, but he still wanted to see the last moment. This desire even suppressed the instinct of his body, making his eyes stare like copper bells, staring at the figure of the silver falcon standing proudly in the sky. The barrier separating the battlefield and the hiding place disappeared. Because of his limit, his body lost support, and he leaned back weakly. Everything above his head finally appeared in front of the eyes of the wizards in the hiding place. They looked at the scene that seemed like a fairy tale, and their hearts were full of horror. Dumbledore's wand fluttered, and the water prison that was slowly shrinking disappeared in an instant. With Tom as the center, it condensed into the most terrifying water spout on the ocean. The large ship, the rear half of the huge hull, was instantly wiped out in the raging waves. The planks and keel cracked inch by inch, turning into the most basic water mist, and was torn and dragged out a long tail flame like a meteor. But what use is such obstruction to a ship with a dead heart? As long as there is a sailor, a ram, or even a sampan, its progress will not stop for half a minute. The sharp blades flew chaotically, and Grindelwald glared at Dumbledore with an angry face. The powerful magic power swept over the hiding place like mountains and seas. He even lost control of the blades in an instant, which made the blades pierced through Nelson's shoulder, and pierced out from behind in an instant. But pain is meaningless to Nelson. All he can do is encourage him. The silver falcon has reached the front of the barrier, headed for the weakest crack in the barrier, and slammed down hard. The sound of metal breaking came from his body. Nelson seemed to have been hit hard on his forehead, and his eyes went black. But this kind of sacrifice also produced the effect he longed for. The crack that was not small was hit like this, and suddenly expanded in a crackling sound, and the runes accumulated for thousands of years lost their penetrating circuit, flickering crazily, instinctively repairing the damage, but following behind. The lost fog swarmed up, like the sun melting spring snow. The runes flickered, and lost their color, and the cracks were like broken ice, expanding into holes, and spreading into holes. Through the window, debris fell into the two worlds separated by a wall, attracting everyone's attention. They didn't know what was on the other side of the wall. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Dumbledore yelled sharply. "Don't you know how closely the patron saint and wizard are connected?" Not only did he want to prevent Nelson from destroying the barrier, but he even wanted to protect the patroness that Nelson had sacrificed his life for. But he wanted to do two contradictory things at the same time in this flash of lightning. Even Dumbledore guaranteed. He threw away all the creeds that blocked him, and the magic power exuded an aura stronger than this towering building in the explosion. Nelson's limbs were waving in the fall, and the mayflies accompanying him lost control and instinctively returned to the creator. But the water pressure Dumbledore aroused was too strong, and these lonely mayflies did not have this kind of strength at all. Nelson, his consciousness has been blurred, but his eyes are still wide open, staring at the moment in front of him. At this moment, the runes programmed into the bottom layer of mayfly logic finally lit up. In the pure white city, the towering giant straightened up. He was taller, and stronger than before, and the surrounding buildings were lightly touched, then disintegrated into the most primitive lost fog. Alexander's one eye lit up in the mist and steam, and the dial-like complex runes in his pupils were as hot as the sun. Even unconscious, Nelson still held onto his wand, the black walnut wand he had chosen, as softly as it had been when he first walked into Ollivander's wand shop 6 years earlier. The mist poured out of his hands uncontrollably, instantly turning the street into a dreamlike illusion. The sound of steel and majestic came out of the mist. Even without Nelson's control, the mature Alexander could still play the shuttle to power of the world. The wizard walking below suddenly saw a man in a long trench coat fall from the water spout above his head. His eyes widened, cracks like fragile porcelain were all over his body, and he was soon wrapped in white mist. There voided the falling Nelson in horror. It was too late to cast magic, and it was too late to notice that their magic power had long been sluggish under Dumbledore's magnificent spell. Amidst the sound of gears turning from nowhere, their movements became extremely sluggish, and their movements became extremely sluggish. The speed of Nelson's descent also slowed down, but in the eyes of the people here, Nelson's falling speed was no different from ordinary. The surging lost mist boiled even more, as if a door opened in the air, a thick arm gushing out of steam stretched out from the mist, followed by another hand. Two iron hands that were bigger than the surrounding venues faced each other with their backs looking at each other, pinching the fragile edge of space, forcibly tearing open a crack. Grindelwald's heartbeat accelerated suddenly. He lowered his head, his eyes were facing the one-eye weaving. Time, the ruthless killing attempt was like the essence, like poking straight into his mind. He actually saw the emotion that only the soul and life can arise from the iron lump that he had always looked down upon, and this emotion gave birth to even greater magic power, and Alexander's upper body squeezed out of the crack, with both hands raised upwards, as if the gods were supporting the sky. The neat and tidy sounds came together, and Alexander swung his iron arm, forcibly tearing a hole in the vortex created by Dumbledore. Anxious Tom suddenly felt a burning heat from his chest, and his face showed joyful. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the Apo necklace from the neckline. The magic text burst out instantly, and his figure appeared behind Nelson's fall. Nelson's back hit his chest heavily, stopping it for a moment, and the two figures fell together under the pressure of gravity. Fortunately, Tom didn't lose his wand. When they were about to land, the speed of falling finally stagnated, and Nelson stood firmly on the ground. Tom bit his lip, wrapped Nelson's arm around his shoulders, carried him and stood in the crowd, staring at the gap in the sky. The silver falcon was in a stalemate with it, and Nelson, who was connected to his soul, was getting more and more injured. He held the blade between his fingertips, and he couldn't tell whether he had seen it or not. Dumbledore manipulated the magic expressionlessly, sweat dripping from the corner of his brow. Grindelwald sighed, took a step forward, and appeared beside Silver Falcon. Dumbledore's eyes widened suddenly. We always have to make a choice, Albus. The wand poked lightly on the gap, and the stalemate was instantly overturned. This kind of thing should only be done by a crazy dark wizard like me. Nelson, I thought he was the calmest young man I've ever seen, who could forcefully accept even in the enemy's territory, but I was wrong. He may be the craziest person I've ever seen. Chapter 470 Scene 7. Magic. This German officer is really stupid. He has a stupid bird even stupider than him. As the story progressed slowly, the auditorium in the projection hall let out a burst of whispers. The Falcon did not lead the group of prisoners to the armored regiment as the blonde officer said. On the contrary, it seems that they are already tired of the shackles on their feet, and they yearn for freedom more than these already numb prisoners of war. After leaving the airspace controlled by the German army in Krakow, it suddenly turned around and flew westward without stopping. On a dead branch not far away, it combed its feathers and stared at the last old, weak, women and children with those sharp eyes. People's numb eyes finally became a little more angry when they arrived at this deserted wilderness. They come from all over the world, with different nationalities, different accents, and different skin colors. There are men and women, old and young, but they fortunately or unfortunately, they are all losers in this war, locked in the prison of the winner like livestock. Fortunately, they have the opportunity to jump out of the sky. Ali, it's looking at us like it's food. In front of the crowd, Two strong soldiers were watching the Silver Falcon confronting them. It seemed that they had not been in the concentration camp for a long time, and their bodies and spirits had not been broken. Their eyes revealed a strong desire to survive. One of them was pale-skinned. The black-haired middle-aged man said to the soldier with a Latin American face, "It seems to treat the people behind it as food, and wait for them to die." "Hush." Ali grabbed his companion by the collar and glared at him. "John, don't say that word." John was so strangled that he couldn't breathe. After thrashing violently for a while, Ali let go of him and said softly in raw French, "Only vultures eat carrion. This kind of proud bird doesn't bother to eat carcasses. What if you don't say it?" The soldier who was attacked twisted his neck, jumped up, and shouted loudly, "Don't these people die if it doesn't eat? Don't we die?" The two quickly wrestled together, and the people who heard their conversation couldn't help but feel sad for their fate again. They didn't even have the mind to pull the two energetic people away, just stared at the Silver Falcon numbly, hoping for their own death. After wrestling for a while, they let go of each other panting. John glared at Ali and said angrily, "Then what should we do now? What should we do? Since he is merciful, let's run for our lives." Ali rolled his eyes at him, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, and walked towards the Silver Falcon. "Show mercy?" John snorted coldly with disdain. "Do you think he is showing mercy? You don't know how bad these Germans are. He is playing with us, and only a fool like you would listen to him foolishly." Bullshit. Although he said so, John still followed Ali's example, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, followed him, and approached Ali, muttering, "If I can get out alive, I will report to the army you belong to." "Come on, old soldier, and that doesn't look like a German." Ali interrupted his chatter ruthlessly. "That's got to be able to get out alive to let you command, sir. If you don't have confidence in your abilities, let me lead the team, so don't talk such useless nonsense." "Well, you are, sir." John rolled his eyes, trotted along beside Ali, looked back at the numb crowd, and whispered, "I have survived many battles, and some experiences are very useful to you. It is useful, believe me, boy. The most urgent task now is to pick out those who have combat effectiveness from this team, and we will divide into small teams to flee for our lives. With such a few hundred people, even if this damned bird does not attract the enemy, we will also be met by the Germans patrolling their territory." "What about those civilians?" Ali asked rhetorically. "Damn, you're too busy to take care of yourself. Listen to me, they can still shine for us. As long as you arrange for them to follow, that's enough." "John." Ali turned his head, picked up John's collar, and pressed their foreheads together. He said sharply, "We came out together. We have to go back together. No. Force me. Beat you. You can fight if you want." John sneered. "You have the final say. Come out together. Die together. It's up to you. But you have done a good thing first. We really should eat some meat to supplement take a fight." He leaped into the air, flapped his wings, and stared at the Silver Falcon with a look that made John feel insulted. John lost his balance and was angered by Falcon's eyes. A dog gnawed shit and fell to the ground. Slight laughter came from the screening hall. From the moment the two soldiers appeared on stage, the atmosphere of the movie became more relaxed. The torture that was oppressing the audience finally dissipated, and they were able to take a good breath. His face, John saw through his fingers, that Ali approached the Falcon and bowed deeply to it. "I know you've changed directions," Ali said earnestly. "I'm sure you've had enough of their rule too. Please help us." "Damn, what are you going to do? Are you really going to follow this bird?" John yelled in disbelief. "Didn't you see his face? This bird must be in a place that is more terrifying than Auschwitz. The place grows up. You will lead us to death like this would really bring them to death." People off screen could not feel the feeling of approaching death after all, let alone empathize with them. They like to watch this kind of bridge. The Silver Falcon stared at Ali with human eyes and flew to the west with a cry. The subsequent plot is no different from the legendary stories written by most of the living. Time and time again, they turned danger into safety, influenced the enemy again and again, and escaped from danger again and again. They drew a strange arc on the European continent, and even went around from weak gaps to the other side of the Maginot Line of defense. There are many veterans who have really experienced World War II in the screening hall, but they all put aside the unreasonableness of this plot. They just escaped from the meat grinder and they need such a heartwarming story to cheer themselves up. When Ali showed up in front of the Allied camp with his team, the chief of the station seemed to have seen a ghost. Just as Ali promised, all the people were taken to a safe place by him one by one. After confirming the identities of the prisoners of war, the chief of the station considered them as a miracle, but there was no figure of Ali at the celebration party. He stood by the sea and looked at the distant sky, on the back of a free silver falcon. This German officer is really stupid. He has a stupid bird even stupider than him. Is it possible that this bird is used by military officers to release talents for training? How is it possible? If there is such a bird, Washington may have been shot down by the Germans. This is a movie, sir. Movies and reality are different. Indeed, if this Ali was one of my soldiers, I would have shot him dead long ago. You are persecuting and murdering a hero. Miss, you said it yourself. This is a movie, and the movie is different from reality. The discussion in the screening hall quickly became personal, even to the level of personal attacks. But before the audience started to fight with real knives and guns, a dull sound of closing the window drew their attention back to the screen. As soon as the camera turned, there was only a closed black wooden door left in the audience's sight. There was a line of small characters indicating their identity on the door plate. They understood that this was the office of the blonde man, and he was an employee working in Krakow. Senior Scientific Research Management of FUFU Science R&D Center. An officer in gendarmerie uniform walked to the door with a stinky face and knocked on the door. Sir, it's been 3 days, and the garrison over there still hasn't received any prisoners. They are slower on their feet. The military police left resentfully and returned to the door after a while, but the pot of flowers placed at the door was already a little wilted. Sir, it's been a week, and I still haven't received it. As I said, their pace is relatively slow. But that's only 300 miles from here. My grandma no one understands this distance better than I do. The military police ate and left angrily. This scene appeared repeatedly in the camera, and the audience began to laugh until he appeared at the door for the 7th time and slammed a piece of paper on the door. Listen up. This time he didn't even yell at the officer and slammed on the door, shouting the German national curse. The Allied forces have begun to honor their heroes. This team bypassed Maginot line of defense. Fake news. A perfunctory voice came from the door. Even if it is true, it only proves that there is something wrong with your defense. The gendarmes yelling attracted the guards in the building, and several armed secret police came from the end of the corridor, knocked the yelling gendarme unconscious with the butt of a gun, and dragged him away. The laughter in the auditorium became more intense, and even the floor was shaking. How stupid. People have considered it as a funny film, which is very suitable for screening at such a grand event as the World Expo. Just when people thought the movie was coming to an end, the door opened from the inside. Their hero, everyone's favorite Ali, stepped through the door. My lord, the boat has already left, he said respectfully while bending over. The old people, women, and children are basically on that boat. Do you need to arrange an escort? That's too fake, isn't it? The blonde man stood behind him, with his back to the camera, teasing the silver falcon standing on his arm. We can't do better. Life needs them to fight for themselves. Confused expressions occupied the faces of every audience at the same time. They looked at each other, and looked at each other. What's the plot? My lord, why did you save those who have nothing to do with you? Ali asked softly, lowering his head even lower. Someone did it. The blonde man turned around, and a young face with a bright smile appeared through the door. So I did it too. Since we have been blessed by magic, we should share its goodness with everyone. People. Magic? The expressions of the audience became more confused, but no one answered their questions, and the door was closed with a snap. This unfinished ending seemed to be paving the way for an impossible sequel. From the integrity of the story and in terms of unity, magic, this unconventional arrangement is undoubtedly a dollop of chili sauce squeezed on a fairly delicious dessert. The lights in the projection hall were turned on, and the bright environment made the bewildered audience unable to open their eyes. Martha, who was sitting in the first row, tightly covered her mouth with tears rolling in her round eyes. Nelson? Mr. General, is that Nelson? The spotlight overhead was so bright that most people didn't notice that the black wooden door was still on the screen. It was so real that it didn't look like the light and shadow printed on the curtain, just like the stage. In the middle, there is such a door leading to the unknown. There was a familiar chirping sound above their heads, and people looked up to find the source of the chirping. This was not a thin recording of the phonograph, and it did not come from the room. Instead, it resounded through the sky and came in from outside the main venue. When the balance that maintained the fragile balance in the confrontation collapsed, the bird living in people's imagination finally broke through the cage and rushed to the sky. The people who fell on this road waved their flags and shouted behind it. In this way the barrier was broken. Standing on the edge of the barrier, Grindelwald looked at the big hole he poked out with his own hands and smiled knowingly. He hadn't smiled so happily in many years. His eyes drifted to Dumbledore's face not far away. On his face, he looked at the auras surrounded from all directions, raised his head and chest, and laughed heartily. The battle-damaged silver falcon spread its wings and rushed from the hole in the barrier to another world. Behind it were the waving flags of countless victims, the monstrous flood from the sky, and the cruelty from 17 years ago. The truth. The rain that had stopped slammed into the hearts of the Muggles, and the people of Paris finally recalled the fire that drove them to death 17 years ago, as well as the shame of wanton erasure of history. A little boy stood up from the auditorium, and at the same time, in the projection hall, the door depicted on the screen opened. Typing in the sound of firecrackers is a very strange experience. I wish you all a happy new year. On the last day of the year of the ox, I also shamelessly ask for recommendations, collections, comments, and rewards. Happy New Year. Chapter 471 Scene. Looking at each other. Clap clap clap. Sparse applause came from the corner of the auditorium. Some people took the lead, and most people applauded. Although they were all surprised by this inexplicable ending, it has to be said that the maturity of this movie seems too mature in this era. It's too novel, not to mention, there is a good result, isn't it? The screening hall was soon surrounded by applause. Only some sensitive people could feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts under the strong spotlight. They still remembered the movie posters posted all over the city. This is a documentary film. But amidst the warm applause, a discordant sob quickly attracted their attention, and the applause gradually subsided, and people's attention was attracted by a thin boy in shabby clothes in the back row. Is there really Ali in reality? Jin bit his lower lip hard. Tears swirled in the eye sockets, making the dirty eye sockets even more blurred. This strong appearance of holding back tears made Kao Kundazin felt pity, and she couldn't help seeing the appearance of losing her father a few months ago. Jin wiped his eyes vigorously with his worn-out sleeve, and said with a sob, even if there is, it won't be my friend. We have nothing. If you hadn't brought me, Jacunda, I wouldn't even be able to enter this place. The Germans don't look down on our family possessions, and they don't even want to take us to a concentration camp. Don't cry, child. Jacunda hugged Jin's slender shoulders, and it was difficult for a child of his age to speak such a long sentence, but was the price of such precocious wisdom too cruel? She gently stroked Jin's back like a mother, and whispered softly, it's all over. How could it pass? I once told the Germans patrolling the street, let them catch me and go to a concentration camp. I told them that I could carry a bag on patrol, and I could even be a target for them. I'm not a burden to Grandpa, but they told me to go. In Jacunda's arms, Jin seemed extremely flustered. He had never enjoyed such an embrace, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Even in the most aggrieved and helpless moment, when he was young, his brother Ferdinand just tell him to be strong. But what is being strong, and what can be strong bring him? No one has ever taught this child, and the grandfather who brought up the two little ones is just silent all day long, looking for some strong men on the street. The drudgery that men are unwilling to do. His love has already collapsed with his waist in exhaustion. And even in such a grand event that the whole city celebrates, the old man just thinks that there should be more opportunities for coolies. 2 years ago, my brother told us that he was a wizard and would soon be picked up by Beauxbaton, a school specializing in teaching magic. He said that we would have a better life, and he would keep us from freezing and starving forever. I can grow up like everyone else with peace of mind. He left home, even found a few friends, and brought them to our house. These friends are the ones who beat Grandpa that day. Hearing this, Jacunda felt heart-wrenching pains in her chest. These days, she only focused on teaching Jin how to guide the alchemy props to stimulate magic power. She often despaired of his stupidity, but she never had a good talk with him. She always felt that Jin's heart should be as simple as his peers. If this kid is like his elder brother, he should be enjoying his second grade on campus now, but he looks a little younger than his peers, only 7 or 8 years old, and the anger in his chest is getting bigger and bigger. Just this anger is directed at no one but himself. They told me that I'm a muggle, a useless muggle, and if I still follow my brother, he will always be bullied by other wizards. Jin clenched his fists tightly, and his body stiffened. I'm not only it's my grandfather's burden, I'm still my brother's burden, and even for the Germans who invaded us, I'm also a burden they wouldn't want to pick up. Jin was immersed in his own emotions, and he didn't notice that most people in the auditorium were looking at him. Those adults who had experienced the war side. Martha, who was sitting in the first row, thought of herself. The spectator who came in with Jacunda took off his hood and stared at Jin's arm with interest. This spectator was Ivy, who showed up in Diagon Alley. A simple silver square was tied to his forearm by 2 cow-white ropes. As Jin's unwillingness and annoyance became stronger, runes that connected with each other emerged on the silver square. The magic was aroused around this contraption, but because it was channeled unconsciously by Kim, lacking the right method, it just sent some flimsy trash from the surrounding ground floating up like most little wizards touch their wand for the first time. So, doesn't this kid have magic power? Ivy pondered silently, looking out of tune with the atmosphere in the auditorium, just using his emotions to influence the magic power and then stimulate the magic power that was set in advance. Really, it's a genius idea, but how does he ensure that the user can successfully use these magic powers? Magic power only belongs to the wizard himself and is suitable for everyone. Could it be? Ivy's eyes moved away from Jin's body and stopped on Jacunda's body. Sykes, I did find it. Gradually, the audience in the screening hall also noticed the changes around Jin, as well as the shocking information revealed in his language that could be linked to the plot of the movie. The inexplicable movie does have a sequel, but the sequel does not happen on the screen. It breaks the fourth wall and extends the story to every audience. Boberton, is it Boxberton? A man in formal attire who seemed of high status weighed for a moment, with a painful expression on his face. He rubbed his temples with both hands, and the memory that was artificially erased slowly came to mind. I remember this name. It is listed in the registry every year, but no one has ever verified its authenticity. Why? Why? If he continues to dig deeper into his memory, he can even think of the French Ministry of Magic. The arrogance of wizards has been cultivated hundreds of years ago. Although the officials of the Ministry of Magic are used to respect the rules of muggles, they are often ceremonial, more than practical significance. Even this job has been handed over to the most unpopular muggle liaison office in the ministry since the Untestable Age. Those wizards with little skills and no background are often stuffed there. Their forgotten curse, not even the memory of an ordinary muggle can be completely wiped. The muggle official pressed his temples hard, trying to recall his forgotten memories, but the memories didn't come to mind, and the pain in his head didn't decrease but increased. It is a common problem. They will not want to paint only like wizards who are proficient in this way. They will only roughly cover the memory they want to erase with white, and deceive their ears and steal the bell. The officer tried his best to remember, but soon passed out of the pain. Although he didn't come up with any substantive conclusions, this distracting gesture also corroborated King's words. In the absence of most facts, a speculation that the devil feeds humans quickly emerged in people's minds. After coming out, no one would feel that the so-called wizards belonged to the same race as themselves. Their eyes were attracted by the floating garbage, and they all speculated whether it was the so-called magic. But just now Jin Mingming said that he was a muggle. Even though they didn't know what muggle meant, people instinctively still felt shame from it. This not a good title. In the screening hall at this moment, the only people who know the situation are Martha and Jacunda. Although Penguin has already erased the memory of Martha's interview with consent in order not to violate the confidentiality law, but as a child who grew up my big friend, Martha had already guessed about Tom and Nelson's strange behavior, and Nelson's look back at the end of the movie also confirmed this. She wanted to stand up, and appease the emotions of other audiences, but just as her butt left her seat, at that time, he was pulled down by Little Jack. "Mr. General, I need you don't need it." Little Jack stared into Martha's eyes and slowly shook his head to help her. The wisdom in his eyes was not all like the hairy monkey jumping up and down on the deck of the Icarus, but belonged to a man on the battlefield. He frowned, quickly accepted the reality, and said in a low voice, "We have heard that the Germans are secretly conducting supernatural experiments, and now I finally know what nuclear physicists mean. What is it? Mr. General, look at them, they are already in panic." Martha kept hearing pessimistic speeches from the audience. They even described Nelson on the screen as a monster. She pointed at the screen. He anxiously said, "Since you know what kind of person he is, you should tell everyone not to panic. Don't do unnecessary things." Little Jack stared closely at the open black door behind the removed screen. The back of the door was as dark as a door panel, so if it could absorb all the light. Supported on the back waist, his body was tense. The hard and cold touch of his fingertips made his heart a little more at ease. The scar on his face was red and hot because of the rapid flow of blood, as if he had returned to that place. Duan spent his days looking at photos in the hail of bullets. "No matter what you say, how do you explain what is happening now? How do you explain why you know this? At sea, those warships who like to chat on radio stations will always be sink first. Mr. General." Martha felt that Little Jack really looked like a real general. "Take my wife to the back." Little Jack scanned the faces of all living beings in the projection hall with his peripheral vision, and turned his shoulders to the direction where Ivy was sitting. This strangely calm person attracted his attention. "Something big is about to happen. Something big is going to happen." Aberforth's face smelled like it had been fished out of the sewer, and he was clutching his wand, staring at the back of the colorful tower, the cracked sky like a mirror, the tower's black shadow and the gap slowly emerging. There is also a silver light that is so dazzling that you can't look directly at it, and the roaring roar of the flood that can be heard even on the other side of the wall. "What's the big deal?" Dorian looked at Aberforth's face, feeling like he had seen him somewhere before. His eyes widened suddenly. He slammed his fist heavily on his palm and shouted, "I remember. You are the one. Take the goat, damn it," Aberforth said cursingly as he pushed Dorian onto the excavator's crawlers. "Can you not mention that damned goat? Haven't you noticed what's going on now? The Ministry of Magic. Will you recruit such ignorant dementia?" After being yelled at by Aberforth, Dorian's attention quickly left the goat. His attitude became serious, and he hurriedly said, "Merlin's pants. Do you know that Paris was burned by Grindelwald 17 years ago? At that time, they all said that Newt Scamander used the venom of the Wind Demon and the rain of the Thunderbird to erase the memory of Parisians, but now it seems that this venom is time sensitive." Aberforth frowned and touched the bucket of the excavator with his hand, which was covered with muddy mud. Under Dorian's gaze, he put his index finger straight into his mouth and smacked his mouth, feeling the pungent but refreshing aroma of mint. "It's not time sensitive, but someone used the antidote." "The antidote?" Dorian also found a clean puddle, made some rainwater and tasted it. His eyes widened. "It smells like a potion. Is it rain?" "I'm afraid so." As soon as Aberforth's words fell, there was a crisp breaking sound in the ears of the two of them. They raised their heads in sync. The barrier separating the hiding place was broken, and a godlike silver falcon came out with a monstrous flood. He rushed out of the hole and hit the colorful tower in the main venue. Pieces of stained glass shattered, and a gorgeous rain fell in the distant sky. Behind the barrier, everything in the hidden place was revealed. Dorian rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe what he saw. The projection hall shook violently, and the ceiling above their heads was cut off by a huge silver shadow. The flood flooded over their heads, and the flooded water flooded the hall. The only place in the expo garden that was not rain fell. Memories crawled up from the hearts of Parisians, screaming at them. The torrent above their heads and the fire 17 years ago reflected each other. As soon as the officer woke up, he was doused in a torrent of water. He held his forehead, and the blood vessels on his temples were throbbing. That man, the man in the last scene, that actor who looks like a performance artist, he shouted hoarsely, is also the man who stopped that demon 17 years ago. Seeing that the hall was about to sink into the flood, Jacunda let go of Jin and gave him an encouraging smile. Jin's expression changed from sad to dazed and hesitant, and then quickly became firm. He stroked the device on his forearm, felt its heartbeat, and raised his arm suddenly. Jin's movements were a bit clumsy, like a sick patient who had been bedridden for a long time felt his legs again, and he couldn't wait to put aside the doctor's order, and fled from the white ward with the railing to the garden, where the sun can be seen. After receiving Nelson's gift, he adapted for a long time. Although Jacunda kept telling him to empty your mind and think about what you want to do, the suppressed emotions made him dull. Always it made him lose the point. Every time that silver device was about to work, his emotions always made a mess of everything. But now he understands. These unwillingness, these helplessness, these various things that need to be eliminated. Emotion was just what he needed. With the lift of that thin arm, the water stagnated. It was as if God heard their prayers and took out an umbrella to protect them. Jin raised his head and looked at the smiling Jacunda. Go, Jin. Jacunda pointed to the open black door, pointed to the spotlight lit stage behind the screen, and pointed in front of Jin. Go and see what's behind the door. Surrounded by everyone's eyes, Jin walked onto the stage step by step. He stretched out his thin arms and reached for the door. Following his movements, the originally crumbling tower fell down in unison, and the door still stood on its original ground land, but people don't need it anymore. Behind the collapsed wall, a group of people in strange costumes were playing happily, holding the snacks they bought in their hands, fighting with each other, as if there were two worlds from the depressing auditorium. No, there are two worlds. Chapter 472 Scene 9, Surrounding and Repelling. You. Grindelwald turned around, turned his back to the collapsed barriers behind him, spread his hands, and said with a smile to the surrounding auras, "Dare you catch me?" The auras only felt that they had been greatly insulted, but this young team did not act rashly, because they knew that the reason why the team was so young had a lot to do with the Dark Lord standing in front of them. "Perhaps you dare to take him away." Grindelwald gently squeezed his wand with two fingers, pointing to the silent Dumbledore door not far away. This gesture of holding the wand is almost entirely composed of flaws, and there is no need to accept you weapons. Even a cool breeze was enough to disarm his weak-looking arm. You might still dare to take those two young men away. Not because they are trying to prevent me, a vicious dark wizard, from destroying the world, but because they recognize your rules. The French Minister of Magic, who had just delivered a speech earlier, surrounded a broom that seemed unable to bear his weight at all, and flew wobbly from a distance. The sudden bad news almost overwhelmed him. At that time, he was in the office and the piles of life-sized copies of the contract Tucker group photo, and discussed with the director of the International Affairs Department what kind of title they should leave in history. Just outside the bright and spacious window, he saw the flood that suddenly appeared in the sky, and also saw the hidden world. The moment the earth barrier shattered, the freshly opened red wine no longer has any sweetness, but instead has a bitter taste of tannins. This bottle of nectar that has been cellared in his family for an unknown number of years suddenly becomes inferior. The minister shook the wine glass, looking out of the window. He whispered to the director of the Department of International Affairs, "My wine cellar seems to be broken. Why is this wine so intoxicating?" But the answer he was expecting did not sound. He looked at the director, who was still elated and flushed just now. The director had already passed out drunk. His pale face seemed to have experienced some nightmare. While chatting endlessly in the drunken dream, there was a hasty knock on the door from outside the house. Before he could respond, the door was violently knocked open from the outside, and a group of auras rushed into the office led by the captain. "Pick up the minister and go outside." "Hey, what are you doing, minister?" Grindelwald blew up the magic barrier in the hiding place. The minister felt bitter. It seemed that the scene outside the window was not his own hallucination. As the first person to eat crabs, he finally ate something that he shouldn't have eaten. The feeling of drunkenness sobered up instantly. With a wry smile, he picked up the broom and swept it. Like the nonchalant director of the Department of International Affairs, he walked out of the room. Take him and let him be France's second hero later. Time goes back to the present. As Grindelwald said, the auras formed a perfect circle around him, but no one dared to approach him within 10 meters. As if there was an invisible line around Grindelwald. The arc is full of poison that sees blood and seals the throat. Just as he said, beside Tom and Nelson, the fearless auras were slowly approaching. "Stay out of the way." Tom lowered his head and carried Nelson on his back and walked step by step towards the exit of the hiding place. His hair was hanging from the corner of his forehead and his eyes were firmly covered so that people could not see the emotional fluctuations under his silent appearance. The bright red blood flowed from Nelson's body. It dripped and flowed onto Tom, leaving 2 rows of bloody footprints. His voice was without any emotion, as if he was stating a simple fact. The auras who were close to the two hesitated for a moment, but still struggled to surround them. They also saw that Nelson on Tom's back was seriously injured, but an order is an order, and many people are even still complaining that they were not prepared to fight Glad Grindelwald. "You can't go yet." One of them raised his wand, stepped forward to block Tom, and said sharply, "You can't leave here until the situation is under control." Tom's footsteps stopped. He raised his head. Only blood remained in his scarlet pupils, but in the depths of the blood, his gaze became more determined, and his body posture also changed slightly. Even though he was upright standing there, all the auras around felt a bone-piercing chill of being stared at by a poisonous snake. Although he was completely clean, the bloody madness pierced fiercely at the roadblocker from the depths of his soul. Compared with Tom, the expression on the face of Nelson, who was really bloody, was completely opposite. His face was calm, and he even smiled, as if he was experiencing a dream that got what he wanted. Tom put down the unconscious Nelson, put one of his hands on his shoulder, let Nelson's whole body weight lean on him. He raised his wand, without saying much, raised his hand slightly, and the one that blocked him, the pupils of the aura lost focus in an instant. His body stretched straight, and he stood there in a daze. Tom swung his wand to the side again, and the aura walked away like a puppet. The other auras noticed the abnormality of their colleagues, and the closest ones stepped forward to check. They were horrified to find that Tom seemed to have done nothing, but the eyes in the eye sockets of the aura who blocked the way had become broken. It was as muddy as a chicken egg, and in the muddy expression, there was faint blood cast like Tom's, and he couldn't see the slightest bit of consciousness. His walking corpse-like posture made them shudder, and they didn't even notice that Tom had moved from their eyes. Walking slowly by, he ignored the magic wands pointing at him as nothing. "Stop." The roar didn't stop Tom's pace, but the speaker was suddenly hit by a red light beam shot from the crowd, spit blood, and flew out backwards. The wand that aura was proud of slipped from his hand, flew out in a whirl, hit the wall of the roadside exhibition hall, and was smashed into 2 halves by the huge impact. The burr at the broken stubble of the wand was infinitely enlarged in the eyes of the auras, as if it was in their hearts. The upper friction was normal, and the besiegers immediately felt the fear of an ambush from all sides. Fortunately, this unknown fear did not last long. A middle-aged witch pushed away from the crowd and walked out slowly. She looked so ordinary that you could recognize her as the mother of every child. She didn't say much, just acknowledged Tom who was passing by, and went in his direction to meet the whole group of auras. "Don't obstruct the law enforcement. We are arresting criminals." In line with the principle that the boss is the second, the third aura in this team stood up. "Otherwise, we will be punished as the same crime." "Really?" The witch gently tied her messy hair behind her ears. Her gaze remained unchanged. "What law did he commit?" Of course the auras couldn't answer her, so they simply saw that she was alone and planned to do it directly. Under the command of the third captain's cryptic gesture, an aura standing in the blind spot of the witch's eyes raised his wand. Whoosh! A golden gleam shot out from the crowd and hit the sinister wand directly. It didn't have the power of a witch, but showed a hint of cunning. The wand came out and was stretched out by the crowd opposite, held one hand in the palm of his hand. 2 cheerful-looking wizards walked out from left to right like door gods and stood in front of the witch. One of them turned his head and said with a smile, "Scarlet, why are you showing off behind our backs? Wilt Marstining is in a coma. He can't see your performance." "Anyway, she was the one who wrote the report, Johnny," said the wizard who caught the wand, shaking his head. "You're so noisy. Be careful when Scarlet writes that you're running away." The behavior of the two seemed to ignore the many auras at all. Their laughing appearance made the auras angry, especially the aura whose spellcasting was interrupted. His magic power was half suppressed. Not only was he injured, but also saw Joseph playing with his wand. His face turned blue and purple. "When he's awake, Another team of you won't be enough to beat him, Joseph said jokingly as he turned the stolen wand back and forth in his hand. Suddenly, his hand slipped a bit in disbelief. The wand snapped in his hand, and he was snapped violently. The smooth hair of the unicorn was exposed from the section, connecting the two completely broken pieces of wood together, with a look of surprise on its face. Oh, it's broken. In the wizarding habit, seizing the wand means a duel, but breaking the wand means the beginning of the war. The last bit of contemplation in the hearts of the auras disappeared completely. They realized that what they got was not a share. Instead of facing Grindelwald's good job, it is a real war that must be divided between life and death. Even if one's own side intends to let it go now, even if Tom has indeed Nelson out of the encirclement taken now, everything can't stop. Fortunately, there are only 3 of you. The leading aura said with a sigh of relief. There are no waves. Really? We have 4 now. 5. I'm the 6th. More and more passers-by came out of the crowd. They all wore the most ordinary clothes, looked at the most ordinary, and spoke their own languages, but they walked out of the crowd one by one like this, standing firmly on the pride. In front of them, the 3 spoilers turned into a sparse human wall, and the human wall quickly became denser, even equal in number to a whole team of auras. They stood together, overwhelming the enemy opposite angry. Look, we have more people than you. The auras turned around in horror. The street in front of them was no longer enough for more and more people to come out, and some people even stood behind them. One aura recognized one of them. It was a secret seller, the woman of the crepe. She pulls 2 children, a wizard and a squib. She looks ordinary on weekdays. Their skin color, accent, and meaning are different. The only thing in common is a hostility to the auras and the determination to protect Nelson. Finally, the last person appeared in the middle of the street. He carefully stuffed a bundle of film reels into the safe and into the small silver ball and walked towards Johnny and Joseph. Penguin, you don't have a part to play, Johnny said without looking back. I want Scarlet to write in the report that the penguin was beaten and fled by the auras when it showed its face. The really important characters will appear at the end. Penguin shrugged, with some sweat still on his face from carrying the film. He counted the number of people casually, picked up his wand, and rushed up amidst Johnny's yelling at him for stealing the show. It looks like little Nelson won't need us. In the tea house on the 7th floor of the China Pavilion, Barry was sitting face to face with Zweig, sipping the bitter tea, trying to find the sweetness that the shopkeeper said from the aftertaste, but he finally gave up and put the teacup on the table. Going back to the table, supported the crutches, and raised his waist, he looked at the street below where the 2 groups of people faced each other. The flashes of dense magic spells dyed the sky in colorful colors, reflected in the teacup, like a cup of old poison. Little Nelson, are you old? Zweig let out a perfunctory haha with a stern face. Alright, if we were to go out, I might not be able to restrain my desire to take Nelson back, you bastard. It's really messy enough. Hey, blowing up the hidden and the hiding place is not only a violation of the secrecy law, it's simply throwing the secrecy law on the ground and stepping on it hard. Barry smacked his mouth, feeling more and more bitter in his mouth, but seeing the expressions of enjoyment of other people in the tea house and not wanting to look like an ignorant country bumpkin, he changed the subject and said, who are these people? It seems none of them are weak hands, but this image is too strange, like a snack street. Who? Zweig lowered his head, looked at the street under his feet. His eyes swept over the faces of the group of people one by one. His expression became strange. He pondered for a moment, and said, I seem to recognize some. A telegraph operator, a warehouse keeper, a laundryman, a cook, an assembler, a breeder, and a penguin researcher. What are these? Barry raised his eyebrows in surprise. Could it be that Nelson asked Andre for some capable people, and he wouldn't give them? After all, it's all for the greater good. His ending sound rose slightly, and he couldn't believe it. He's different from us, Barry. Zweig shook his head, looked at the clock on the counter, turned his head, and said, maybe such a person is suitable for him. Not only was he rejected by the Muggle world as a wizard, he was rejected by the wizarding world as a member of Nurmengard, and he was even rejected by Nurmengard because of his ordinary and even ordinary bond. If Lord Grindelwald, if their long cherished wishes come true, it may be difficult for them to find their proper place in such a sophisticated world. No, Mengad will not exclude anyone. Barry shook his head, scoffing at Zweig's words. Maybe. Zweig shook his head. Everyone has different standards for ejection. At least in my opinion, everything Nelson has done has already run counter to Lord Grindelwald. What? Barry asked. But Lord Grindelwald supports him. Zweig looked at the hands on the clock and stood up. It's time, Barry. It's time for us to play. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Curtain Call, Collapse. What is that? The wall that really cuts off the line of sight has long since collapsed, but amidst the colorful glass shards all over the floor, the black wooden door still stands quietly, silently dividing people into two distinct sides. One side is panic and fear, the other side is surprise and dissatisfaction. The spectators in the ruins were silent. They didn't know how to communicate with the tribe they had contacted for the first time. Obviously they were still staying in their seats, but the group of wizards who appeared on the stage quickly moved them away. As a performance or even an exhibit, the voices from the opposite side are getting more and louder. Muggle? Why can Muggles come in here? What the hell is the Ministry of Magic doing? Why can Muggles come to Paris? Hey, get out, Muggle. Among the wizards, some were silent, but the increasingly intense atmosphere around them made them speechless. Some of them might be born on the opposite side, but hearing the abuse coming from their ears, they seemed to be just there watching people who have nothing to do with them. A thin breeze blew by, and the black wooden door, which was still open, slammed shut with a snap. This is obviously our city. Millions of us live here. For generations have worked diligently to turn a wasteland into a fertile field, plow the fertile fields into fertile fields, and build houses on the fertile fields. People gather together, settlements become cities, form their own language, characters, and customs, and finally form a country. Under the roads of Paris, the corpses and expectations of ancestors are buried. This is a city, but why? Why among this group of high-ranking people, we have become villains who broke in illegally? This is our Paris. Among the audience, a native Parisian shouted loudly. His vision was filled with the fire 17 years ago, and he didn't even know what he had done, and his speech became a little unclear due to the trembling of excitement and fear. Disgusting Muggle, can you stop being sentimental? Among the visiting wizards, a little yellow-haired man who looked very playful came out unsteadily. It was the head of the 3 wizards who committed atrocities against the Ferdinand family a few days ago. Friend Ferdinand had already made him suffocate, and after returning home and finally recovering, he was strictly told by his father not to find fault. The interesting World Expo has also become unreliable. He poked his eyes and imitated the wizards behind him. But it made more wizards feel disgusted or even disgusted. He folded his arms, walked casually to the side of the wooden door, stretched out his legs, kicked the door frame vigorously with his beloved dragon leather boots, and listened to the door frame. There was a creaking sound from the connection, and he smiled with satisfaction, drew his wand, and pointed it at the spectator in the crowd, who made the sound. Muggle. His wrist shook, and he asked himself, this is a magic wand. If I were you, when I saw the wizard, I would get the hell out of Paris. He will also kneel on the ground, and give a big salute, instead of a lisp like you. Here, woo, we are going to mess with Paris. The broken wall behind them, and hid a remnant steel frame that stood outside the tower. The broken and bent steel frame was struck by the curse, and the gap was broken, and several pieces of glass remaining on the steel frame smashed to the ground together, stirring up another burst of colorful rain amidst the crisp shattering sound. Don't have armaments for me to disarm. They seem to only shake your limbs around like a monkey. Maybe the disarming charm will just break limbs or something. This not so funny joke aroused the laughter of many wizards. They coldly watched the conflict between the stunned young man and the muggles in front of them, wanting to see what interesting plots would happen in the future, and even the foreign wizard listened to the translation of others, and laughed while listening. Some people showed their unbearable faces, and turned their eyes away. Although there was some pity in their hearts, they didn't want to do anything. Let me guess, which arm would you lose if the disarming charm hit? To spell. Only a small number of people in the crowd behaved slightly differently. Little Jack squinted one eye, staring at the wizard's forehead, and glanced at the steel frame that was hit from time to time, with his hands still on his waist, silent. Standing in the center of the crowd, Jin raised his head and stared at the oncoming enemy with eyes full of anger. As his mood became unstable, the control device also experienced magical fluctuations, as if a drunk person held the pouring wine glass. Some of the rainwater he held up poured onto the ground, some on the heads of the audience, some in the direction of the door, and the muddy rainwater poured on the man's beloved dragon leather boots. The anger in his heart was aroused. Little bastard, you delivered it yourself. The wizard smiled grimly and took a step forward. Seeing that Jin was about to swing his raised arm towards the wizard, Jakunda looked up at the huge amount of rainwater that could drown most people below, and held Jin's hand. Without caring too much about his arms, he drew out his wand and pointed it at the top of his head, adjusting the direction of the water flow so that they fell into the river channel in the garden. People were horrified to find that there was also a strange creature holding a short stick among their own people. For a moment, they threw away the threat from the opposite wizard and dodged around one after another. Jakunda looked at this scene bitterly inside. With a loud voice, he shouted softly to Jin, "Don't let anger go to your head. Don't let down those who expect you, Jin." Jin's arms trembled. He clenched his teeth and restrained the desire for revenge, but the hatred in his eyes became stronger. "Hey, you came to the door yourself." The wizard's pitifully small brain was swallowed by anger. He threw the rules and laws behind him, raised his wand again, pointed at Jin's face precisely, and said with a grin, "Then do as you wish." The wizards noticed that the muggle boy on the opposite side seemed to be using magic too, but they didn't care about that much. Seeing a killing was about to happen, this situation was undoubtedly much more serious than violating the secrecy law. It affected himself, and some people who were close to him drew out their wands, trying to step forward to stop them. But it was too late. The wizard recited the spell without thinking, and passed the wand forward. Jakunda hurriedly called out the spell of the iron armor curse, but someone moved a step faster than her. Boom. Gunpowder smoke rose, and the wizard's movements were interrupted. A loud explosion sounded in people's ears, and the audience turned their heads in horror. In the front row of the seats, the young sailor held the gun in both hands, and raised the dark weapon in his hand with a posture that could not be more standard. The gunpowder and the smell of gunpowder smoke well concealed the shaking of his arms like chaff. His eyes showed determination. He turned his head and glared viciously at Martha, who was standing in the back row, who was about to lose his wife's arm. Martha, terrified by this look, she unconsciously exerted force on her wrists, and a pair of slender but powerful hands that had been trained in tailoring for many years grabbed little Jack's wife's arms as if they were handcuffs. He bumped into the seat in front of him, tripped over the armrest, and fell to the ground with a thud, bringing the slender Martha down with him, crushing her body. Seeing his wife fall, only a trace of concern flashed in little Jack's eyes, and he quickly turned his head to stare at the spot where the bullet landed. Not only was he not angry with Martha, but he let out a long sigh of relief. "It's really difficult." He gritted his teeth and muttered softly, "This is much more difficult to deal with than the German devils. God knows if they are afraid of bullets." Little Jack no longer trembled. His muscles were tense due to spasms. His two raised arms were as stiff as iron bars, unable to move. The only remaining strength was the finger on the trigger. On the opposite side of the door, the male teacher who stopped walking swayed and stood still slowly. Even through the gunpowder smoke, he could feel his anger. The gunpowder smoke dissipated. Little Jack's bullet hit the ground in front of him, and the splashed stone hit his foot hard, causing the wizard's expression to become contorted with pain, and the muscles on his cheeks beating. Panting heavily, the ricochet bounced off the ground and hit the door, making the black wooden door's hinges creak loosely. How dare you? How dare you? Mere muggles. The spirit of the wizard was completely swallowed by anger, and the removal of the venom of the winged demon is just an additional effect of the fresh spirit. Its biggest effect is to activate the spirit. It can make the calm the wiser person can make the reckless person more stupid, which is one of the reasons why the atmosphere of looking at the two sides is so strong. And the wizard is obviously a reckless person. His eyes are in the middle of little Jack and Jen going back and forth, unable to speak a complete sentence. Muggles. It's nothing to dare. A voice sounded in little Jack's ear. He looked in the direction of the voice. A man who had been sitting next to him and had no sense of presence from the beginning to the end of the movie pushed him with a gentle manner. He smiled and said, "I have a friend who even dared to point a gun at the head of His Majesty the Emperor of the United States." The man stretched out his hand, put it on little Jack's shoulder, and gently rubbed his stiff muscles. "Take it easy, young man." His indifferent appearance reminded little Jack of the first teacher in the village. The man pressed his arm down, took the pistol from little Jack's stiff hand, rolled up his sleeves, and revealed a piece of silver metal that is not much different from gold, but looks a little more complicated and refined. "Those is wizards. They are human beings, not steel plates. I believe you have noticed, their spells are not much faster than bullets, aren't they?" After that, he turned his head, smiled at Jacunda, who was not close to anyone within 5 meters, raised his arms, faced the wizard, and said seriously, "I hope you can realize the fact that everyone is human. What are you all?" The angry wizard kicked hard at the black door, yelling, "Who is human with you? You disgusting pigs, beasts. Lack of swear words, as barren as your wisdom." The man shook his head. "You are also a wizard. Why is there such a big gap between you? Compared with a wizard, the well-mannered man can use much less magic. Most of them are some basic beginner spells such as the floating spell and the flying spell, or some simple shape-changing spells that can no longer be simple. There is even some stagnation in the process of casting the spell. After all, the principle of this unnamed prop is extremely simple, that is, to emit the stored magic power in a way that muggles can control. Simple manipulation of alchemy props is a must for muggles. It is even more difficult than for normal wizards to learn to ride a broom, and this is the limit of what Nelson can do now. Place, and the pistol of little Jack in his hand also made the wizard feel jealous. The humiliation brought by the long stalemate with the muggles made his attack even more chaotic. It was the tale of Bogsburton's crane, which looked even more ridiculous now. Among the wizards behind him there were bursts of laughter, and he understood that the laughter was for himself. "Can we defeat the wizard?" Jack looked at the scene in front of him and murmured, "You think too much, young man. I was helped by a respectable wizard," the man said without turning his head. "Besides, you may not have any idea about wizards. Among wizards, this kind of person is also it can be regarded as an existence that is so lame that it cannot be more lame, and there is nothing to say about defeating him. It is even better to shoot him directly," the man said, raising his hand to shoot, but his marksmanship was as lame as the wizard's magic. The bullet hit the wooden door squarely, and the wooden door, which had been beaten for a long time, finally couldn't bear the damage. The door hinge fell off completely, and the broken wooden door hit the ground. It fell to the ground, and a broken black door curtain, that I don't know where it was placed, before it fell down. The laughter behind him deeply hurt the wizard's heart. Even though the muggle on the opposite side didn't hurt him at all, and he didn't even dare to aim and shoot, a sweet smell suddenly emerged up in his chest, and his eyes went black. There was a momentary convulsion in the extreme anger. His feet slipped, his body staggered and fell forward, his arms waved helplessly, and his body slowly fell towards the soft black veil. Boom. The intact body jumped over the doorframe like a broken sack and hit the muddy ground. Countless eyes focused on him, but his chest didn't even rise and fall anymore. Died. Chapter 474. He is here. Things are getting a little bigger. The man grabbed little Jack's hand, slapped his pistol back hard, squeezed the back of his hand, and woke up the confused little Jack. He sucked his teeth, and pulled little Jack's hand in front of him. "You shot him to death." Little Jack still hasn't recovered from his astonishment. As long as the wizard utters the spell, an invisible iron curtain will stand beside him. Such an ordinary weapon, which even a steel helmet may not be able to break. How could a pistol take the life of a wizard? How is it possible? The man shook his head, holding the back of little Jack's hand, and helped him to hold the handle of the gun tightly. How could a Muggle weapon hurt a noble wizard? Unfortunately, we have a long time before here. We can only rely on this kind of thing. You killed him with a bullet? Little Jack still didn't give up asking this question. No, my marksmanship is very poor, but he is indeed dead. The man pressed little Jack's shoulders and pushed him back hard. Even if it is the lowest level wizard, we don't have the right to take their lives. This is the rule set by the magic. If you stay here, they will vent their anger on your head. I can see that you are a well-trained soldier. Take them and run. Disperse into the crowd. Run as far as possible. Little Jack subconsciously ran towards the direction where the man was pushing, turning his head while running. Then what should you do? Don't underestimate me, young man. I'm a veteran of the Civil War. Little Jack didn't think much, raised his hand, and fired a shot into the sky. He loudly evacuated the audience gathered in the ruins, and suddenly turned his head and looked at the man. But isn't the Civil War almost over 100 years ago? Is it the year? The man ignored him, just pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and waved towards the auditorium. A few unremarkable people left from their seats and walked towards him against the crowd, blocking the fleeing audience behind him. I forgot to introduce myself. My previous job was to teach, but now my job is to quarrel. The man waved his hand at little Jack. If you can still remember what happened today, then we will meet again one day. Good luck to you, sir. Those who moved forward against the crowd had the same expressions as men. Regardless of men, women, or children, they all patted little Jack on the shoulder when they passed by him and sent their most sincere blessings, as if they were dying with generosity. Determined. I just want the teeters sitting in the auditorium to bring the truth out. Up to now, even the Ministry of Magic, no matter how inefficient its work, has realized the urgency of the situation. The moment Jack found Martha and his wife, 5 auras were already standing on the road they had to pass. Liang flew to one side under their spell. Little Jack clenched his pistol tightly, and his heart tightened. The battlefield instinct that had not yet subsided in peace told him that these 5 new wizards were better than the previous one who was looking for faults of muggles whose number is dozens of times larger than his own. Seriously at all. I hope you will cooperate with our work. Sit in your seat, and we will help you eliminate this unpleasant memory. Although his attitude seemed extremely polite, everyone felt a great insult at the same time. Is it a matter of course that one's own memory be erased? The people straightened up angrily. The fact that they shot the wizard to death just now filled their hearts with confidence to fight against him. They couldn't help but turn their heads and looked at little Jack, who was holding a pistol and comforting his wife. Feeling the eyes of the crowd, little Jack smiled wryly in his heart and went up to him. Is this the thing that hurt the underage wizard? The leading aura glanced lightly at the gun in little Jack's hand, and before he raised his hand, the gun had turned into an equally pitch black starling, whose red mouth kept making quack quack noises, added some black humor to the scene. The aura smiled disdainfully, hooked the fingers holding the wand, and the starling broke free from Jack's grasp and passed away out and flew towards him, leaving a string of glaring birds dropping on the ground along the way. Sir, you don't need to erase your memory. You just need to come with us later. But before that, we need to take back that boy legally. Wand held. Jacunda, who was standing in the middle of the auditorium, heard the aura's words, and her ears moved. She finally drained the rain from Jinto, took the boy's hand, and put his arm down. Are you a witch? The aura said commandingly, noticing Jacunda beside King. Help us bring back the boy and the wand he's holding. The aura's words reached Jacunda's ears. She gritted her teeth, and the face of the kind and enthusiastic middle-aged hunter appeared on the shore of Lake Ontario, whom she regarded as her father, was also captured by the American auras in the same way. Go, erase the memory, forget her cherished daughter, and forget her. She clenched her fists tightly, her well-manicured nails poking into her palms, but she didn't feel the pain. She didn't want the same tragedy to happen again. Something happened to me, so I turned around slowly, stroked my body hair, and said softly with a smile, "Sir, is this a magic wand?" "Isn't it?" said the aura logically. "It's not a wand. Why should a muggle use magic?" Jacunda looked over the aura and looked behind him. The World Expo was already in chaos. She cursed Nelson in her heart who should have appeared long ago, and then looked at the aura who was already surrounded by reinforcement. Damn, why hasn't he come yet? Jacinda's muttering caught the aura's attention. He was worried that Jacunda was chanting a mantra secretly. Look up, what are you talking about? Which opposite him was playing tricks on him, and raised his hand angrily. Jin, listen carefully, the alchemy prop in your hand is a new version. I haven't seen the real thing, but I heard that I have shared his most proud magic with it. Jacunda lowered his head and said to Jin, he said quickly, you don't need to suppress your anger. Now that he doesn't appear in person, anything may become a hope in this desperate situation. Are you willing to have your memory wiped and then bullied by your brother's friend? Jin bit his lower lip and shook his head. We're in trouble, and I can't teach you anything. Jacunda bravely faced the aura, and the red disarming spell light was approaching. She raised her wand and shouted, I hope you will return to the aura tomorrow. Remember me. The transparent barrier rose at the nick of time, flicking the spell to one side. A beast-like roar resembling a whimper came out from Jacunda's throat, and several more spells flew in, sniffing from her neckline. She came out and handed out a small sparkling silver ball. She caught the small silver ball and pressed it hard, and the repaired broomstick that once took her out of the house and took her across the ocean appeared in her hands. Jacunda jumped on the broom while running to avoid the spell, flew high, picked up a thin old man, and before the auras could react, she had already passed over their heads and flew towards him. Fly to the entrance of Expo Park. Jacunda is very clear that these 5 auras are not something she can fight alone, and she can't even delay it. The best solution at this moment is to use their tasks to delay time. If Nelson sees that she doesn't care, he must be surprised by her posture. This is not the Jacunda he knew at all. The young witch who had changed too much unconsciously put the old man in her hand in the most chaotic crowd, turned her head, saw the 2 auras chasing after her, and for the first time showed a sincere smile. She looks like a lady I met, Martha murmured, looking at Jacunda's back, a lady who once asked me to exchange foreign currency. What time is it? I'm still looking for acquaintances here. Little Jack was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, and there were 3 wizards standing in front of him, and the one in the middle was even teasing the stallion he turned into with a pistol. Quickly think of a way. Martha bit her lips. If she had a way, she wouldn't say such weird words. She turned her head and looked at the wizards who were watching the place behind the black door frame. A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in her heart. She turned slightly, hiding behind little Jack. He took out a crumpled magazine from his small bag, turned straight to the last page, and quickly wrote on it with eyebrow pencil, we are under siege by French auras at the main venue of the expo in Paris. Can anyone help us? The ink was distorted and blurred, covering the text discussing the battle at the Wizard World Expo and the sudden appearance of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. A line of bold text appeared on the front page just like Nelson did. The Ministry of Magic in Paris is persecuting Muggles again. Someone is going to rescue them and give these bastards some justice. Seeing the unrecognizable words in front of her eyes, Martha's mouth couldn't help opening into a circle. The law of secrecy is too old-fashioned. I'm here, obviously a damn brat making trouble. I saw it too. I'm a Muggle born. It's really uncomfortable to watch. Will foreigners be arrested in France? Didn't you see that there is still no one close to Grindelwald? As long as no one sees your faces, even if your family lives next door to the French Minister of Magic, they will have nothing to do with you. I just borrowed dozens of galleons from a fool the day before yesterday, and I'm still drinking in the Chilean pavilion. What about frog juice? It turned out that you stole my money, damn thief. I'll talk about your affairs later. I have witnessed the whole process. They are too bad. I have already seen a witch rushing out. Why are we the only ones ashamed of the United States? The French should also experience this feeling. The dense text was refreshed several times faster than before, and Martha was dazzled by seeing it. Little Jack turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I'm thinking of a way, Mr. General." Martha rubbed her eyes and saw a new sentence appeared on the last page. One thing to say, pure passerby, but magic should be exposed to muggles like this. This speech appeared extremely abrupt on the last page. It only existed for a moment, before being overwhelmed by all kinds of fierce speeches. As an avant-garde magic magazine, The Quibbler has almost all its loyal readers who are radical supporters of the magazine's views, and those who can chat and discuss in the magazine on the first day of the World Expo are all fans. Fans, they don't just like to sing a different tune, they like to be different, they like progress, they like riots. Jacunda flew high and rushed into the concrete forest of high-rise buildings in the urban area of Paris. Although her magic was not strong, her level of driving a broom was many times higher than that of ordinary wizards. After killing the two auras who were chasing after her, she exhaled heavily the stale breath she had held for a long time, closed her eyes, raised her wand, and appeared beside Jin again. Before she had time to say anything, she grabbed a lucky spectator again. This time she happened to catch Martha, and in a burst of screams, she flew away with Martha. The leading aura's face was as smelly as a shoe mat. He looked at the second General Heng Ha beside him and said softly, "You guys go and catch her together. It's enough for me to watch here alone." Martha screamed and climbed into the sky. The Quibbler slipped from her hand, opened the pages like a butterfly, and floated towards the crowd. The strong wind and rain tore the spine of the book into pieces, and the pages of the book flew away. Soaked by the rain, the outdated news printed on it slowly disappears, turning into sheets of white paper that are identical to the last page. The hum beside the aura leader spun and disappeared, and came back with 4 brooms in his arms after a while. Just when the two of them got on the broom and just launched into the air to pursue them, a black figure galloped from behind the black door frame, caught a lucky spectator, and swung away in the opposite direction from Jacunda. Someone took a shot. In the Chilean pavilion, a wizard who was trying to figure out with the salesperson whether he could replace the real frog with a chocolate frog suddenly fell silent, grabbed the napkin on the table, and wrapped it around his face. "So you stole my money." He looked up and saw an angry witch standing in front of him. Funny thing is, she also had a silk scarf around her face. The two looked at each other, and the wizard took out a grass green lace wallet from his pocket, threw it to the witch, and said softly, "We'll talk about it later." Under the gaze of the salesperson's surprised eyes, the two held each other's hand tacitly. The wizard looked out the window in the direction of the black tower of the main venue, and disappeared with the witch. More and more wizards left the tour, some with brooms, some with apparition, some with ordinary skills, and simply stepped on the train that was running non-stop in the street. This group of masked people saw each other, he said hello lightly. The situation has become serious. Now not only the auras are busy, but other personnel from the French Ministry of Magic have also received their missions. Ironically, the communication tool they accepted the missions was from Nurmengard not long ago. A small silver ball imported by the Magic Factory. A darker cloud than Grindelwald's arson hangs over the French Ministry of Magic, which is almost out of force to maintain a fragmented secrecy law. Many spells have fallen on Jin's side. Although there are many people protecting him, compared with well-trained auras, muggles who can only use simple magic have almost no fighting power. Now, those outraged wizards are still on their way. Fear, anger, sadness, all kinds of emotions flooded into his mind. For a while, he didn't even know what he was thinking. Only the desire to survive, and a blank space remained in Jin's mind, but this simple yet complex emotion, it belongs to people. As if in response to his call, the sound of neatly turning gears came from his arm. People who heard the movement looked towards Jin, and the whole earth suddenly trembled and trembled. Passing over the main venue of the Wizard World Expo, and looking in the direction of the hiding place, above the high wall at the entrance, a silver cloud is slowly condensing, approaching rapidly, and countless red eyes are looking here. And those two high walls spewed hot steam amidst a burst of magical power and the sound of gears turning. They stood up and gradually became human shapes, showing their godlike backs in front of the world. Jacunda, who was fleeing quickly, put down Martha, and was about to repeat her actions, but the sound of the broom breaking through the air came from behind her, and she kicked her legs hard on the ground, and continued to fly forward. Give Nelson another word. But Nelson was here, even if he was still on Tom's back. But the falcon's chirping, that resounded through the sky, has awakened everyone. Chapter 475. We start over from 17 years ago, Paris. The clouds were broken by a higher force, so if an invisible hand was holding a giant sword that could pierce the sky, and the clouds were smashed into pieces. The sun finally fell on everyone, dispelling the chill brought by the heavy rain, and accumulating the mist of water, and wet clothes should have been hot and humid and unbearably uncomfortable, but strangely enough, most people just felt warm, as if returning home on a winter snowy night. With a fire, there was a pot of moderately hot tea sitting on the table. On the streets of the expo garden, the rising mist enveloped the muggles, who hugged their heads and howled, as if being embraced by their mothers. They all calmed down. Although there was still a trace of confusion in their eyes, the bursting nightmare brought about by the fire completely dissipated, leaving only the memory enough to look directly at. They looked around and saw another city hidden in the city of Paris that hadn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. The dark shadow left by the colorful tower in the venue saw the pierced sky and the two ancient gods standing up from the mist. They are too tall enough to block the sun in the sky and become new sunshine walking on the ground. The falcon chirping came from a distant place, as if it came from a longer ancient time, and also as if it came from an unpredictable future. In the scattered clouds, steel feathers stirred the wind, and clouds, and the speed it presented, was completely different from its huge body. Impossible to match. Swift as a bolt of silver lightning, it spread its cracked wings, raised its scarred head, and announced its arrival to all with that shattered beak. The silver shadow flashed past and smashed heavily into the ruins of the colored towers of the main venue of the World Expo. The glass shards all over the ground were crushed into fine powder by the powerful wind. Its wings hung down like a solid fortress, covering the muggles who have not yet escaped. The news that the silver falcon broke through the barrier of the hiding place spread rapidly among the wizards. The determination of those who stand behind it. A row of delicate feathers shot out from its back, stuck in the muddy ground, bounded by the black door frame with the door curtain. A silver straight line was drawn. Wizards who covered their faces with all kinds of outrageous material slipped through their wings, responding to the call for help on the Quibbler. The silver falcon didn't stop it at all, as if after landing, it really became a castle. The lifeless sculpture, the members of the Ministry of Magic who came to reinforce it saw its mobile appearance, and with luck, they wanted to mix in with the crowd, prevent the dispersal of muggles here, and maintain the last dignity of the secrecy law. They walked forward slowly. The silver falcon didn't move at all. They became more courageous and quickened their pace. But when the first wizard reached the border beside the black door, his footsteps suddenly became stiff, making him the colleague behind him who didn't have time to stop bumped into his back. What's wrong? Is there any magic trap here? Looking at the tense colleague, the later wizard stepped on the silver line, supported him with one hand, turned his head and shouted, "Be alert. There is an ambush." Their steps stopped in unison. The wizard who crossed the silver line first twisted his neck stiffly and looked at the colleague who also crossed the line. His forehead oozes, his teeth chatter uncontrollably, and the moment he crosses a line, his heart is filled with instinctive fear, and when he sees the red dot on his colleague's head, this fear finally explodes uncontrollably. What happened? The colleague couldn't see his forehead, so he asked anxiously. Suddenly, he noticed the dancing red light on the forehead of the wizard he was holding onto, and his neck rattled like a rusty clockwork. In the clouds, he saw an emotionless pitch black eye, which shone with the luster of metal and magic power, and the pupil slowly rotated according to a constant frequency, scattered and turned into rigid mayflies, locking on every enemy that might affect them, and meticulously executing the preset tasks. Black magic power was flowing around that huge pupil, and the attraction from it seemed to drag him into the abyss across the sky. The emotions from Peeves were removed by Nelson and left behind in his negative creation. In the movie, the emotions accumulated for thousands of years can make the hairs of anyone who is watched stand on end, even if they are thousands of meters away. "Are you afraid of me?" He seemed to hear a demon whispering in his ear, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. The next moment, everyone in the wizarding team of the French Ministry of Magic saw locked red dots on each other's foreheads, and none of them would feel that I'm the lucky one who was left behind in the crowd. Against the backdrop of each other's panic, fear erupted like a downpour just now, and the Furas who were playing with the surviving muggles in Second Salem were also lying on the ground peacefully, unconscious, with the help of the wizards who rushed to rescue them. Seeing that the situation here was about to get out of control, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, the aura leader who blocked the audience by himself simply put his wand back into his pocket, slowly raised his hands, and let the wizards lead the audience away, and even in order to express his sincerity and practice his life creed of being a Junji, he simply raised his head instead of looking at their faces. But after seeing the dark pupils exposed in the increasingly broken clouds, he immediately lowered his head, smiled and nodded at a pair of passing wizards, then closed his eyes, and was hit by the faint light, feeling at ease fell down. With the black gate as the axis, the auras who prevented Nelson and Tom from leaving were experiencing the battle that Nelson should have experienced on the street, that was symmetrical with the battle situation here. The wizards headed by Johnny and Joseph showed a powerful strength that was completely inconsistent with their images. These 11 mediocre people face the enemies who might hurt their cherished people, and they burst out with extremely tenacious fighting power. The flames used to boil water, the water used to wash water, the ropes used to bind. All kinds of daily magic, with the help of the small silver balls they took out from time to time, actually fought against the well-trained auras. They were evenly matched, and even faintly overwhelmed one end, compressing the living environment of the auras into the extremely narrow square in front of the Black Tower. So funny. Penguin's face was flushed with excitement. He was different from everyone else in the company. He was alone, and didn't care about Muggle relatives or friends or squibs, and he didn't have the slightest determination to dedicate his life to any noble cause. But he was so bored. The pursuit of fun is purer than most people's beliefs. He watched these mediocre colleagues in the past burst out with powerful magic power under the support of their beliefs, and use those magic spells that almost everyone knows with great proficiency. He chanted excitedly, "Most people only know what to do, but don't know why. They only know what to do, but don't know why." Just like how penguins taught me how to keep hot in the extreme cold. When people are obsessed with one thing, even if even the simplest cleansing spell can make a difference, how can a lifeless world be interesting? This is the best. What the hell are you muttering about there, penguin? In the next second, a discordant roar broke the atmosphere that the penguin had managed to create. After knocking down an aura, Johnny turned around and looked around the battlefield. He was considered to be the most powerful person in the team and was about to rush to help his companions, but at a glance, he saw the annoying guy standing in the middle of the battlefield talking. The irascible wizard couldn't help but yelled, "Master Wertning's blood spurted like a fucking fountain, and you just recited poetry there? Damn, can you move? Move your damn bird claws. Do something. Kill him quickly, so we can move on to the next game." "It's not reading poetry, Johnny." Penguin looked at Johnny's angry expression and said seriously, "Oh, what?" Johnny sensed Penguin's solemn attitude. Did he blame him? Penguin was chanting a powerful, but very long spell, but was interrupted by himself. He couldn't help feeling annoyed at his haste. "I'm singing, Johnny," Penguin said seriously, waving his hands like an orator. "It's more fun than reciting poetry." Johnny almost lost his breath. He took a deep breath, pretending that there was nothing in his field of vision, but saw a bunch of rubbish. Joseph, who was in the front row, was hit by the aura's blocking spell and flew upside down to his side. Throwing another snatched wand was smashed in half and stuffed into Johnny's pocket. He got up from the ground, kicked his buttocks, turned his head, and said to the penguin, "I will let Scarlet record you reciting poems during the battle situation. Truly heroic." Snapped. The strong light of the flashlight up, blinding all those facing the penguin for a moment. Just when Joseph was about to curse, the penguin walked out of the oxidized smoke of magnesium powder, holding a newly developed photo in his hand, and threw it into Joseph's hands. Joseph lowered his head and looked at the photos covering almost the entire street in his hands. Not only were there auras fighting here in them, but there were even auras who surrounded Grindelwald and Dumbledore not far away, but dared not approach, and many wizards who left from the temporary office of the French Minister of Magic to turn the tide of the battle. I have noticed that many of them had red circles on their heads. I have carefully observed the people in the photos. Their images were more or less different from themselves. I have carefully observed those circled by penguins. The ones who got up, watching their soft luster, narrowed their eyes. "Don't we still have a lot of people on standby?" Penguin blinked. "Unilaterally tearing down high walls is not what adults want to see. Look, their rotten interior has already collapsed. I'll let Scarlet polish your report." Joseph agreed, took the photo and disappeared. Damn it, you're shameless for blatantly bribing your colleagues. The unknown Johnny did not forget to output penguins when he exported magic to the auras. His bad mouth finally had an effect. Penguin shook his head and stood up by his side. You have partnered with Joseph for too long. I hope you can get used to it when you cooperate with me. As long as you stop reading poetry, please. Penguin smiled, looking at the opposite aura who was fighting for no reason, with contemplation in his eyes. It's boring. He raised his hand, and the magic wand drew a beautiful arc in the mist. The sun shone on his side, and the bright ice crystals were as dazzling as diamonds, even clearer and purer than diamonds. My lord's rain is purer than the darkening acid rain in Paris. The penguin couldn't help sighing, and the slender ice crystals formed beside him, very much like Nelson's mayfly, and they flew out like a sharp arrow, putting shackles on the group of boring auras, like the fence of Antarctic glaciers temporarily separating auras from their companions. Johnny breathed a sigh of relief, although Penguin is sometimes not very prominent, but at least he succeeded in freeing himself from restraint. Johnny raised his wand high, slashed down hard, and shouted, "Fire burns." The separated auras instinctively raised their hands to avoid the attack coming from the sky, but in the next second, they were completely swallowed up by the flames of a volcanic eruption under their feet. Pointing at east and west, "You have learned it well. You're annoying, Penguin." Johnny put away his wand. "I'm going to find the projector." Is this the magic he is most proud of? Jacunda was sitting on the broom, floating in the air. Her running speed slowed down. She raised her head and looked up at the sky, only for a moment of delay. Two auras had already chased up from behind, and in front of her, another two broomsticks rise from between the buildings. With a sigh, she tucked the exposed hair back into her collar. The moment she drew out her wand to meet the enemy, a silver light flashed behind the four auras at the same time, and then, a red magic light burst out. Their bodies were paralyzed for a moment, and the wands in their hands were captured by four ghostly. The mayfly took it away. She couldn't help but think of what the teacher who guarded the gate told her when she first arrived at the memorial hall. He told us not to be afraid. Wizards are as weak as we are, just as we are weak because we don't have magic. They are also stagnant because of magic. Is that so? Jacunda turned his head and looked in the direction of the expo garden. Two silver giants had stood up like a mountain, and they were walking towards the remaining barrier of the hidden place step by step, hitting them with their steam-spewing fists. Item. Boom. The remaining barriers collapsed from where they dropped their fists, turning into flying magic residues and collapsing in all directions. They were swept by the dense mist, spreading like the tide of the entire city of Paris. Gradually, a white city with towering buildings covered the map of Paris, full of traffic and buildings, standing on the heads of the Muggles who were not affected by the heavy rain in the expo park. People in the whole city of Paris broke free from their panic and looked towards the tallest building. In the hiding place, the French Minister of Magic let out a wail. An accident of this scale can only be made up for by Newt's rain of venom from the winged demon. But he is holding an XZ Snowman album, standing by the window in a daze, thinking about the past right or wrong. Dumbledore let out a sigh, but quickly pulled himself together, and there were more things to do. Grindelwald laughed heartily, and the saints in black robes appeared beside him one by one, silently admiring the pure white tall buildings rising from the ground. At the highest point, the dark-haired young man was carrying his fair-haired friend into the wind. Parisian saw again the man who put out the fire 17 years ago, but it was not him. Nelson, who could barely stand on his own, smiled. Looking at the city under his feet, he finally loosened his breath and closed his eyes. We start over from 17 years ago, Paris. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.